Latest forecast suggests it won't be rain tonight, but possibly tomorrow.
Yeah.
You mentioned the speed of the race so far. I think the big story so far this evening has been that they've just, Peugeot, the number 7 car, has just a couple of hours ago broke the all-time distance record, which has been held since 1971 by the Porsche 917 of Guy van Lennep. They've managed to run 50 laps in 3 hours, so that's one for the record books. Also, the fastest lap of the race so far, that's gone into the record books for Sarrazin, and being broken everywhere, Jeremy.
Yeah, it's fantastic, isn't it? That was, I think, just a routine stop for Marc Genet. He left it very, very late to come down the pit lane, but he's been turning some good laps, and he's got a healthy lead now in that car number 7, and I reckon that stop was just about right on schedule. In fact, it did 12 laps on that stint, I reckon. I thought they came in last time on 1:26. They've generally been doing 11 laps per stint, so they're keeping up the pressure. There it is again. Just only actually was on the gravel there, wasn't he? Looking for the pit lane. I wonder if that was an error. And he thought, well, if I'm in the pit lane, I might as well come in. But the team were ready, so anyway. I reckon that maybe somehow he missed the call to come in earlier on that lap, and just at the last minute he realised where he was on the track.
Audi getting ready now. Interesting. I mean, so far the story of the race, as far as the pit stops are concerned, is they've been 11 laps for the Peugeots, 12 for the Audis. Now Audi's been bragging about this. So just looking at their latest release, saying, "Oh, this just shows how wonderful our new fuel is and how efficient the Audi TDI is." But Peugeot is saying, "Well, you know, we're cool about it, and thank you, Audi, but we're actually in front of you at the moment."
Yes, they are indeed, are they not? And it has been a great battle. I mean, to be this far into the race and still have several cars in contention just takes one small hiccup, as we saw for Christian Klein. He was leading a race and now down into third place. Just the slightest hiccup is easily going to cost you several positions.
Yeah,
it's the same in the other classes as well, isn't it?
It was unforced error by Klein. We all saw that happen, and he just put the car backwards into the gravel. It was the rear wheels in, the front one was still on the tarmac, and he was stuck there until they could push him out. Lost a lap. As you said, GT1, Antonio Garcia, he's at the head of the table at the moment for Aston Martin, from Johnny O'Connell, from Andrea Piccini and Oli Beretta, and there is just there's one lap covering them. Oli Beretta's just off the lead lap at the moment, but Jaime Mello in the Ferrari, the Rizzi Ferrari, he's still out front from Wolf Hensler. But down there, I mean, Porsche have self-destructed today, haven't they?
Haven't they? It's just that Wolf Hensler car, the Felbermar car of Wolf Hensler at the wheel at the moment. They're the only ones that have stayed in contention with the Ferraris. As you say, everybody else has thrown it into something or somebody or whatever. And I gather, I haven't seen Patrick Long myself, but I gather the incident between himself and Seth Neiman, Seth apparently got together with one of the Ferraris right in front of Patrick Long, and Patrick just had nowhere to go. So it wasn't just a straight incident between those two Porsches. There was another car.
Yeah, it was a chain reaction of sorts, and unfortunately it took out the two lead Porsches at that time.
But there goes the GT2 leading Risi Competizione Ferrari. Jaime Mello has been driving that car, and I believe is still at the wheel. No, it was handed over to Mika Salo. Yeah, I thought it was about time for a change of driver there. So
now Mika's greatest strength is that he is the driver who will go bang straight out the pits and be straight on the pace. He never seems to need to warm up, Mika. Everyone else does. They need just a lap, an installation lap to get themselves in the field. Mika never does that. He goes straight for it.
He does, but Jaime Mello's often a little bit quicker, isn't he, than Mika in overall pace, and certainly he's the one who seems to do the lion's share of the qualifying of the cars these days. But it's a great pairing, those two, and they've had absolutely no luck at all in the American Le Mans Series this year. Everything possible that could go wrong has gone wrong, but maybe they can turn their season around here at Le Mans.
I think we said the other night in qualifying, if it wasn't for bad luck, they'd have no luck at all.
You're absolutely right.
4 official retirements so far tonight. First retirement was Nick Johnson in the green Krone Rizzi Ferrari. He went off quite a big way, and I saw that car coming back.
Yeah, it was Tracy who went off, I get on his first lap out.
Oops. Right, it wasn't Nick, then we take that back. So I guess Nick's name was still up on the screen when he went off. Trading Performance, Karen OJ put the Zytek off in quite a big way, and then again that we just mentioned about the Matt Mutimsa Porsche, Raymond Narak and co, that was heavily crashed. Peter Dumbreck, hero of Scotland, he's out with the blown engine in the spiker, and that's another one. They blew engines at the test day. They had problems the other night. This is the new Audi 4 litre V8 they're using in the car. It just really has not worked.
It hasn't yet, has it? I mean, Audi generally gets it right in the end. It's not an official Audi project, certainly, but you know, they've known for the reliability in their prototype cars, but not yet got that Spiker the full reliability that it needs to show the potential that perhaps there might be in that Dutch chassis.
I mean, it's a bit ironic that I saw Peter yesterday morning, and he said we'll be fine as long as the engine holds together.
Yeah.
Well, I'm afraid they're out at 6:34 this evening.
And here's another guy. The team has had all sorts of problems this evening. The RML car there of Thomas Erdos and Mike Newton and Andy Wallace, and God, dear, they've had a litany of problems, but they're not giving up.
No, but Tommy, in fact, was the innocent victim of a collision. I'm just checking which car it was, but he was put off the track quite early on, and we saw the car was absolutely rooted at the front. And unfortunately, on Wednesday night, Andy Wallace had a similar problem. He backed it off at the second chicane. As soon as he hit the brakes, the car swapped ends. He went in backwards, so that was a big hurt. I'm just checking through here as we're talking, but yeah, looking down to where Tommy went off. It was with the Keyfall ASM team, the two of them touched. Also, the Corvette was involved in that. So this is, again, it's the big problem about differentials, traffic, and this is something all the drivers have been complaining about.
Well, it is, but there's not much speed differential, is there, ultimately between the LMP2 cars and the GT1s. In fact, on the straights, the GT1 cars are probably a little bit quicker than most of the LMP2 cars, with a possible exception of the Porsche RS Spiders, which certainly have the legs of everything else on the long straights here at Le Mans. But talking as you were there about the Corvettes, and a little while ago, there's still just one lap separation in the top four cars in the class. It's the 64 car. Olivier Beretta at the wheel is in fourth place right now, and remember they had a longish stop an hour or so ago, and I was just down in the Corvette pit. I don't know whether the other guys reported on it, but it was an alternator problem they had on that 64 car. They had the rear deck off it, and we wondered why that was, and they did change the alternator, and that car is now back up to speed with Oliver Beretta at the wheel.
Yeah, the trouble is you go down a lap, don't you? It's so difficult to get it back. Same problem for Charouz, Lola Aston Martin. Stefan Mucker spun at Dunlop. He went backwards into the wall, did a lot of damage front and rear of the car. They got it back, and Thomas Enger later came out and he said the car is almost drivable. I mean, that's wonderful. He's charging around the circuit at 210 miles an hour, saying it's almost drivable. I love that.
Almost. And they got that car back up now inside the top 20 actually overall, so they're going to shortly break onto the first page of the scoring system here, which would be a bit of a triumph in itself, I think. The Klaus Graf, Greg Pickett and Jan Lammers car, the Lola AER Turbo, that's also up into 18th place. That's had a few problems as well, but running pretty strongly now.
Yeah, there's another car that's been having problems tonight too, is the Chamberlain Synergy Lola, just as Jeremy, you spot coming in.
Yeah, well, yeah, Ricardo Zonta is in the pits in the third place car. Is that on schedule? Yeah, that's probably about right now, isn't it? Because it got off schedule with Christian Kliens off.
We've also got Jean-Christophe Bougnon in one of the Pescarolles at the same time, so they're just choosing their moments to coming together those. Pescarolle right down at the far end, he's gone back out. Yes, just going back to Chamberlain Synergy, Bob Burridge had a puncture early on in that Lola BO610, then sadly his wife Amanda, she had a spin up at Dunlop, and she hit the wall quite hard. The car broke the front suspension. She had to do a whole lap of the circuit. It took her 1 hour and 2 minutes. Got it back, but that car is repaired now, but again, that's one that's gone way down. So no change in the orders there, but Jos Verstappen, first time at Le Mans. It's almost unbelievable. So, and he's also told us yesterday he has never raced at night before.
He's never raced, has he really? I was just chatting with his manager down there, Huub Rottengetter, who's, of course, he was a no mean driver in his own right, was he, back in the 70s?
In comes the number 3 car. This is Rocky handing over to, I guess he'll be handing over to Pramac. I saw Lucas Lewin in the car not long ago. So that car, number 3 car, coming in 4th place. So it's very nicely laid out at the moment. Peugeot, Audi, Peugeot, Audi, Audi. But Peugeot crept back up to 6th place. Sarrazan's done a series of very fast laps. Been running consistent 322s, and that's brought that car back up after those hydraulic gearbox selector problems they had. It's an Achilles heel, always the transmission on the Peugeots. We've seen it time and time again. It always seems to be one car has the trouble, even in the Le Mans Series races, while the other one wins. Just seems to be the pattern of things.
Yeah, yes, really. and you're right. They have had some 1-2 finishes, but they've been few and far between. So as you say, always one or the other that seems to have a fairly flawless run, and the other guy has all sorts of myriad niggly little problems generally, only, aren't they?
Yeah, they're not car-stopping problems, but they do cost them time and laps, and time is something you haven't got here at Le Mans, because these pit stops are so critical. He who spends the least time in the pits is going to win the race.
Yeah, no doubt about that. Stefan Sarrazin still keeping up that torrid pace, a 3 minutes 23.9 in the dark. That's a good effort. He's up into 6th place now. He's still, 3 laps behind those 2 Audis that are next in his sights. Lucas Luhr in 3rd place, in 4th place, I should say, in car number 3, having a great battle with Frankie Bieler. Car numbers 3 and 1 have been back and forth, hasn't they, for the last several hours now? But they are they're a lap down to the leaders only, but just not quite on that Peugeot pace.
Yeah, I think that you get into a sort of rhythm when you're racing someone else for such a long period. You get into this rhythm where you're both following each other, copying each other. Unless you can actually have a chance to pass, you just stay there. The Lamborghini then getting moved back out of pit lane. That car had also gearbox problems early on in the race, and we're looking forward to seeing that go back. Here's Krone Racing. Now what's happening here? There's the 90 stuck on the side. They brought it back out. I don't believe it.
No, I think they've actually it's just the Krone door actually on the 90 car. That's what
the 90
it is.
car.
Yeah.
That's it. Yeah. For a minute, I just thought they've got the Krone car appeared with a new front and rear.
Tracy Crony backed it into the wall, I think, over at Arnage, was it? And then it spun around and got the front end as well. So the door's probably about the only thing that wasn't bent.
Yeah. So they've loaned that to the 90 car, as you say. That's Lars-Erik Nielsen taking that car out of the pit. Well, he brought it in. Is he taking it out as well? Yes, he is. That car is in 5th place. So interchange between some of the Ferrari parts there. I guess Michelotto say, please lend the door to him or what, and do that.
I didn't see who that was came in the pit, so nice view of the bodywork, but which car is it? I think it's yet more problems there, certainly. And it's been an interesting race. We seem to have gone long periods with no mechanical problems whatsoever, and just all sorts of battles going on. Good shot of Alex Wirtz getting ready to take another stint in his Peugeot. But it's certainly Peugeot's out in front at the moment. Marc Genet at the wheel of car number 7. Audi's Tom Christensen is only 53.5 seconds back, so less than a minute back. But the car number 2 is ready for a pit stop, and it will be Alan McNish who will take over the wheel of that car.
Now, we were just looking at the 25 RML Lola, the Lola MG in the garage, and we're hearing that they've been having some flying moments, Jeremy. This is a bit serious. Apparently twice during the race, the car has taken off, and that car is now sitting in the garage while they investigate the underfloor, see what might be causing that.
Yeah, that's not something you want right here at Le Mans, is it? The speeds are so high, if you get the car in the air and the air gets underneath it, then we've seen what can happen. We've seen a whole bunch of cars taking huge somersaulting accidents. Not good at all.
And we're going to take a break. Stay with us on Eurosport. Jeremy Shaw, Mark Coe will be back in a minute. We're back with Eurosport. It's 11:24 at night here in Le Mans in France. Of course, 10:24 for you at home. So pubs are closing soon. Hope a lot more of you are going to be joining us. 28 million is what we understand our audience is going to be during the course of this race, with British Eurosport, Eurosport E2 and International Eurosport. And Jeremy Shaw, Mark Coe here, bringing you all the action as it happens. Jeremy, Audi number 1 car pit getting ready for a stop.
Yes, indeed. It's been again a quadruple stint, I think, for Frank Bieler, and it will be Emmanuel Pirot who will take over the wheel of that car. So that wasn't it coming down pit lane, was it?
One of the coupes coming in.
Exactly. That's the number 33 car, the 3rd place in LMP2, and right behind it on the pit lane is the Audi.
So let's see how his stop goes. As always, fuel in first, driver change. You can't touch the car, otherwise those wheel guns must not go near the wheel nuts until the refueling's finished. You've heard this, you've seen this so many times before, we don't need to tell you that. Of course, our dear friend David Leslie, he always loved to describe these in miniature details, and by golly, we miss him. And here's the great race for Audi, though. Everyone, I think, would love Audi just to take this race down to the closing moments with Peugeot. There's no partisan feelings in the cabin here, but what we want is it to go all the way to the checkered flag. We don't care who wins, do we?
No, we're absolutely right. No, as long as we have a great race, and we certainly had that in the first half of it, and we get the same sort of action as the night progresses into tomorrow as well. That would be just great.
No tyres? They decided not to, or did they? No, they haven't changed them, have they? They're still trying to triple stint these Michelins. I noticed Courage, Hugh de Schoenack told us we're getting 3 runs out of our tyres.
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of different tyre compounds they can use, aren't there, from Michelin for the various different teams and different conditions as well. It's certainly a good bit cooler now than it was earlier in the evening.
So Manuel Pirot takes the car out, having taken it over from Frank Bieler, and this car, the car that has won the last 2 years at the moment, 4th place, that's fine, absolutely perfect before half place in the race.
Yeah, exactly. As you say, Mark, there's still a heck of a long way to go, and you just got to keep yourself in contention. That's the way you win these sort of races, is not do anything silly. If you can keep there or thereabouts, then it comes down to the last few hours, and there's surely it's going to be some niggly little problems, or maybe somebody gets in the way. Traffic is, we talked about it all race long, traffic is a problem, and particularly when the conditions are, it's dark out there. They're doing some pretty horrendous speeds on the straights here, and it's very easy to make a mistake, particularly if you heard a report that maybe there won't be any rain overnight, or maybe not until later in the morning tomorrow, but still you never know, and there has been some talk that there might be the odd shower around during the night.
They're waiting to bring in number 2 car, Tom Christensen. I guess that he'll stay on board, won't he? If
no, that'll be
this will be his 4th shift.
Yes, it will. Yes.
Right. So it'll be Dindo Capello's turn then.
Alan McNish will get in the car.
He'll get in, will he?
Yeah.
He's done 4 already.
Yeah, he did 4 to start with.
Yeah.
And Dindo did 4, and Christensen's done 4. So only now.
Okay.
I think they are the last of the teams for the starting driver to get back in again for his second. Second.
But pretty impressive, isn't it? As we said earlier, it just shows how comfortable these Audi drivers are with their cars now.
No question about it.
Of course, a lot easier for them to drive at this time of night in the air, the cool air. It helps the drivers. The Peugeot coupes, they are coupes, so the driver's inside an enclosed atmosphere. They've got to run with air conditioning, remember, or with ventilation, and they have to have the temperature at least 12 degrees Celsius above the ambient temperature. That's the rules. Any problem with that, the ACO check it, and you're in trouble.
Talking a bit of trouble, that's a shame. That car's been running. Well, it was running in 16th place actually. The number 20 Epsilon Discovery car.
That's the one that was officially accepted for the race. The 21 car, of course, getting in at 6 o'clock on Tuesday night after the lovely Lucchini was withdrawn. Wasn't withdrawn so much as thrown out for fuel tank irregularities. But they've all had problems, and that 20 car blew its Judd engine this morning. That's a very, very rare V10 failure. But they were very tight-lipped about it. No one would tell us any more than engine problems, so they had to change it.
So here is the number 2 car. Quick change there for Alan McNish. Resumes, having taken it over from Tom Christens.
This is what he loves. Alan just adores driving at night. He said it's difficult. The main problem, he tells us, is that you have tunnel vision at night. You don't have this wide peripheral vision out of the side of your eyes that you have in daytime, so you can really only see what's in the headlights. He said that makes life difficult, but he's adapted to it. He loves it, and he just loves the coolness. He said almost the peace of driving in the dark. Yeah,
he was looking so relaxed. I just saw him just a few minutes ago down in the pit lane. I was actually chatting with Marco Werner, and Alan came over and was sort of joking like he does. He's super relaxed. He couldn't wait to get back in the car again. But he did say it is hard work out there. I mean, there's a lot of G-forces here, and there's intense concentration required, and that's, I think, it's more of a mental potential problem than a physical problem.
Jeremy, this is Mika Salo back, and he must have had a puncture. He's come back in only 4 or 5 laps after taking over from Jamie Mello.
Certainly was an unscheduled stop. We don't know what it was, but I think
I can only imagine he's picked up a puncture somewhere. There's no other reason.
Wolf Hensler too. He's had a long stop, hasn't he? He's been in the pits now for 4 or 5 laps. That one has escaped us.
Yes, we haven't picked that up. It's a bit further down for us, and
where is the number 77 car? But it had been running in second place, and it was the only one of the Porsche to be keeping any sort of pressure.
Well, we've got 5 Ferraris now.
That's exactly
GT2.
right.
This is looking better and better for the Scuderia.
Wow, that's a big turnaround in Porsche. It's just been a nightmare of a race.
Well, except for, of course, LMP2, where they are still 1 and 2. Jos Verstappen from John Nielsen. What we didn't know earlier on was that John Nielsen's team had to change an engine in that Porsche between the warm-up and the race today.
I didn't know that. I must say, wow.
And that wasn't scheduled.
Yes. No, it wasn't. And that car's been running, like clockwork. Talking of like clockwork, there's a fastest lap for car number 5. It's Loic Duval at the wheel of the 7th place car, the quickest, or the best place, I should say, of the petrol engine cars. The Orica Judd engined car is running absolutely beautifully, and Loic Duval, wow, he's got a lot of experience, hasn't he, in all sorts of different cars. Mainly in Japan the last few years.
Mainly in Japan, fantastic Formula Nippon, and particularly Super GT driver. Had a lot of wins there for Nissan. And but Jeremy, just going back to the Porsche thing at the moment, we're talking about having to change an engine in Porsche Spider. You've been covering the ALMS. I can't recall Penske having had an engine failure yet, not in racing.
No, I can't either. I mean, they generally finished, two of them on the podium in the LMP2 class. I mean, they're absolutely dominant there, even though the Acuras are giving them a good challenge now. It's certainly become a battle, much more of a battle than it was last year, but you're absolutely right. Engine failures very few and far between. There's a great onboard shot there of the Peugeot giving the flash of lights to let the slower car know that he's coming past.
Yeah, one of the Ferraris, one of the many Ferraris now dominating GT2. We've got 6 Ferraris in the top 7 places. Unheard of.
Really is. And the Wolf Fenster car is still in the pits in the garage. It's been pulled. I think it's been pulled back into the garage. I can't see it on pit lane. So it's obviously been a major problem for that car. And I think therefore the only other Porsche still running now is a Flying Lizard car, even though it's many laps behind. It's 37 laps behind. 8th place overall in class, and no hope of winning GT2, I would say, from there.
Yeah, that's amazing. That car's still in the race, of course, after went behind the barriers. Pat Long very sensibly stayed on board it. You mustn't go more than 10 metres away from the car. Quite unlike American racing, you cannot be taken back to the paddock behind the wall and got back into the race. That's the big difference. At least in America, the show goes on.
Well, I've been living in the States for 20 odd years now, and I love the attitude over there. It's what can we do to keep the cars in the race? And that's why fans go to watch motor racing. It's to see the cars in action, not to be pulled out of the race for some silly little procedural error. I mean, for goodness sake, it's all about getting the cars on the track and putting on a show, and that's what they do wonderfully well in the States. And there's some griping amongst some of the teams that they're massaging some of the Le Mans rules, and that's not the way it's supposed to be played. But they do it for the fans. That's the reason they make the changes they do, and it works.
No tire change for the Aston. Yeah, they've decided to double or even treble stint on that 007 car. Very iconic number, this, by the way. We talked about this earlier, but I bumped into the Scuderia Hermanos Rodriguez this morning, group of Mexicans who come here every year, and this year they're celebrating the 40th anniversary of Pedro Rodriguez's win in the 917. That was the first ever Gulf liveried car win, and that car was number 7. This car's 007. There's a reason for that.
Yes, there is, and wouldn't it be great to see them pull off a win in the GT1 division again? But it's the 63 car, the Corvette, is out in front right now. They're off strategy slightly in terms of their pit stops, and I think the number 63 Corvette of Johnny O'Connell out the wheel is due for a pit stop fairly shortly. But they've now got the top 3 cars in that class on the lead lap. Darren Turner shown less than a half a minute behind O'Connell, second place in the 009 car, and Heinz-Harald Frentzen driving the 007 now.
So just a reminder to everyone, we are up and running again on the Eurosport Yahoo message board. Go to eurosport.yahoo.com, go to message board, go to motor racing, and on the Le Mans we've now got the thread up, the all-night club, which Carlton started before we took over. And for instance, here we got Freddie 429. Says, of course we're up all night. This is Shangri-La compared to all this footy nuttiness around. Is there a vaccine against football? He says, please let it exist. Question for you, Jeremy. The multiple lights that are mounted on the sides of the car close to the number plates, are they indicating which driver is in that car?
No, they're actually indicating what position they are in that class. And that was another system that was actually, I think, brought in by the American Le Mans series, wasn't it? If there's one light on the side, it's first in the class. They're different coloured lights on the side of the cars. If there's one light, it's first in class. If there's two lights, it's second in class, and three lights, it's third in class. I say they're differentiated also by the coloured lights, even though you know it's not very difficult to tell the difference between the LMP cars and the GT cars.
Yeah, and sorry if you've heard the answer to that before, but we do appreciate, and a lot of you are coming online now later on, and some of these questions are answered earlier. So those of you who've heard the answers before, bear with us. It's going to happen all night because we're changing teams, rotating commentary teams, and we're all coming in all fresh, and you may be getting a bit stale out there. Greg D, hooray, the Virgo car's in third. Let's hope they can build on that through the night. Well, Greg, good news for you is they're now second. Tim Sugden's at the wheel, and they're running second to Mika Salo because of that Hensler car sliding down the order. Yeah,
and they're only one lap off the pace of the Salo car, aren't they? So they're running good pace. They've not quite had, it seemed early on at least, they didn't quite have the legs of the Risi Competizione car, but the fastest lap in the class was set by Wolf Hensler actually in GT2 in the Proton car, but that seems now to be out of the running altogether. It's still in the pit lane, and we haven't seen that for now for probably about 25 minutes. But the Tim Sugden car has got a faster lap time, has it not, Mark, than the class-leading Mika Salo car?
Yeah, Salo, of course, had that, we think, probably a puncher who's in and out of the pit, so his last lap was a 5:15. But certainly the best lap of that Ferrari so far in the race has been a 0.5 second quicker than the Risi Competizione car. So
running Dunlop tyres, isn't it, the Virgo machine,
yep.
And against the Michelins of the Risi car. Most of the rest of the cars in the field are on Michelin.
And ironically, of course, Jimmy Bruni was taken away from Virgo by Michelotto, or by Ferrari, and given to the Risi team for this race.
Yeah, there's some people not very happy about that move, aren't there?
Well, unfortunately, Jimmy Bruni is a Ferrari factory driver. Yep. He's got the ALMS, he's got Le Mans, he's got the LMS, and he's got the FIA GT. He's committed to all three. He has to do what his bosses tell him.
That's exactly right. Whoever's paying the checks, he will drive for. There's the Saulnier Racing Pescarolo on pit lane. That's the fourth place car in LMP2.
Yeah, it's been a good effort by this team here, the Saulnier team. The name, of course, is that of the race director of Pescarolo. Saulnier had to sell that when he moved over to run the Peugeots. Francois Sicard is now managing the team. It's owned by Jacques Nicolet, who's a Monaco television entrepreneur. In fact, he is also a racer in the V2V series, historic, etc. Richard Hine likewise, Mark Fagianato likewise. So very good team of weekend amateur racers, but of course, half owning Pescarola, they're entitled to use one of the products.
Yeah, when I was doing my homework here to get ready for this race, there were three guys I'd never heard of, and I try to pay attention to what's going on in racing all the way around the world, and I was having a hard time finding anything about those guys. So thanks for filling me in, Mark.
Well, the clue might be that Jacques is 62, Richard 51, and Mark 59. So not in the prime of their youth. But anyway, up they go again, and Marc Genet still leading from Alan McNish, from Ricardo Zonta, Lucas Lure, he's on board the number 3 car, and Manuel Pillow 5th in the number 1. Jos Verstappen leading John Nielsen, but that's been close ever since the start of the race. They are 3 minutes apart at the moment, so John is coming close to being bumped off the lead lap. But interestingly, Jeremy, I'm just looking up at GT1 at the moment. Johnny O'Connell leading the 2 Aston Martins, and then Beretta in 4th, but the Astons have both had 10 stops, the Corvette's only 9, so we're still waiting for the Corvettes to come in.
Yeah, we are, and I think Johnny's done an excellent job at the wheel of that car. They're still turning all very similar lap times. Last time around, Johnny O'Connell turned a 3 minutes 53.8. Darren Turner in the Aston Martin in second place. He's 27 seconds behind, and he was about just a few tenths of a second quicker, so it's very, very close.
You're back on Eurosport at Le Mans. We have now just reached 11:41 at night. Marc Genet in the number 7 Peugeot is leading the race. Just before we went off, we said the Corvettes are due in, and Jeremy, here they are.
Yeah, number 64 car, Olivier Beretta, is on pit lane. We're expecting the 63 car, which is leading the class, shortly as well. Oli Beretta, they lost a lap a couple of hours ago with an alternator change. Since then, it's been running like clockwork. Talking of running like clockwork, that's exactly what Tom Kristen said of his number 2 Audi R10 TDI when he got out of that car and handed over to Alan McNish about 10 minutes or so ago. So the car's absolutely gorgeous, but he also said, Tom Christensen, there's a lot of gravel on the racetrack as well, so you've really got to keep on your racing line. If you stray off the racing line, it's very easy to get into trouble.
64 stops going wrong. The car just came off its air jacks, and they've had to jack it up again. They're trying to get him out now, but that has cost them a lot of time in terms of time he spent in the pits. Oh, and that is close as he goes out. Oh, how close was that? Nearly took out the sole surviving fast Porsche.
Yeah, it did, yeah.
Here we go again. They get the wheel off and the jack goes down. Watch this. Whoops.
Ouch.
So where they're standing there saying, can we put it up again, please?
Yeah, that's...
very politely.
That is not good news.
Well, that was not a Corvette moment.
No, it was not. Very, very unlike those guys. I mean, they are as well drilled as anybody in terms of their pit stops, and that is a very, very rare mistake by those guys. And it'll cost them, luckily, only a few seconds. I think could have been a lot worse.
Yeah, but it just shows it's not all as smooth as they'd always like. And there's the 80 car, but Lizard's car that almost took it out coming in. That car seems to be back in good running order.
Yeah, I think so. He's been running some fairly good lap times as well. I think it was Johannes van Overbeek at the wheel of the car coming into the pits, and he's just handed over to Jörg Bergmeister. So there's the vastly experienced German. He's won a couple of American Le Mans Series GT2 championships over the last 3 years, and is leading the class this year as well after the first 4 races of the season.
All they can hope for now, Jeremy, is that those Ferraris ahead of them self-destruct, because there's no way they're going to haul in Salo if they have no problems. 125 laps against the 88 that Jörg Bergmeister is just now starting.
Yeah, they've been in. They've lost about 3 hours of running, I think, haven't they? That number 80 car, the Flying Lizard car. There's the dome chassis, though. That's run, very, very nicely. It's still in the top 10. They've had a couple of little niggles, I think, but still running very, very well. And boy, considering the lack of track time that car has had since he was introduced, it's a remarkable effort.
Yeah, they took it to Sugo 3 weeks ago to do a run. It was totally aborted. I mean, everything went wrong. They brought it to Le Mans the test weekend, astonished everyone by running almost trouble-free. But as you say, any new car, you usually have months and months of shakedown testing, getting stuff right. They've had to do this all during race week, and here they are. We've got to 9 hours almost at night into the race, and they're still going like a train.
Yeah, and particularly when you're preparing for a 24-hour race, the last thing you want is a disastrous one shakedown.
So the Saunier car back in again. The cops have got a problem?
No, it was a 35 car. It was a P2 car that was in a little while ago.
We saw. This is the Nicolet car.
Yeah, exactly.
He is the co-owner of Pescarolo now, and this is the car that Henri's given them to say thank you. And this car, of course, wasn't due to be racing at Le Mans. It was the withdrawal of the Tafel Ferrari, the American Tafel Ferrari, which got this car in as first reserve. And Jim Tafel, I think, citing economic downturn in American financial markets. Tony Dow was very vocal about that.
Yeah, but Tony also, he knows that the team want to concentrate. They want to win the championship. Their primary goal really wasn't this year, at least, to come to Le Mans. It was to win the championship in GT2 in the American Le Mans Series. And Tony generally gets his way, and he thought that coming to Le Mans was just been a big distraction, which in this phase for that team, it's really only their second year. Last year they ran Porsches, this year they're running Ferraris, so they've had a heck of a lot of work over the last 18 months or so. They've spent an awful lot of money. I don't think money really is the problem there, to be perfectly honest, but the focus was on the American Le Mans Series, and so that's what they're going to do for this year. But I certainly would bet a small amount that Jim Taff will be here within a year or two.
Yeah, well, of course, they had to give a valid reason for the withdrawal, otherwise you become persona non grata with the ACO. So, we have financial problems in America, we can't make it, so the ACO have to put their hands up, perhaps just accept that. Hopefully it won't spoil any future relations between the team, because I've seen the team racing in America, and it's a great team, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, and they've been absolutely superb this season. With they've already won a couple of races this season, so they've been very, very strong.
One of the Alpine Corvettes in at the moment. This is, in fact, where are we? It's Blancheman's car. Yeah, he's in at the moment. And Pascali was on board that car, wasn't he? Is he handing over? Tyre changes. Anyway, they're going for the new rubber. They've refueled. I assume that Pascal has stayed on board. We didn't notice a driver change. That's Laurent Pascali.
And the Luca von Aventure's team is getting ready for its other car to come on pit lane as well. It's right in front of our commentary booth. As also the Greg Pickett car the Muscle Milk car is on pit lane as well. Here comes the number 72 car. Also there is number 5 as well.
Guillaume Moreau on board the Corvette. In fact, the driver change coming there. Guillaume Moreau getting out. He's the man who distinguished himself last year at the age of 23. His first prototype drive, wrote off one of the factory courages and put himself in hospital at the test weekend. Now, what do we got here? Alex Wirtz, and we can hardly see through the screen. Someone sprayed oil over him. They have, haven't they?
They certainly have, and that's an amazing onboard footage. I mean, the speeds he's going at here, you cannot possibly drive. And as you say that, he peels off into pit lane. We've got to try and find out where that oil came from, because it's
got no choice, has he? I thought for a minute
that must be very frightening. Yeah. Given the amount of oil that was on the windscreen, he couldn't have been doing it, a lap after lap. It must have happened just within the last lap or so.
And from whom did it come? That's the view of the pit lane. There should be people.
2 Peugeots now in the pit lane.
Wow.
What if it came from the other one?
Well, they're following each other.
So we got the race leading car of Marc Genet, and also Alex Wirtz on pit lane. So 2 Peugeots in at the same time. So clearly some problems down there. So number 8 car, they're just cleaning the windscreen, but number 7, I don't know.
There's something gone a little miss here. They're not normally don't normally bring the cars in together. Well, they cleaned Alex's car, sending him out again. They've put a little bit of fuel, and that's all they've done. So that's why he had to come in. Who has dumped all the oil in front of him? And look, Genet's got the same on the front of his car. So somebody out there has dumped a load of oil, and it wasn't one of the Peugeots. Number 11, we're getting slow car number 11 shown on the track, and that number 11 car is the Dome. It's the Dome. Has it launched its Judd engine? We don't know. Let's wait and see. But if the 2 Peugeots have had oil on the screen, Jeremy, for sure other cars are going to be having problems.
Yeah, absolutely right. And look at the difference there from the onboard. That is on board with Alex Wirtz's car. He's just only done a half a stint, really, hasn't he, since he took over the wheel? He's done 11 laps, so it's around about on schedule.
More cars are coming in. John Nielsen's having his helmet cleaned, his visor, so has been a problem. He's getting out now. He couldn't even see, I think, to get out of the car. And look, everyone's getting their windscreens cleaned. I think we're going to have an oil slick on the track, Jeremy, and that could even give us a safety car, the first one of the race.
Wow, yeah, indeed. I mean, there's got to be something's got
there is the Dome.
Major difficulties out there. Is the Dome in the pit lane?
Dome's made it. Yeah, oil everywhere. Look at that. The whole back of the car on the left-hand side is covered in oil.
Huge.
Yeah, straight in the garage. Oh dear, what a shame. Here it is. You can see it for yourself now. What a great shame. The distinctive green headlights following the rest of the car into the garage. And we heard the Judd engine was lost in one of the Epsilon Escades this morning. Off comes the back, and there's going to be, it's probably a burst oil pipe, isn't it? Something's come loose. Again, Jeremy, it's all part of getting cars shaken down and teething problems sorted out. There are the Judd people looking at it. They're going to be plugging in the computer.
Yeah, to have run almost 9 hours with no appreciable problems as well at all, straight out of the box, is a remarkable effort for that team. And if this is going to hopefully it'll just be something like an oil line and it won't be terminal, and they will get that car back in the fray. That certainly would be my hope, because they've done an excellent job. All three drivers have been turning very good lap times. It was 7 minutes. It's been limping around the track just to get it back to the pit lane, and it was
Tachikar on board.
Right.
Yeah, he just got out of the car in that distinctive yellow helmet, so they've got a lot of work to do here. The one thing you can't do, of course, you cannot change engines or transmissions once the race has started, so if you've launched it, you're stuffed.
Yeah, that's the end of that one. Clean the windscreen on that one. I don't think it's a windscreen that's the problem, isn't it, on the dome? It's well, the windscreens of everybody else's car that was trailing around us.
I mean, the bizarre thing is, Jeremy, that whatever the problems are in the car, someone usually refuels it, someone else polishes everything, just in case they suddenly think it's all fixed, we can get back out.
So we haven't seen the Alan McNish car on pit lane, have we? So that's going to pull them a lot closer to Nicholas Manassian, who's at the wheel of car number 7, the race leader. And Alan McNish, we haven't seen an on-board from his car. We'd love to have a look at that, see whether he got any of that oil as well, or whether he somehow managed to escape.
Well, you're not going to see it, are you? Because it would be on his visor, and the camera's not going to show us that.
Yeah, well, true, but yeah, we could still see.
Yeah, you might see something on the aero screen, of course. Yeah, but again, Jeremy, this is something that underlines the advantage open cars still have over closed cars. At least the driver can do something about vision on an open car. You can't in a closed car. So Tachikar with there in the yellow helmet, very familiar to Super GT viewers. All three drivers here, Toyota factory drivers, all three very good drivers as well. One of them was the vice champion last year in 2007, Daisuke Ito. And look at the amount of oil on the front of the car, but as we know, it has come from that car because we saw it as it came in the pits, so it just shows the state of the track generally, how dirty it is out there. So Nick Manassian at the moment from McNish, from Zonta, from Lure and Pirot, with Alex Wirtz, who's having his first Le Mans race since his debut one, which he won 1997, 96 TWR Porsche. Comes the Chamberlain car.
They've been in and out of the pits all night long, but they kept that car going again. A magnificent effort, really. I mean, they just never say die, are they, down in the Chamberlain Synergy team? They might have a problem now, might they?
They're having it back in. So Amanda Stretton having that big accident, her husband Bob Berridge berating her the other night after she'd gone off fairly mildly, but she spun it tonight into the walls down at I think down at La Chapelle, and she had to come around the whole lap with the front suspension broken and steering wheel pointing the wrong way, smoke pouring out of the car. We just assumed she'd done the engine in. She did a whole lap like that, but here they are, they're still running.
Yes, they are, and she's getting out of the car now, and there doesn't seem to be a whole lot of urgency down there, does there?
No. Is that actually Amanda?
I think so, yes.
Yeah. And of course the other driver in the car, Gareth Rees. Peter Owen should have been driving his car this year, but Peter is one of the co-owners of Silverjet, the low-cost transatlantic and Dubai Airlines that got into financial difficulties a couple of weeks ago. They actually suspended operations on Friday of last week, but the good news for everybody involved was that they have found a buyer during this week, so the airline is back in operation, flying those cheap flights from Luton to New York.
How much?
It's around between £800 and £900 business class return.
Yeah, that's not bad for business class, I guess.
Whether or not that price will still be good under the new owners, we'll have to see with the price of oil.
And we hear word from the pit lane. Amanda Stretton is they're calling it a day down in the Chamberlain Synergy pit. Some engine problems apparently on the car number 19, so that's a disappointment for them. They worked so hard to keep that car going, and now it appears that it might be all for nothing.
Yeah, it's a great shame for Hugh Chamberlain, his very hard-working team. It's an AER 4-litre turbo V8 they have in that car, and I guess that what we might have seen was problems with the turbo when Amanda had that off and struggled to get the car back. You can change parts of the turbo, but eventually it just cries enough, doesn't it?
One of the Luc Alphon cars back into the pit lane. Didn't seem to have been long since They were.
No,
it's the 63 car, isn't it?
Oh.
So it's the class leader, Johnny O'Connell.
Well, he's run a long time.
Yes, he has. Yeah. And they've been running very, very well indeed, haven't they? But
he's going to lose the lead though, because Darren's only 18.6 seconds behind him. Peugeot back in, number 9 car. That's Zonta. Having his screen cleaned as well, but I think this is just a routine stop driver change. Are we going to put tyres on? They'll wait and see. As soon as Michelin have checked the condition of the tyres that are on the car, they'll take the decision whether or not to change them. They are going to change them. They're waiting with the air guns. Remember, nothing on the car can be touched except helping the driver get in his belts. Big problem in these cars. There's so little room in the cockpit that when Zonta crashed the other night in Porsche Curves, he could not undo the seat belts. He just couldn't get to them. That's why he stayed in the car so long. This is why, as you can see, the mechanic there struggling to get those belts done up. Make sure the door's shut. They fell off a couple of times last year. That was one of the Achilles heels.
Looked like a good pit stop there, didn't it, for the car number 9?
Yeah, that was picture perfect.
Yep. So that will resume in 3rd place. It's still Nicolas Minassian in car number 7. Peugeot out in front, a lap ahead. Is it complete lap ahead? Where is the Alamanish in the Audi in 2nd place? And now Frank Montagny takes over the wheel again of car number 9. And boy, didn't he do a fabulous job earlier on this evening.
Jamie W on the forum said, aha, the official all-night club is now up. I begin to wonder when this would arise out of the murky depths of Eurosport. What's murky about Eurosport? We're a very clean family channel. Keep those postings coming in. Remember, if you haven't already been on tonight, it's eurosport.yahoo.com. Go to the message board, go to Motorsport and click on Le Mans. The threads are there.
And Alan Manish is still on the lead lap, just over a minute behind. There's Marco Werner chatting away with one of the crew guys in the Audi pit, and it's Alan Manish in 2nd place, so still keeping the pressure on Nicolas Minassian, and that's exactly what he said he wanted to do as the night progresses. Yeah,
Wolf Hensler incidentally has not yet rejoined in that number 77 car. We're going to take a break, but we will be rejoining, unlike Wolf, after these messages. Stay with us here on Eurosport live from Le Mans.
And there is Joey Foster rejoining after a pit stop for the Embassy Racing team, the WF01, and they've had some problems within the last hour or so, which dropped them out of the top 5 in LMP2. And now we switch back to the Dome garage, and they're still working away on that car.
Yep. But Jeremy, he's got back in. Tachikawa's got back in, so they're obviously more confident than we are about the engine.
Yeah, I mean, you suggested maybe it was just an oil line came off or something like that, and it was such a huge amount of oil that it was either a major blow, but I think we have to assume, unless they're supremely confident now that they found something else the matter, that it was some sort of oil. Maybe it could have even have been the gearbox, did it not? So,
yeah.
And it's possible that it wasn't terminally damaged, and they get that car back into the fray.
But look, I mean, people are still paying the price for whatever he was spreading all around the circuit. Such a mess everywhere. I'm amazed that we didn't get an oil slick on the circuit. It's obviously hanging in the air there.
Well, I'm sure there was oil on the racetrack, and we heard Tom Christensen say a little while ago there was all sorts of gravel and bits and pieces on the track, because we've had a lot of people off during this race. But the track itself, there's still some people running some pretty quick laps. Nick Minassian in the race leading car, 3 minutes 24.3, so only 3 seconds off the ultimate pace, despite the fact there has to be oil down the track, plus this gravel that Tom Christen talks about. And then Alex Wirtz in 6th place overall. He's doing 3 minutes 25 last time around. So still some guys out there running a very, very good pace.
So Fabio Babini bought this car in. He's staying on board, or no lights for 44, and that is the 44 is the Cruise Schiller Motorsport car. That's the Hideki Noda car that was rolled into near oblivion the other night. I'm amazed it's got lights after that, but did such a good job, Lola. We had Martin Brain up here earlier praising his boys back at the factory to actually get that wreck back in, and that's the number 3 car. Is this not a... this is about 45 minutes, isn't it, since Lewis last in. It's another 12 lap of this. So Lucas Lewis staying on board. They've got tyres ready just in case he wants them. What are they going to do? Fuel lines off. And No, they're not changing tyres, so he's doing another stint on those Michelins. They're obviously quite happy about that, Jeremy. You know, you can't take a risk on tyres. They're obviously super confident that they're going to go the distance.
Yeah, they've done a massive amount of testing, but they have had some problems, haven't they, over the last year or so. But again, Michelin working so hard with that team and with all their suppliers, all their customer teams, I should say, to make sure that, you know, any problems that they have had in the past are eradicated and will not reoccur.
Right, Ralph has been watching and he's talking about some of the pictures we're seeing tonight. We haven't got full coverage tonight, Ralph, but you have said, in your modest opinion, of the best camera shot of the race so far is the one coming out of the Dunlop Curves, Tertre Rouge, with the trees on the left-hand side lit up, those green poplars there, cars flying past. Looks awesome. That is the spirit of Le Mans. I think we're both right with you on that one. It is a beautiful, beautiful shot. And where we are up in the sky in the Eurosport cabin, we're looking straight down onto the pits, looking up the hill. Very, very steep hill, by the way, up to Dunlop. It doesn't come over on television like that, as we see the Modena car, the Rick Bryan owned High Wycombe based Team Modena Aston Martin coming out. It's a car that's done a huge amount of racing over the last 2 years. It's been to Sebring, it's been all over the LMS, it even went as far as Brazil. Here it is back at Le Mans for a second year. It's the car, in fact, Liz Halliday started driving last year. Liz, who's on our commentary team this year, but Liz very quickly found the team wasn't to her liking, and she's been looking for an LMP2 drive again ever since. Of course, she won at Sebring, didn't she, 2 years ago, so delighted she's on our team this year.
Who said lawsuit? Yeah, that team has had all sorts of problems, haven't they, this week? They blew an engine in the first session on Wednesday and then had an off as well, so it's been one problem after another, but they are still running along there. They're still 6th in class, but not a million miles away out of contention, only 5 laps down on the leading Aston Martin of Darren Turner at the wheel now, of car number 009. 63 Corvette shown in second place. They've just made a pit stop, and in third place is the other Aston Martin 007 and then the 64 Corvette.
Yeah, we're still one.
Here's the second place car in GT2.
Ah, yes, here we go. This is the Virgo Motorsport car, yellow this year instead of all red. Rob Bell doing a sterling job on board that car, and he's showing that. We're just talking about the Aston Martin. Any sign, I haven't seen it lately, of the Vitaphone racing team, Aston Martin? That's the striker one, Peter Hartmann, Nick Leventis, Alex Negraro. It hasn't been shown as retirement, but actually scrabbling to find where it is in the order at the moment.
It was running sort of 7th or 8th in class. I think they had a problem an hour ago, well, we've been on the air for now, maybe 90 minutes or so ago.
Which is running, I've just found it, it's 48th at the moment, but a long way down, only 77 laps, 82 laps completed so far, and it's running, but its last lap was shown as a 5:39, so it's probably just been out of the pits, but 3:55, that's a respectable pace.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether the car is still running at the moment, or whether it's just stuck out on the track somewhere, because I seem to remember hearing not too long ago that car did have a problem. I just can't remember.
We've got a couple of people asking about that, and there's a lot of local interest for those who live in the Silverstone Buckingham area, because the car's based up there. It's owned by Harry Leventis, who also owns the 1959 winning Aston Martin DBR1. He and his son Nick and Peter Hartmann, of course, very much proponents of Goodwood, and Peter won here in the Le Mans Legend race 2 years ago. He's won at Goodwood every time he goes out there. We'll be looking forward to them having a really, really good race this weekend. Peter Hartmann's first time back in the 24 hours for 14 years, and the last car he drove here was the Chamberlain Lotus. I mean, that is almost historic in itself. Yeah, the Lotus Esprit, wasn't it, 93, 94, he's made his 2 starts here, and of course both Nick Leventis and for Alex Negrao, their first time at Le Mans, so it's been an eye-opener for those guys. But Peter Hartmann, he runs that team effectively as well, doesn't he, as well as driving for it. I think they've had a respectable show here, but I think they're not out on the track at the moment. And interestingly, Team Straka, the Leventis family, they're Cypriots, and they have extensive oil vineyards. Is that the right word? Oil vineyards? Olive oil groves. Oil groves in Cyprus, and Straka is the name of their version extra oil. There we go. I'll have to go find some of that. There is the number 22 car, which has had it's been in and out with various problems during the day. That's the
Takai University car. Yeah, I thought that was car. I thought they'd been parked. Actually, how many laps have they done in total? They've done 107 laps actually, which is fairly amazing. It seems to be in the pits as much as out. But 107 laps completed. That's another very interesting project, and they've been just plugging away and learning as much as they can about the car.
Yeah, it's got its 4-litre V8, which is a YGK V8. Interesting because YGK is a generator company in Japan. It's not something you really associate immediately with racing engines, but we were drawing parallels earlier that the Formula 1 engine of choice in the 60s was Coventry Climax, and that was based on a Far engine pump. So how bizarre is that? Hey, Yoshimasa Hayashi, the director and the designer of the engine, just those of you joining us now, just to remind you, he's the man who designed the Nissan engine, which took Mark Blundell to pole here in 1990 with a reputed 1,000 horsepower.
Yeah, certainly cars around about then, they had massive amounts of horsepower. They really were a handful to drive, and immense speeds on the straight. And it's interesting to hear now the talk about trying to slow these cars down, maybe even as soon as for next year. And they're doing what, 212 miles now. I think the Peugeots were clocked at, weren't they, during qualifying?
Oh, 225 at one point. Yeah.
This week?
This week. Yeah.
Oh, they okay.
Frightening. And Mercedes in the Group C race this morning.
That was doing
228. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, just to bring that back up to point, the ACO at their press conference on Thursday morning actually, Jeremy, avoided that question about talking to teams about it. They just said we are going to look at ways. We'd actually thought they were going to say 3 minutes 30 is going to be mandated as the minimum, the maximum time the minimum time you can do under racing conditions, but nothing was said about that. All they said was sort of vaguely, well, we're going to look more at aerodynamics and restrictors and see what we can do. Number one car back in. This is the car in 4th place, Manuele Pirro bringing that in. He's going to stay on board. Team's just checking. I mean, meticulous work by Audi here. Torches to check the radiators are clean. They're not changing a nose. They've got the night front on the car, and there's no reason to change that now for the rest of the race if they're happy with the configuration, if they've got no oversteer problems, understeer problems. That'll probably stay on unless it's hit. We've got a problem though. Car number 5 is stopped out at post number 122. 5 is what?
No, number 6.
6 is it? Yep. 6. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Safety car.
Now I put my glasses on. Safety car. Right. Let's just check where post 122 is. We've got it up on our wall here.
It's down towards the end of the lap, isn't it? In the Porsche curves, is it?
Porsche curves.
Yeah.
So has Porsche curves claimed another victim?
Wow, car number 6, so that was running very well in the petrol engine class. Among the top 10, Marcel Fastel shown at the wheel of that Team Orica Matmut car, the Courage Orica LC70 5.5 litre Judd V10 engine, and that apparently has had some sort of a problem. I don't know whether he's put it off the road or what it was.
Yep, that's
you can see the yellow flags waving. The safety car is going to be called out, and that's going to there is the confirmation that the safety car is out onto the course. And was Alan McNish still on the lead lap of the with the car number 7 of the race leader Nicholas Minassian? I think he probably was. And we're waiting for him to come around now, and hopefully he's not going to get held up behind one of the pace cars here. Yeah, 11 minutes past midnight, and Jeremy, extraordinary. This is the first safety car we've had in this year's Le Mans race. That has gone for 9 and a bit hours with no drama on track. In the average Formula 1 race, you have 2 or 3, it seems, this year, so we're already up on that. There is one of the Renault R8s. Should we try an Audi R8? Probably a bit more modern. There's some rallying in a Renault R8 Gordini a long time ago.
Oh dear. Scary. Just shows there's no name new under the sun.
Does Alex Wurz make a pit stop in the number 8 car, the Peugeot, the one that had the problems earlier on?
Here's that car. It's had a big hit, hasn't it? Medical staff are out there, intervention crew, and they're just checking Marcel Fastel out. He's still in the car. In fact, I think where he's gone off, Jeremy, it's where where Ricardo Zonta went off on Thursday night. It's the last part of the Porsche curves where they put that big concrete runoff area in with all those fancy stripes.
Yeah, a la Paul Ricard.
Well, they're bringing the other car in, so that would suggest that maybe, just maybe, it had a blown tyre, something like that, and they're going to pull the other car in just to change tyres.
Oh, yeah, you might as well make a pit stop under the safety car in any case, man. You so the Loic Duval car is running in the car number 5. The other Courage Oreca car is the best place of the petrol engine car in 7th overall. Christophe Tanso in car number 17 for Pescarolo Sport is 1 lap behind Loic Duval, and the 3rd place now in the petrol engine cars will be Emmanuel Collard in the 2nd of the Pescarolos.
Well, Jeremy, we're just going to go to Eurosport News, and we're going to be leaving for about 10 minutes. Hopefully when we come back we'll have some news for you on how Loic Duval is, and we'll update you on what's going on. But good news as we leave, Darren Turner is leading in GT2 for Aston Martin, Mika Salo in GT1, and Minassian overall.
Le long du mur dans l'enchaînement des virages en direction notamment des kartings, c'est à peu près plus loin que là où Martinet avait tapé le mur à l'occasion de la journée test du 1er juin.
Welcome back to Eurosport. Having seen the news, digested what's going on elsewhere in the world of sport, this is the real sport. Mark Cole, Jeremy Shaw, bring you everything as it happens live from Le Mans. Jeremy, we've got the safety car still out after a fairly big accident for Marcel Faster. As far as we know, he's okay. We saw him walking into the ambulance, but one of the Courage Matmut cars is definitely out of the running. They picked the car up and the rear wheel fell off. Yeah,
it was clearly he had a fairly major heavy rear end impact down there in the Porsche curves, but the good news is we believe Marcel Faster is okay, and the team also had their other car came into the pits during the safety car period, and the safety car is still out there, or should I say the safety cars are still out there, but the number 5 car also came onto pit lane. They took it into the garage for a couple of minutes. They probably lost 1 lap, I think, doing that, and the reason they took it into the garage was to work on the clutch. They've been having clutch problems apparently, so we presume they bled the clutch slave cylinder.
So the good news was there was a safety car so they could do the clutch. The bad news was it was its sister car that had been crashed.
So that's put the Pescarolo Sport car number 17 of Benoit Trullier into the lead now of the petrol engine car, 7th overall. Laurent Groppi in that aforementioned car number 5 is 2nd place. Not still on the lead lap as Trullier, so that's going to be an interesting battle between those 2 French teams. And Emmanuel Collard in the 2nd of the Pescarolo cars, showed 1 lap down to the other 2 in 9th place overall. Then 10th and 11th, the 2 LMP2 cars. First of all, the number 34, the Van Merkstein Motorsport car with Jaron Blekemolen at the wheel at the moment, and I think 1 lap down depending on where they are in relation to the safety cars. 11th overall and 2nd in LMP2, the team Essex car number 31, the 2nd of the Porsche RS Spiders, driven now by Sacha Martin.
People still taking advantage of the thing to stop. Just going out of the right of your picture, the 96 Virgo Ferrari, Tim Mullen on board that now. They were complaining they'd had power steering problems the last 4 hours, making it very hard to drive. To Jeremy, I guess they were taking advantage of the safety car period too to try and get that fixed without having to go down a lap.
Yeah, and we've seen the safety car situation. It's sort of benefited some guys and disadvantaged others. And Alan McNish was only about 1.5 minutes behind the race leader when the safety car came out, and he's now shown us 3.5 minutes behind. So
the reason for this is safety cars.
Yes,
we have 2 here at Le Mans because the circuit's so long. There's one waiting over. It sits at the 2nd chicane. The other one starts out here from the pit lane, so they're basically evenly spaced. You can't really, Jeremy, all honestly expect the whole field to catch up over 13 kilometre circuit. It would take forever, wouldn't it?
Well, safety car. If they're going to take the safety car out, it's going to take 10 or 15 minutes, which gives them plenty of time to pack up behind the safety car. So for myself, I would much rather see just one safety car, and it just allows for a lot more strategic calls for the teams. It gives you an advantage, potential to get a lap back rather than losing sort of half a lap as you've done right now. So I think if you're going to call a safety car, it's not going to be for 2 or 3 minutes. It's going to be for something major. I mean, that's the way it is in Europe. You don't have safety cars every 20 minutes like they sometimes have in the United States, and it takes a major incident, because we've had a whole bunch of incidents during this race and there's been no need for a safety car, but finally there was a potential of an injury to Marcel Faster, so that was going to take at least 10 or 15 minutes to have that pace car, which, as I say, would have given plenty of time for the field to pack up behind it.
I think what we're looking at then is 2 Le Mans series with divided by a common set of regulations.
Well, that's what we have, isn't it? Yeah.
82 carbon. This is our GT2 leader. That's Mika Salo, came in on board the Risi Competizione Ferrari F430. Just seeing if we didn't notice if he'd stayed on board it or not. But he's been stopped. He's going to have to wait for the safety car, one of the safety car trains, to come by. I don't know quite where it is at the moment. Here it comes. It's just coming down at this moment, so he's not going to be held up too much, Jeremy. Only perhaps maybe 30 or 40 seconds.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure which pace car that is and whether he's good, because he was shown there as 2 laps ahead of Tim Mullen in the Virgo Motorsports car, whereas before he'd been only 1 lap down. I find this double pace car thing incredibly confusing.
But don't forget, Tim has just spent 1 or 2 laps in the pits having that power steering looked at, so it's probably balancing itself out. Hopefully that's the case. But Mika Salo, if he'd managed to get out in front of that pace car, that could have been a massive advantage for the Risi Competizione team. 2 times winner the last 3 years, the Ray Malek RML Motorsport MG Lola. Phil Barker there in the background, and we're just getting this car sorted out. They've had all sorts of problems, haven't they? They had the car backed into the wall by Andy Wallace on Wednesday. Tommy Erdos fronted it into the wall after a collision tonight. They have been running again since, haven't they? I don't know what the problem at this moment is, but again, just making the most of the safety car period to do some essential work without losing too much track time.
That's exactly right. We've got a whole bunch of cars down there, actually, side to side to side. 3 garages in a row are occupied with race cars. The Dome Judd, the car number 11, which was running so well among the top 10 all up until about a half an hour ago, a little bit more than half an hour. Next to it is the Courage, the YGK engined car, which has been in and out of the garage all race long, and next to that is the RML Lola MG car number 25. So those are all 3 cars adjacent in the garages, not too much farther up the pit lane. There's various other machines being worked on as well, including that Lamborghini that's probably spent more time in the garage than out of it.
Oh yes, all sorts of transmission problems. But now we saw Tachikawa getting back into this dome, didn't we, earlier on? The car's not been out, and he's got out of it again, so I guess they've found something a bit more serious than they at first suspected.
They are at least there is some work going on the car, not just the cleaning up operation, so I certainly hope they can get it back out again. They've got the lights are on the car for some reason in the garage.
Yeah, they haven't been off, have they? Those green lights which make that car so noticeable. Nick Nassim, this is our leader. He is following the safety car, and when those safety car lights go out, is that actually... that is the safety car head, isn't it? We've got those flashing yellow lights all around the circuit. Just extra warning there. 3M markers which delineate the circuit, make it much safer at night, but some people are beyond caring.
I say this safety car is certainly very bad news for Alain McNish, because it's going to put him...
He's gone down a lap, hasn't he?
He hasn't. I think he is on a lead lap.
Yeah.
I think he's just trapped behind the other safety car.
Look at this shot down the La Ligne Droite de Hunaudière, better known to the Brits as the Mulsanne Straight. And again, Jeremy, so many British here this year. 85,000 last year among the 250,000 spectators. No reason to suspect that's changed much. The city has been full of TVRs, Lotuses and Porsches the whole week.
Yeah, Caterhams and all sorts of British cars. There's been a massive amount of MGs, hasn't it? It was a good shot as they came over the brow of the hill into Mulsanne Corner there. And of course, that brow has been shaved off quite considerably. It used to be quite a significant crest of the hill there, just after the kink, and probably that was a great place to watch the cars. If you were able to wheedle your way anywhere near that kink in the old days when they were coming down that Mulsanne at 220 miles an hour plus and going through that kink and then over that brow of the hill, boy, tell you that I've got very vivid memories of that.
This is the other kink they've just been going through, the kink on the run down to Indianapolis. They're about to break for Indianapolis. It's a well-banked left followed by a right, and when they get down there, this has traditionally been the fastest part of the circuit since they put the chicanes in. But interestingly, this week, Jeremy, we have been getting some of the faster times recorded going down to the first chicane coming out of Tertre Rouge in that run. They've been matching the times going into Indianapolis. Just shows how these the torque on these Peugeots and Audis is starting to really push these cars beyond what we ever imagined.
Yeah, good point. I think also the wind direction this weekend has been generally kind of from the west, I guess, hasn't it? So it's a bit of a tailwind now down the Mulsanne, which will aid that phenomenon.
Yeah, and it's also a bit of a drop from Tertre Rouge, slightly downhill as you go past those world famous poplars on the left hand side.
And of course Tertre Rouge is much quicker now than it was as well, isn't it? So yeah, the cars come onto that straight through a sort of a squared off corner, if you like, compared to what it used to be like.
I'd like to try it. I've always fall off there on the PlayStation. I'd like to try it in the new configuration. There's the Lamborghini.
They're out of the garage again.
Into progress. Well, it's no progress bank at the moment, I'm afraid, on the Peter Cox driven Lamborghini. Been a great project. Also all these Moscow sponsors all over it, including Spartak, which is the Moscow hockey team, and the Russians bringing that car here hoping to have had a good result. But as you said, Jeremy, along with the YGK Courage, this has just turned into an extended test session for them. Car goes back down, going out, looks like it's ready to fire up. Wonderful piece of machinery in this Lamborghini V12. Car is built and prepared by Hans Ritter Engineering in Germany. Peter Cox, of course, the star driver on board. So he goes back out. Yellow lights showing it's a GT1 car, or GT car. They have the yellow lights, the prototypes have the white lights. And the running lights on the side, some of you have been asking about tonight. Just to remind you, 3 running lights, 1, 2 and 3, to show you where you are in your class. If you're 4th, there's no lights on at all. But watch out for that, it's particularly noticeable in the dark.
Yes, I think it's a great innovation. It's brought in a few years ago. Was it brought into Le Mans this year or last year?
Last year, yeah. They followed the LMS by a long, long way.
Yeah, so it's a great innovation. It really is a fun thing to do. It's a great thing for the fans, particularly for the more casual fans. As long as they're made aware of what it is. But you can at least see, therefore, that when you look at the lights on the colour of the lights on the side of the car and the number of those lights as well.
And Jeremy, the other trade-off we've now started to get this year in Europe from the LMS is the wave behind the safety car. That's been brilliant. I remember all the absolute shambles we had in Canada last year at Mosport Park when the safety car periods and terrible problems over the wave bars. They've got it sorted now, haven't they, in the LMS, and now they've started to use it here in the LMS.
Oh, have they? But not here at Le Mans.
But not here yet for some reason.
There you go.
So
shame, because I mean that would really liven things up. That would put Alain McNish. Okay, he doesn't have the pace it would appear that he doesn't have the pace to challenge the leading Peugeot of Nicolas Minassian, but still, if he was able to close that gap and get back up onto that tail end of that pack of cars that is led by Nick Minassian, it'd be a lot better than being a half a lap down, which is going to be when they resume this race.
Yeah, the 5 Eureka Courage back in the garage, not back in the garage, but back in the pits. Laurent Groppi on board that car now. He's just brought it in. They've put some more fuel in it, but they would have fueled it up, of course, when they sent it out, having done the clutch. So obviously something they're still not quite happy about.
Yeah, well, they've been running for how long? Almost half an hour now behind the safety car, so probably at least 15 minutes worth. Okay, yeah, it's under caution, so not to use a lot of fuel, but hey, you might as well top it off. If you can get an extra 2 or 3 laps in there, then certainly a smart move. And this man Hughes de Schoenack, he's not many tricks get past that guy, do they?
No, he's certainly been a master of strategy over the years. All those Viper wins here at Le Mans. He's being interviewed by French television, not by us. There is that car, Laurent Groppi on board, getting up to speed. There's this iconic shot everyone's talking about tonight. Isn't that beautiful? I think they've actually got the trees floodlit, haven't they, just for effect?
They have. It does look absolutely fantastic. I'm not sure these guys from the Audi camp are terribly impressed with that picture, but it does look absolutely superb.
So, the all-night club still running here on the Eurosport.yahoo.com message boards. Go to Motorsport, go to Le Mans and tell us what you think. So there's been quite a lot happening, so we haven't read a huge amount of messages out just recently, but what I can tell you is we've got a lot of pages now. We're up to 7 pages of notes, most of you chatting to each other, but let's just see who's up here at the moment. Jeff R Hi everyone, can you tell me why is the lighting around the track better than last year? Or does it appear better for another reason?
You tell me, Mark. I wasn't here last year.
Last year it never stopped raining.
Oh, well, that's a good point, isn't it? Yeah.
So I think that's probably a fairly short answer to that. No, but I mean they do year on year try to improve the lighting, Jeff. So I think it's a good point actually. Yes, I've noticed it seems to be a lot more clear this year. It might just be the weather, but we actually have a very still night now. The flags are hardly moving along the top of the stands, and no sign of that rain yet. But Jeremy, they have warned it might be coming tomorrow. And there's been a hint of fog as well in the morning.
Great.
Not unheard of.
It's interesting, though. There's certainly, as you said, that the wind has dropped considerably because it's been a fairly steady breeze blowing across from sort of the downtown area of Le Mans pretty much all day long. And I'd say within the last hour or so, it seems to have died down considerably.
So still under safety car, still it's pulling
there
off.
It goes.
Oh, just as we said that. So who's at the front of this one? It's presumably it's going to be Nick Manassian. Well, it's presumably not because he's just being beaten. So this is the second safety car that's been released first. Now, Jeremy, the other safety car will release the pack on the other side of the circuit. That's what we're not seeing.
Okay, yeah, that was the car number 8 of Alex Wirtz, who was leading this group out here at start-finish line, and the other guys are getting their start onto the Mulsanne straighter. Alan McNish now is shown as 3 minutes and 55 seconds behind the race leader. So car number 7, Nicholas Manassian, the Peugeot leads, and Audi's Alan McNish, the car number 2, is at least a half a lap down, and we'll have to wait and see what the time is going to be once they get back up to speed. But it's certainly going to be a lot more, I think, than it would have been otherwise.
I'm absolutely astounded that Corvette didn't make the most of that. Neither of them came in. Darren Turner at the moment has made 12 stops. He's one ahead of Ron Fellows, and he's only 1 second behind Ron at the moment. Now, why didn't Corvette call them in?
They've been in the pits during the safety car. They've all been in.
Well, they're showing Ron Fellows has one less stop.
I think Darren's made an extra one.
Yeah, okay, I'll take all that back then. Sorry, Corvette, if you're listening.
Yeah, I mean, they were shown they're just a second between those two cars, so they're pretty much nose to toe. That's going to be great to see how that unfolds over the next few minutes. And the 007 car is now shown as 1 lap down. And I don't know whether that's real or not. I fancy he might have just been trapped behind the other pace car. And Olivier Beretta in the 64 Corvette is certainly at least 1 lap down to the class leading Ron Fellows.
That's Nick Manassian just going through the picture. That's the second group that was released on the far side of the circuit, now coming round. And Alan McNish then, that having gone down a lap, another lap down is Montagnier, and then Lure and Pirou on the same lap as the third place car, but they're both a minute behind the country mile at the moment.
Yeah, so 33 minutes I reckon that caution period lasted for. We had to wait a little bit over 9 hours before we had the first safety car period of the race, but it was a long one at 33 minutes, and now we're going to get back up to speed. And the cars have been running around behind the pace cars. There's a lot of traffic out there, and we can see the lights being flashed.
I don't quite know where he expects him to go, but he's doing his own job going down the R138 and the RN138, and anyway, on board that Peugeot of Nick Manassian and Peugeot mechanics, well, they're just waiting for the next pit stop. They'll jump when they're told to.
We're still waiting for Alan McNish to come around. Nick Manassian has completed his 161st lap, and we are waiting for Alan McNish to come around this time as well. He was trapped, of course, behind the second of these safety cars, and it's a long way back, isn't it?
Right.
The clock's been ticking.
Effectively, he's a lap and a half behind now, isn't he?
No,
or is it a half lap?
Yeah,
it's a half lap.
Yeah, but more than a half a lap, I reckon.
So, still before the storm at the moment. Nothing happening in the pit straight because we've got 2 groups of cars on the other side of the track. Here we are, last we see him, just coming out of the Porsche curbs. Full tilt in the number 2 car. That is Alan McNish on board. Braking hard then for the first of the 2 Ford chicanes. Great on-board shot. And there's the Ferris wheel.
Yeah, this caution period is exactly what he didn't need. It's cost him a lot of time to that lead Peugeot, and the lead Peugeot is so fast, I think it's not going to be terribly long before Alan McNish is going to go back one lap down again.
And of course, because of the safety car, Manassian's now got a clear track ahead of him for a half lap, hasn't he? So Alan will do all he can to bring that car up. Huge number of British journalists here, by the way, have been bumping into all sorts of correspondents from the London Times, from the Daily Mail, from the Guardian, been brought over for Audi, and of course they're all bees round a honeypot around Alan McNish all weekend. And Alan, as you said earlier, Jeremy, always rises to the occasion. He's always got a quote, he's always got something to say, and everyone listens. He's a very considered driver when he talks, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. He's great. He's a great quote. He always says something that's worth listening to.
The best quote we had from him actually appeared on dailysportscar.com this morning. He said he had rather an interrupted night's sleep because there was a pair of amorous pigeons outside his bedroom window at 5 o'clock this morning. Sometimes it's too much information.
That's great.
Well, we're heading for a break, and Jeremy, we're going to hang on for a little while with you, but Neville Hay will be coming in when you go off your shift, and Neville's actually arrived in the cabin already. Good evening, Neville. Yes, he's looking as wonderful as ever, and ready for his long stint through the night. He's been told he looks wonderful. We're not going to put him on air yet because it's Jeremy's time. Car 12 we've got a problem with. That's slowed on the track. That's Jan Lammers. Jan Lammers is crawling around apparently. So what's happened there as we come out of the safety car period? But Jan on board that Charouz Racing Systems Lola. That's the open Charouz car. He shares a Greg Pickett and Klaus Graf. That's the Muscle Milk car, and that's a name to conjure with.
Yeah, it's a energy drink that Greg Pickett has built up very successfully over the last few years. They're running under the Charouz banner, but it's the Greg Pickett's team.
Anyway, we're going for a quick break. Stay with us on Eurosport, and we'll come back racing again. Get back to what we're seeing on screen at the moment. Alan McNish in second place, and he was leading the second of the safety car groups, but gradually over the next couple of laps they're going to get mixed up with all sorts of backmarker traffic as they run into what was the group ahead of them.
And interesting now, looking at the lap times, the Peugeots, car number 7 are 3 minutes 24, the number 9 of Frank Monteni 3 minutes 23.6, and the car number 8 Alex Verks are 3 minutes 23.5. So all of those cars are in 3 minutes 23 or 24. The Audis meanwhile, McNish 3 minutes 28, Lucas Luhr 3 minutes 29, and Emanuele Pirro 2 minutes 30. So a good 6 or 7 seconds between the Audis and the Peugeots, and that's pretty much what we've seen all week, isn't it?
Yep. And then further down, the Blake-Molen Massen fight goes on. The battle between the two Porsche Spiders, one the Van Merkstein Dutch car, the other the Danish Essex car, and they've been together the whole race. They've got themselves back up into the top 10 now with a 10th and 11th certainly at the moment. That's been rocking and rolling. And even better news for British viewers, Darren Turner has blitzed Ron Fellows. He's just got ahead of him, so I don't know if he caught Ron napping at the restart. He was 1 second behind. He's now 2.8 seconds ahead.
Yeah, great stuff there. It's a great battle going on, and the 007 car of Heinz-Harald Frentzen is on the same lap as Darren Turner on Ron Fellows, so that 3-car battle for GT1.
I think Heinz-Harald was in the first group of cars, and he profited from that in the same way that Alan McNish lost out. So there is the Muscle Milk crew at work. Jan Lammers staying on board the car. Jan incidentally has shared with Klaus Graf before. They ran for panels together in 1999, so those are teammates from the past. On-board shots then from one of the Corvettes behind the modern Aston Martin, piling down the corner there. Flashing lights, they're just warning. Is that a yellow that's flashing, or maybe a green, wasn't it? Difficult to tell. This is
down to Arnage.
Yep. It's through Indianapolis Arnage. Now Liz was telling us earlier on, the one thing you don't do at Arnage is use first gear. It's absolutely forbidden by teams, all their drivers. Never ever use first gear because it's so easy to break it. You put so much power on it. So second gear, and she said the problem then is you go for Arnage, which is a 50-mile-an-hour corner in second gear, and she said it's so frustrating. You know, you're trying to get back up onto the cams, as it were, onto the turbos. Andy Wallace then on board the 25 car, the RML car, which is going back out. Andy having won 2 years ago with this car. Warren Hughes was on board it the year before when Tommy Erdos and Mike Newton took it to the P2 victory, but I think time's moved on a bit now. Jeremy, that's what we're seeing. The Porsche RS Spiders are no longer really in the same league as this car, in the same way as the diesels aren't in the petrol league for LMP1.
Yeah, well, good point. I mean, how old is this car from Ray Malek? It's 6 or 7 years old now, probably, isn't it?
I've got a Scale Electric model of it from about 3-4 years ago.
Yeah. So you know, the Porsche RS Spiders certainly have have raised the bar there considerably in LMP2.
The only problem is I haven't got a Skull Extra track. Don't know if you know of any. But...
Yes, I do. I've got very good buddy of mine's got one in California. Got a great set. He's got hundreds of cars too. So I don't think he's got that one. I haven't seen that one.
It's still a stunning looking car, isn't it? It really is. Yeah, it's beautifully prepared by Ray Mallet Racing under Phil Barker. And of course, a really big program with MG in China now. They are putting money into the engines and fully backing the car. So it's almost a factory operation from MG. And as MG look at starting to build cars again in Britain, this is going to come more and more on song. But they are going to need a more up-to-date chassis.
I'm sure Ray Mallet would love to get one as well. He's a busy guy these days, Ray Mallet, isn't he? He runs, of course, the Chevrolet Lassetti program in the World Touring Car Championship as well. And very successful business he's built up there in Wellingborough.
Yeah, of course, that's why Ray isn't here this weekend, because World Touring Cars are at Brno.
No, Ray's here.
Oh, he is here.
Yeah.
I was asking after him the other day. He said he was at Brno, so maybe he's been to Brno and come back.
Oh, he's certainly been on the road for the last 3 weeks, because he was here for the test, and then he and his wife Elaine spent some time actually up in Normandy checking up on his family history. Actually, he's got ancestors to go back to the days of William the Conqueror. And I was talking to them both over lunch this afternoon, and they were telling me they had a wonderful time. They learned an awful lot about the early part of Ray's family, which might be fairly scary. But
I was fed a dummy then. I was told in the Czech Republic. And don't forget, World Touring Cars will be on Eurosport on Sunday. Martin Haven is on site there. And
Alex Zanardi is on the pole, I believe. Is that right?
He indeed?
Yes, I believe so, which is fantastic news. His first pole in the World Touring Car Championship. What a star Alex Zanardi is. He is going to be so pumped up to start from the pole in his BMW Italy.
You're all going to be spoiled, because you're going to have to choose if you stay with us on Le Mans, which we're doing the whole 24 hours, or if you keep popping off over to Brno. It's still all on Eurosport, so you're not going to have to change loyalties, but you'll have to hop around the Eurosport channels a bit for that. The Dome then still in the pit, still with those lights on, and any sign? No, they're still working on the back, aren't they? It looks like a long night. Is Tachikawa got back in board? Can't imagine.
Sure.
Yeah, he is. He's there.
I think he is, isn't he? Yeah, he's patiently waiting there,
tucked in the corner.
And meanwhile, the word from a little bit farther down the pit lane is the number 12 car, the muscle milk car of Greg Pickett and Klaus Graf and Jan Lammers. No oil pressure, we hear, and a sticky throttle, neither of which is particularly good news.
So we can't say hurrah yet. Nick Manassian then continues to lead from Alan McNish. It's 2 minutes and 4 seconds, the gap.
Gap's been staying surprisingly stable, really. It was 2 minutes 3 when they took the green flag at the restart after the safety car period. It went out to as much as 2 minutes 12 seconds, but over the last couple of laps, clearly McNish has got the better of the traffic than has Nicholas Manassian. The gap come down a little bit, so it's stabilised around about 2 minutes, but that's best part of certainly 3/4 of a lap, isn't it? Almost.
The Lamborghini Murcielago is back in. We've been told it's having differential problems. That's what's been going on all evening. Mike Hazeman on board that car now. He took it out after taking it over from Peter Cox. Mike, of course, a front runner in the FIGT Championship, also a Spa 24-hour winner in those Corvettes, and they're going to put it back in the garage again. Jeremy, this isn't good, is it?
No, it's not, boys. They just haven't given up, have they? I mean, it's been in and out, and they keep trying something new. I don't. What the gearbox problems? Is that
differential?
Differential problems. Yeah. So they've worked hard. I mean, they've been working. The Rita engineering guys have been working on this car for what? Got to be five years or so now. I remember Dick Barber ran a couple of these cars in the American Le Mans series. Has to be at least 5 years ago, and they're continuing to develop it. And last year they had a pretty good season, didn't they, in the FIA series?
Certainly in Super GT, and in fact it was the end of 2006. Marco Apicella had a win in Super GT. That was at Sugo Sportland Circuit, so in GT 300, and that's why they came to Le Mans this year. Having won in Japan, they thought, well, we've now got a chance to get this car onto the podium at Le Mans, and unfortunately Marco had a huge accident at the first chicane, put himself in hospital in qualifying, and the car was rebuilt at Ritter, got back here in time for the race, but unfortunately only 16 laps in they had major wheel problems, and that was the end of the effort.
The LMP2 cars, they're still battling where they are actually on the lead lap. Jerome Blakemolen leads the class in car number 34, the Van Merkstein Motorsports car, and the second of the Porsche RS Spiders, the Team Essex car with Sasha Marson at the wheel of car number 31. He's all but 1 lap behind, but it's about the gap between the two cars is actually 3 minutes 28 seconds it was as he went across the line that time, and Blakemon's lap time was a 3 minutes 44, so he's only about 12 seconds or so ahead behind Sasha Marson on the road. That's right. So he's trying to close that gap, but Sasha, the last couple of laps has been quicker, so he's pulling away a little bit, is Sasha Marson, but he needs some help now to get the rest of that lap back.
We were discussing this earlier on, that Sasha Marson, who's one of Porsche's factory drivers in the LMS, has been loaned to the Essex team here, but Porsche have time and time again said we're not prepared to enter an LMP2 car as a factory, yet they'll give the drivers to.
Yeah, well, that's true, but even in the American Le Mans series, excuse me, Porsche, it's kind of a sort of, it's a, you know, their main focus of Porsche Motorsport North America is on the GT2 class cars rather than the LMP2 cars that the Penske teams run, and of course does Dyson Racing.
Yeah, so AWOL is pushed back into the garage again. This is not going well. He's obviously been out just to try and work out what the problems are, try and cure things. We haven't heard exactly what the problems are, but we guess they're a legacy from that crash. Well, Jeremy, I mean, we've got to the witching hour of 1 o'clock now, and I know we're going to send you back to the farm for good night's sleep. I'm sure you'll get something to eat on the way. Neville Hayes is going to come on board, and he's going to be taking us into the midnight, well, he's gone past the midnight hour. He's going to take us on the graveyard shift, in effect. 78 car, though, gets pushed into the garage, so a lot of people having a lot of problems. After all that safety car running, I just wonder if people are suddenly finding they've got problems.
Yeah, well, really, the car's running at reduced speed. It's fairly cool out there, so it shouldn't really been overheating, and I would have thought that the safety car period gave the teams an opportunity to come onto pit lane and sort of clean out the radiators without losing too much time.
Yeah, and they're just looking at the good. That's the Mazda back in again, the Crew Schiller car. The car's been through everything this weekend. Hideki Noda very, very fortunate to walk away from that huge crash on Thursday night. The car completely rebuilt by Lola. So we're going for a break in a moment. Jeremy's leaving us, and Jeremy, we shall see you in the morning.
I shall look forward to it. I'm going to probably go and get a couple of hours kit, but it's awfully tempting to stay here. I just love this race, and it's been so much fun, and I'm looking forward to getting back here in the booth later on this morning.
Well, thank you very much for being us, and in the words of the French, bonsoir et bonne nuit.
Ah, mais oui.
And to the rest of you, you're all to stay awake. Get the beers out, get the coffees out. Mark Cole, Neville Hay will be with you for the next 2 hours at least. Kettle in the corner. Well, back on air with Eurosport here at Le Mans, and Nick Manassian continues to lead the great race from Alan McNish and from Frank Montagny. We're looking at the moment at the 45 car there. That is the 45 Embassy Racing Zytex, just gone back out after coming to pits for a while ago. Warren Hughes, Johnny Kane and Joey Foster all on board that car, not at the same time of course, but Neville Hayes joining us then. And Neville, so many Le Mans you've done, and we're now just gone past the 1 o'clock mark. We are some 10 hours into the race, and what's been your feeling so far?
Well, my feeling so far is that Audi and Peugeot are all living a charmed life. I mean, I don't think I've ever seen a Le Mans where you've got 3 team cars from each team, and they are operating in the top 6. And that's what they've done, basically, from the word go. Now, sooner or later, somewhere, somebody is going to have something happen, aren't they?
Well, they have. I mean, as we know, Peugeot have had some fairly big problems, but they've might have dropped down for the field, but of course, being diesel cars, they've just flown back through and, as you say, clawed their way back into the top 6. This is why the Wirtz car is running in 6th at the moment. They had the gear selector problems that allied to hydraulics. They got black flagged, and as we're watching all that, the number 3 car, Lucas Lura, is coming in. This is an Audi pit stop. He is running in 5th place. That's going to stay 5th because he's got a lap over the Peugeot Wirtz. But yes, you're quite right, Neville. I mean, we have, as you say, the 6 favourite cars are still 6th in the top 6 after 10 hours of racing.
Quite amazing, really. And the other story, I suppose, is that it's unusual for any form of mistake to be made by the Chevrolets, but not having that stop when they perhaps should have done has seen them fall a little bit further behind the Aston leading the class.
Yeah, they've had a couple of issues tonight. Olivier Bretta had a puncture. He came in. The fellow's car fell off its jacks.
I saw that, yes.
Not the most Corvette-like performances all the time tonight, and that's helped Darren Turner to get back into the lead, but it's a very tenuous lead, 13.4 seconds. And Heinz-Harald Frentzen in the 007 Aston Martin is only another 83 seconds behind him, so we're not even halfway through the race yet. It's pretty tight at the top. It's tight also in GT1. It's Mika Salo from Tim Mullen. It's the Ferraris. And what we've seen tonight, Neville, Porsche have effectively shot themselves in the foot. They've all crashed and burned their way out of the race. And we got Ferraris in the top 5 places.
Yeah, I've never seen such a Porsche disaster. Normally at Le Mans, you shrug your shoulders and say, well, Porsche will have that sewn up, won't they? No way. Top one is, let's have a look down there at 7th place.
Wolf Hensler, and look how far back he is. He's sat in the garage for some 18 laps, having all sorts of problems there. Then in comes the number 8 car. This is Alex Wurz we're just talking about. Only his second ever Le Mans, and he won his first one for TWR US Porsche.
Yeah, there's some very good hard thought gone into choosing the drivers in this Peugeot team. There is a lot of experience, even though there's quite a lot of youth there. And one wonders whether or not, looking at some of the elder statesmen of the Audi team, I thought this would pay off perhaps a little bit better than it has. I also thought the race pace of the Audis would be closer to that of the Peugeots. I think we all did.
I think normally that's because Peugeot have niggling problems and Audi tend to run without them, and that's how they close up. Pedro Lamy incidentally just being strapped into that car. That car will go out again, still in 6th place, because as we saw, Lucas Lund having made that stop just before he came in. So Peugeot still holding that place, but they have this habit of coming back, from all sorts of problems, don't they, Audi? And Peugeot haven't learned that yet, but tonight they've actually proved they can do it. They were down in 15th, 16th place, and that car that had the problems, the number 9 car, has come back to 3rd now.
Yeah, somebody else made a little point earlier on, which I thought was quite good. Last year when the Peugeots were here, they were collecting rubbish, and it was taking an awful long time to clean it out. They've got rid of that problem. That's something that has stolen them back, say 8-10 seconds on a pit stop, and that's a lot.
I think also, Neville, what we've got to remember is Tom Walkinshaw, soothsayer of Group C, always said it takes you 3 years to win Le Mans, and this is Peugeot's 2nd year here.
Yes, Tom did run a pretty top team when he was with Jaguar and what have you, and I think one could honestly say that he's sorely missed, if only for his odd sense of humour, like, what do you want?
There is a warm, soft heart beating under that hard exterior. And Tom, if you're out there listening, we miss you. Do come back sometime. And if Jaguar are going to come back into international motorsport, into Le Mans at that sort of level, hopefully for Apex, why don't you go and see Apex and say, let me do the job for you? That would be great, wouldn't it?
Oh, it'd be absolutely fantastic. He can still, he's cutting it over in Australia with the holders and what have you. He's always been very good at something like this.
No, he's got pretty full programs everywhere. So we've got a problem here, Neville. That car is not starting. They cannot fire up. Pedro Lam is trying to, maybe it's even stuck in gear.
It's stuck in gear. That's why they're rocking it. They're trying to get into some
This is the car that has already had problems, and they're pushing it into the garage. This has already had gear selector problems earlier this evening. It was a hydraulics problem. It's come back to haunt them. The Achilles heel of Peugeot struck again. Here we are, 9 minutes past 1 o'clock in the morning in this 76th Le Mans, 24 hours. How dramatic's that?
Well, I suppose I did it, didn't I, as the commentator?
Just as you arrived. Well, we're just saying, aren't they all going wonderfully? And look at this.
Well, not my fault, Governor, really.
Go away, cameraman, go away. We don't want you here. Oh dear, here we go. Closing it all down again.
Yeah.
Oh dear. So not all happiness in Peugeot at the moment.
No, they must be quite savage about this, because they've obviously spent an awful lot of time trying to get rid of the one problem that they thought would cause them a little bit of grief, in the terms of that they have had problems like this before, and so far says he, touching some wood for them, because it would be very good for Peugeot to win this race, let's face it.
Just before you joined us, Neville, Jeremy and I were talking about the fantastic performance by these Porsche Spiders. First time ever at Le Mans. We saw them win Sebring this year, the Penske cars, but look at this, John Nielsen in the Essex car, and Mikael Jeroen Bleekemolen in the Van Merkstein Dutch car. They've been running nose to tail all night. They're just half a lap apart at the moment, but they have never been split, and they're 10th and 11th overall, leading LMP2.
Yes, John said this car feels good. And when somebody like John, with all the experience that he's got, and he's basically team managing it and driving in it, and my guys, somebody said, your pit work's very good, and he said, well, it should be. They've been trying now for about 4 months. I haven't let him get to sleep.
This is the car that started on the front row of the GT1 grid. Christophe Bouchou put it there, the Celine. He's just bought the car in. They've got a problem as well. They've had a routine stop, but there's something more wrong there. Or whatever it is, they've sorted it out now. They're changing tyres, they're scrapping the driver in. But this pit stop taking longer than they'd hoped. Out it goes. Jacques Leconte, of course, runs a very tight ship at Lavra competition. This is one of Hugh de Schonak's cars from last year, one of the Eureka cars. Hugh, of course, has moved on to Courage. This car then is the only Celine here this year. In fact, it's the only car that's not an Aston Martin or a Corvette or a Lamborghini running in GT1.
Yeah, I was looking to what had happened to the Aston Martin engine Lola, and that had some problems earlier on.
Yeah, but look how it's come up.
Quite well. It has
up to 14th now. Had a huge accident front and rear with Stefan Mucker on board. Thomas Enger went out, did a great job dragging it up the field. The safety car helped him as well, and Stefan Mucker's back on board now. They're in 14th. This is the lead car, Nick Manassian making another stop. This, in fact, is his 13th stop. Neville, you can see the screen better than I can.
Yes it is. Yeah. 13th stop.
That compares with 13 stops for Alan McNish. Of course, they're stopping earlier because they're tending to run about 11 laps against the 12 of Audi.
Actually, it doesn't say 13. It's McNish has done 13. He has had 18.
Yeah, I think that's a transponder problem.
Can't be
That'll
right.
correct itself when the car leaves to go out. Right, we got one of the Audis in the number 1 car. This is Manuel Pirot. He's staying on board as well. They're just going to check they're going to double stint the tyres or not. We've seen them do this, get ready to put them on, and then word is given, no, we won't bother. Here we are. They are doing it. They are. I think we'll probably find those tyres have done 2 stints now.
Yeah, well, it was a safe decision to make, wasn't it, at this time?
Yep.
As I was saying, as the night goes on, they will obviously still be finding their way through traffic, but by around about 5-6 a.m. you get a lot of rubbish on the track, a lot of tyres chunking, this sort of thing. Now, it hasn't been quite as hot, so you haven't got quite as much rubbish. I remember sitting here last year, looking down there, and there was so much rubbish. It was like marbles everywhere.
Yeah, the debris from the wet and everything. Yeah. But people were going off more, of course, on the wet track and bringing gravel and marbles onto the surface, you said. And stuff was washing down the hill from Dunlop. That was why the start line... start straight was so mucky. On board then with Pirot in the number 1 car. This is the car that's won the last 2 years of Le Mans. They're going for the hat-trick this weekend, and this car is going for Peugeot's first win at Le Mans. Frank Montagnier brings in the number 9 car, so the Peugeots all stopping on successive laps. That's a bit better than happened earlier when 2 of them came in together. But we had a huge blow-up by the dome while you were away from us, Neville. The dome sprayed oil over 2 of the Peugeots, one of the
all over the windscreen.
Oh, they were absolutely.
Yes, I saw that.
Alex Wirtz, he actually had to crawl around a lap at about 80 kilometres an hour just to see where he's going, get back to the pits to get a clean-up.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen one quite as bad as that for a long time. Normally speaking, when you're driving these cars through the night, there are a lot of flies and all sort of infestations that enter the screen, but because they come on as you're driving, you don't notice it so much. But this was just completely opaque. You couldn't see a thing.
Yeah, and Tachikawa actually took that car out again after it spent a long time in the pit, Judd pouring over the engine. Alan McNish, Dome then went back into the garage, and even as I'm speaking now, they've just brought it out again. And the Dome is going to rejoin again. As Alan goes out, he stays on board. He is going for, I think, another 4 stints tonight. He did 4 earlier, so did Christensen, so did Dindo Capello, and Alan has now been in this car for 3 stints. And they're just saying it's so easy to drive, Neville. They can quadruple stint.
Yeah, well, it's an open car. It's not that hot. You can stay reasonably cool. You're not using up liquid in your body all the time. And this isn't, strangely enough, it's a circuit where the main concentration is working your way through the traffic and the reverse being worked through. And that's what you really got to stay alert for, particularly in the night with these terrific lights. I mean, if you look down there now, you're in the car, you can see the enormous amount of light that he's got. Imagine being in front of that car when it comes up on you.
Yeah, even Darren Turner was complaining about this. He said they are absolutely dazzling, just fully mirrors, and you start to lose your own night vision because of this. Well, we're going for a break, Neville. That's going to have another coffee at the Régie in Paris, and we'll do the same while we're off air. So charge up your glasses. When we come back, we'll have a look at the forum, see who's on there at the moment. The nightclub. We can't be with you all the time, obviously, because we're changing commentators during the evening. As we do our triple stinting, quadruple stinting. It's tough being a
oh, it's very tough work, you know. But anyway, we shall survive.
We will. We're going to a break. Back in a minute. Back to Eurosport. These are the pictures that Peugeot don't want you to see. That number 8 car, the one that's had all the troubles, still in the garage. We understand it's a repeat of the problems they had earlier in the race, hydraulics affecting the gear selection process, and Alex Wirtz brought that car in. It's almost ready to go back out. Hopefully they've isolated the problem. Neville Hay, it's they don't want us to see it, and we don't want to see this. We want to see these cars racing, not stuck in garages.
Yeah, they obviously are concerned about it, and I think their concern obviously is realistic. But I suppose what they're really hoping is that they don't get any problems with their engines.
Yeah, but it's costing them time. They've actually dropped down to 8th place. They are now behind 2 of the petrol-driven cars. Benoit Trullier in one of the Pescarolas, Laurent Groppi in the Courage. So the 2 French garagistes at the moment have claimed one of the Peugeot scalps, and let's see how long it's going to stay there. They've lost about 4 laps. I'm just counting. 4 laps it is, exactly, as Alex Wirtz, we presume, returns to the fray. We'll see as soon as he goes out whether or not he stayed in the car. We think he did. Yes, he has stayed in the car.
Yeah, here's an interesting one for you, Mark. You've got a young team, the Peugeot team. That's to say, drivers, should we say, under the age of 35. As far as Audi are concerned, you've got quite a lot of drivers who are, should we say, the more senior people. Looking at the possibility of another car next year, which I think Audi is certainly going to have to do, what would you do about the team?
Well, you've got your juniors already, haven't you? So there's your youth. You've got Wirtz, you've got Rockenfeller, you've got Premat. So you've got 3 guys there. What do you do with the rest of them? Alan McNish is probably the best sports car driver in the world.
Yeah.
Along with Stefan Ortelli.
Well, he's 38 years
along
old.
with Stefan Ortelli.
Yeah,
but so no, I wouldn't change Tom Christensen for the world.
No.
I mean, Frank Bieler.
He's only 40.
Frank Bieler's future is not assured at the moment. He doesn't know whether he'd be still in Audi's employ or not after this Le Mans. If he wins, I think he very much will
have to be, wouldn't he? Yes, that's absolutely.
Yeah, I'd take your point, but you know, isn't this surely the whole point of Le Mans that experience counts for so much here? Yeah. It's not speed that wins its race. It's experience and reliability and keeping the car on the road.
I'm going to sling a name at you. I would never be surprised if a young man, and he is a young man, who has had awful luck to be with a team in Grand Prix racing that is no longer in Grand Prix racing. I would never be surprised if somebody didn't offer him a large pile of gold, because he's an extremely good development driver, and who was Wirtz, but another very good development driver.
Anthony Davidson?
Anthony Davidson.
Well, we're actually thinking the same way tonight.
There we are.
That's a good start, Neville. Yeah, so here's some money for the Anthony Davidson in Audi fund. Good point, though. Good point. They already have a British driver. They may decide one's enough. Peugeot, interestingly, not having any driver of the same nationality in any one of their cars. They deliberately did that. This was a marketing ploy, so if and when one of their cars wins Le Mans, they're going to get at least 3 countries worth of publicity out of it.
Yeah.
Clever stuff, but I mean, this is what the marketing people have to think about. The racing team's not thinking about that. They're thinking about the car and having drivers who are going to get it to the finish. Marketing people are thinking of when they've got it to the finish, how do we profit from it?
Yeah. Now, those of you who were staying up all night, because last year I had the Worcester Mafia and the demon barber of Worcester, you know, Sweeney told himself then, do you know these guys are so bad they have their solicitor travels with them? They're here this year,
oh, dear.
But I know they're recording it, and I know when they get back they'll play that.
Well, here is the face of Le Mans, that is absolutely certain. Henri Pescarolo, 33 times he has raced at Le Mans, 5 times he's been a winner, and he's been 12 years now here as a team owner, and he's still yet to win it as a team owner, certainly overall. And Henri's chances of doing that at the moment slipping further and further away, because these huge multi-combine factory teams with these 1,500 Newton meters of torque engines, he's never going to match that in a million years. In his Le Mans built Pescarolos, nor will Hugh de Schoenack in his Le Mans built Courages, but they are the spirit of Le Mans, the petrolists.
No, he's never going to manage that while there are no diesel engines available, while the diesels, of course, have the advantage that they have at the moment. But if, as we suspect, they're going to try and, shall we say, lessen the unfair advantage, to quote Mr. Penske. No, it wasn't Penske, it was McCormack, wasn't it?
Yep.
If they're going to lessen that unfair advantage, well, then who knows? And if there is a possibility, and I can't believe that there won't be, that somebody isn't going to say, well, look, of course, we could sell engines, couldn't we? Hello.
Well, we've suddenly got a whole clutch of cars coming into the pits, no connection with any of them.
Yeah.
Corvettes are one of them. In comes the 64 car. That's the Beretta car. That's right. Is Ollie staying on board? No, he's not. Looks like Ollie Gavin's going to get in. Struggling to open the door. The car's being jacked up. You can't see that at the moment, but you're watching Frentzen doing exactly the same thing. So those cars have come in. They are actually 4 laps. No, not 4 laps. Sorry, Frentzen and Gavin were talking about, but Beretta were talking about. They're 1 lap apart. But it's interesting to see how the two teams tackle their pit stops. And that's the other Corvette that fell off the jacks earlier. So hopefully that's the problem. If we say fell off, the air jacks let go, whether it was a human mistake or a mistaken thing. Very good stop this, very, very neat, and Corvette doing a good job, the Pratt & Miller crew there, getting that car out. But have they got out ahead of the Aston Martin?
Yet.
Yep, they've done it, they've done it.
Yes, they have, I beg your pardon. There's the Aston there.
Yeah, out comes the Frentzen car behind them.
It's amazing, isn't it, that you've got Frentzen, you've got Carl Wendlinger driving together, and that surely hasn't happened since the late 80s.
Exactly, yeah, we're Mercedes. Yeah.
Where's the other chap, I wonder?
So they both changed, in fact. Max Papis took over that Corvette, and Carl Wendlinger has got on board that car. So well spotted, Neville, that's very impressive. Yep. The other chap, one Shoemaker. Michael Koppler.
Yes. I understand he rides motorbikes, doesn't he?
He falls off motorbikes as well, very spectacularly. And Michael's having a wonderful life now. He plays football for his local team in Switzerland. He races motorcycles under an assumed name, by the way. Although it didn't take very long to discover it, did they? About 3.5 minutes, I think. Suddenly it was all over the news agencies.
Yeah, I remember a very famous British driver, actually, years gone by, actually raced under an assumed name for a little bit. Because he was quite fed up with the publicity. Seemed to work quite well too.
Now, some of you on the forum not very happy about the safety car situation. John B, he's come on here saying, will more safety cars play to the Peugeot or Audis based on economy that we've seen so far? Well, Neville, while you were on your way up here, we had the first and only safety car of the race so far, and unfortunately, Alan McNish got caught in the second safety car. There's 2 safety cars at Le Mans, one either side of the circuit. So one coming past the pits comes out, one over at the second chicane pulls out, and that's how they do it. They divide the field up too long a circuit. Oh, and this looks like they've been caught on the hop. It's come in early. They've all had to run out into the pit lane, Neville. This is the other of the Corvettes, the 63 car. Now, again, more chinks in Corvette's armour. Has it had a puncture?
I think what caused this little hoo-ha is that they, normally speaking, have a bit of time over each other, don't they? But they are really racing for it.
Yeah, but the team wasn't ready. They were panicking, running out. Even the driver wasn't ready. He was still pulling on his gloves as he ran out into the pit lane. So this was not scheduled. Tyres change, fuel in, driver change, and the 63 car brought in.
He was just drinking his double espresso, that was it,
Yes, brought in by Ron Fellows, and who's going to take it out? Just waiting to see who got in that car. We presume it was Magnussen. It is. Yeah, Magnussen. So, sorry, John B, just to finish your question, will more safety cars play to the Pugs or Audis based on economy? Difficult question. I mean, it's the same for everybody, isn't it?
Well, it is. I suppose the only answer is that you have one safety car, but that causes another problem, doesn't it? Because first and foremost, with such a big field, such a spread out field, we're talking about, I still think about, what, 40 odd cars running, isn't it?
Oh yes.
Yeah, well,
at least.
just think, you know, you've got them, they're spread around over the circuit, and you really got to concertina them up, because you've got a problem on the circuit, you probably got course cars out one thing or another. So having two seems like a good idea, theoretically. Practically, perhaps, from the point of view of the teams, there should come a point where, shall we say, 2 laps before they come in, one lot should slow down, enough for the other lot to catch up, and then everybody's happy.
Yeah, except
that's the best way to do it.
Someone's going to suffer. Jeremy Shaw, who works in the American Le Mans series, he's outraged by these 2 safety cars. But we're still not really addressing John B's question here. It's about the economy, the fuel economy of safety cars. I mean, John, there's not really. It's not really answerable because it's the same for everyone. They're just running around on sort of tick over almost, these diesel cars, so they're not using that much fuel. Whatever Peugeot's using, Audi will be using the same, vice versa. So,
John, it's always a game of chance.
Yeah.
I know of another motor race today where the 2 cars that were lying first and second, it happened today, they both had got to have a splash and dash. Unfortunately, one had the splash and dash, he'd been the leader, and the moment he came out, they put a red flag out. Because somebody had an incident, and the result of that was the guy was second one. The driver who was in the lead was not very pleased about it, but he could do nothing, could he?
We were talking earlier about the speeds of the cars down the straights this year, and Will says, I remember the Mercedes Group C trying for high speed down the Mulsanne, doing 235 miles an hour, when the front lifted and the car flipped about 3 times. Indeed it did. It was John Nielsen. And that was, I think,
and Mark Webber also had one.
Yeah,
remember that was in the warm-up.
That came late. That wasn't. We're talking about Group C cars, then, not the GT cars.
No, you're right. Yes.
And someone's made the same mistake actually in replying. So no, it was Mark Webber. And, no, Will is absolutely right. It was John Nielsen whose Mercedes flipped. I think that was in 1986, if my memory is right. Mercedes thought of withdrawing from the race for safety reasons, and. I think they did.
They did withdraw because it was a tyre problem.
Yeah,
now you're reminding me because I can recall actually doing the interview, and it was because of a tyre problem.
Yeah, there was huge embarrassment all round, particularly for the tyre company involved. We won't mention them for their to save face. It wasn't Michelin's fault. Oh, sorry.
No, it was one of the 2 Clauses. I know. That he told me the truth. I said, "Why? What's the problem?" And he said, "We have a tyre problem. I don't think we can solve this problem. I think we're going to have to withdraw the cars."
Third place Ferrari, Malucelli comes in, and that's a routine stop there for the 97 car. Just going to see if they're changing drivers as well, and certainly changing tyres. It's the only Ferrari running in the race on Pirellis. This is BMS Scuderia Italia. Good stop by them. They ran the Aston GT1s, of course, in 06 and 07 in the Le Mans series, and here at the Le Mans 24 Hours, the man from Pirelli just checking how the tyres are standing up to it. Very nice, good even wear on there. Doing a good job, I think.
Yes, I think one of the most impressive things, and one has got to say this, that when looking at the Aston Martin effort here, yes, it's an effort that's been going on since before the company changed hands. But although the company has changed hands, I would say the reliability factor, the development factor, has not ceased, and the cars have got better and better, and you can see that from the point of view of the production cars. They are so much better, and they're beautifully made.
A question here from our Briggs. Hi, commentary team. Can you explain how the numbers of the cars are lit up? They were very simple, light diodes on the side numbers normally, that's so everyone can see them, including the timekeepers. Despite the fact we have transponders and all these electronic devices, you have to still have people sitting up in the timekeepers gallery just in case.
Mercier on 326s, McNeish on 329s, and Montaigne on 327s.
Yeah, that's very, very close at the top still, isn't it? And even closer still in GT1, they're just all running bang on the same second at the moment. Well, Neville, time for another break. Grab a coffee. We'll be back in a minute here on Eurosport Live. We're just looking at Lucas Lowe. He's just picked himself up after a quick spin at Mulsanne Corner, then heads off down the road towards Indianapolis. And the Audi garage fairly nonplussed about it, Neville.
Yes, they don't look moved, do they? They look a bit sour about it, but we were opining earlier on, that's a lovely word, isn't it, that what might happen because of the numbers of pit stops, there would come a time when the difference between the speed of the Peugeots and the lesser number of pit stops of the Audis would see them evening out the performance level. I said, about 12 hours, but that was before we had the pace car situation, which we know did not favour Mr. Magnesium Company Limited. So therefore, if there is to be some sort of excitement of that type, it's much more likely, I suppose, to be when we come up towards the flag.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
There's the number 10 Charouz car. Neville, this is unbelievable. I was about to read out 9:17 K's posting. Have you noticed the Lola Aston Martin remains at 15 laps from P1 for hours since they repaired the car? Its pace has been unbelievable. And as I said it, here it is in the garage. Stefan Mucker's brought it back in. This is the car that was crashed heavily by Stefan himself very early in the race. Had a huge off front and rear end. They got the car back into the race. Thomas the Tank Anger really put some great laps in, moved it up the field, and in fact at this moment it is in 14th place, and it's got a 2-lap lead over Mathieu Lehay in one of the Pescarolas. But oh the way, well, that Charouz are making it up with the lovely Czech Totty there.
Very nice.
They've been to all the races. And who else asks here about the Charouz? Many of you have been very, very impressed by the Charouz, and yeah, everyone's saying what a great pace they've had. Let's see if they can get that car going again. They should be concentrating on the car, guys, not on the accessories.
You know what you were saying about that coffee? Now, one of those girls can come and do that for us, couldn't she?
Right, yes, absolutely. We've got a kettle up here, Neville, so...
just a job.
I wish someone would look after us.
Well, this is live, isn't it? I mean, I think it's Carlton who's possibly just gone off and that's it.
Yeah, I think you're probably right. Here's the number 12 car then. This is the Muscle Milk car. This is the other Charouz car. This is the Charouz Racing Systems Open Lola Judd, Greg Pickett, Klaus Graf, Jan Lammers. They had problems earlier on, you remember, and they've come back in the pits again, and we understood that car has had gear selection problems. Looks very parked up at the moment, doesn't it? Are they putting the shutters down, Neville?
Well, I don't like the look of that. Now, the Lola Aston, the problem with that does not appear to be at the rear of the car, which therefore one would say gearbox. It appeared to be at the front of the car, but that's what they were delving at originally. But while they are delving with that originally, it looks to me as if they might have eased the rear end off as well to have a look at what's going on there. It could be something silly as throttle.
Well, here's the Stay Awake All Night Club, and as you can see, some of them can't actually keep their membership up to date. Well, sorry about that, guys. A lot of you picking up on the comments about the Charouz car, and whoops, there it is back in the pits, as we say. Just as we said, it's the Stefan Mucker starting to tumble down the order again now. Mathieu Lehay in that Pescarola will be going past in a minute. We go back on board with one of the Peugeots. We assume this is Nick Manassian. Can't see at the moment. He's certainly not wearing the Spider-Man gloves of Christian Klein. It is Nick Manassian. He will hand that car over to Jacques Villeneuve, I guess, at the next stop. And Jacques Villeneuve, Neville, last year he really came of age as a sports driver. Most dreadful conditions at night in the rain. Jacques was put in the car. He put it into second place and kept it there through a 4-hour shift, and earned so much respect from all his peers.
Well, I think the problem with Jacques Villeneuve was that he is quite like a number of drivers, and I can name 1 or 2 others in this field, who were used to winning races. They were used to winning races when they were in the States. They were used to winning races when they were in Grand Prix racing. They change a team and they're no longer winning races. Now, psychologically, this can have a very, very bad effect on a driver. There's another driver out there, I'm not going to name names, and I had a long chat with him one day, and he said, you know, when the car isn't going properly, and it doesn't matter whether it's a sports car or whether it's a Grand Prix car or what it is, you get into it and you're waiting for something to go wrong, and the edge goes off your performance. Your confidence in your own ability is still there, but somehow or other you're beaten before you start. Now, he doesn't feel like that. He feels as if he is in the top team, arguably, I'd say at the moment, without any question. He feels that I can go out there and I can win races.
Yep, absolutely true. So, a lot of you question the commentary team. This one is from Paul L. This is certainly helping to keep me awake. Oh, that's a question? It's not.
What's he say?
No question. Just says helping to keep me awake.
Oh, well.
That's a shame, that one. Right, here's the Lamborghini. They've been having differential problems throughout the whole race. It's back in again. Great shame, because Peter Cox has done such a good job with that car. There, as we just watch more cars coming into stop. This is the Barbosa Pescarolo, I think. Yes, it is indeed. The Martin Short roll centre car. Hasn't been their dream race this year, has it, Neville? 4th place overall last year with Stuart Hall and Juan Barbosa on board, together with Shorty. This year, they've been dogged by all sorts of problems, not least being caught in that safety car trap.
Yes, I think that's what really knocked them around, didn't it? Because they were actually, when I looked before, further up then than they are now. It has been driven pretty well, this car, actually, so it really is a shame.
It's gone back out.
Yeah.
So, and there's Alex Premat then looking at the clock, looking at the timing, seeing where his car is at the moment. And we can tell you are still in 4th place. Alex Lucas Lure, apart from that quick spin at Arnage, has kept the car on the lap 174, just 1 lap down on the Peugeot Montagne. Pretty split evenly there, Neville, down through the top 6 cars. Minassian for Peugeot, McNish for Audi, Montagne for Peugeot, Lure for Audi, and this man will be taking that car over in just a few minutes. Manuel Perry for Audi, and then Benoit Trullier, best of the petrol, in 6th place from Lawrence Groppi for Courage, and the Collard Pescarolo coming up as well. So Pedro Lamy losing a lot of time in the pits. They are back out now, as you can see, running, but they have lost on the lead car nearly 9 laps, haven't they?
Yeah. The lap speeds are interesting because still the Peugeots are turning in leading car, for example, 3:25 on his last lap, McNish 3:31. I know Pat Taffy pays its part, but the problem is that the gap is there, and it doesn't matter whether it's under qualifying or practice, it doesn't matter whether it's in the race, it is a gap of 5 to 6 seconds, and it's pretty regular. And that rather saddens me a little bit, because we're not getting perhaps the battle now that we'd expected.
Riding on board with Lucas Lure, and this is the car just going down through Tertre Rouge now that will be coming into the pits at the end of this lap. Alex Premat will take over the car from Lucas, and interesting driver Alex. He's obviously French and lives in Paris, but when we saw him in Formula 3 days, European Formula 3, never really shone that much. I think a lot of us are surprised that Audi took him on. They put him in the DTM program, in the sports car program, but since he's been taken under the Audi family wing, he has risen to extraordinary heights. He and Mike Rockefeller together lead the Le Mans series by the time they came to Le Mans. And he's also almost all but won a DTM race at Zandvoort last year. He was actually about to win it when he waved through Matthias Ekstrom on the final corner at Zandvoort. So very, very much a hidden talent there.
Yes, I also rate Rockefeller very highly. Everybody remembers here at Le Mans that last year it was a rather dreadful disappointment to him, and let's face it, to Audi as well. But he is a very talented driver, and he doesn't often make mistakes.
Neville, this is one of the iconic views of Le Mans, isn't it? At night, coming over the Mulsanne pump, coming down into Mulsanne corner. What a great, great shot. Look how heavy they are on the brakes there, and the dust they're kicking up. That's the 21 car, that's the Epsilon Euskadi, which Stefan Johansson was drafted into very, very late notice. 6 o'clock on Tuesday night, this car was admitted into the race after the Lucchini was thrown out for an oversized fuel tank. What a good job they've been doing.
Scandinavian example of Jack Fairman, have crack at will travel.
Well, I think we've told the story already this evening that we believe Epsilon Euskadi, which is a combination of the Le Mans-based Epsilon team and the Basque-based Euskadi team. Euskadi actually means Basque in Basque, and that's where Juan Wildeprat, formerly Benetton, comes from. This car runs with state funding from the Basque government, and big program, but they were all ready with the 3 drivers and the car to take the place over if Lucchini was thrown out. And would you believe when Lucchini was thrown out, they just happened to be in the next garage? So Epsilon Euskadi just moved all their equipment over 2 garages instead of 1.
Yeah, there's a big move in Spain to try and popularise 4-wheel racing to the same level that 2-wheel racing is very, very popular over there. Cito Pons, of course, was pretty responsible for that, because he was sort of a legend of the whole of Spain, wasn't he, when he was riding?
Yeah, but interestingly, Neville Cito has moved into 4-wheel racing. He's got a team of 2 cars in the World Series by Renault, and they've been winning quite regularly, so he's made a big name for himself there. But you're quite right, 2 wheels rule in Spain and in Portugal, although interestingly we're being told now there is a new circuit being built in the Algarve at this moment, and there's a new circuit at Alcacín in Spain which has just opened. We've seen the circuit, and it's going to be on stream for international racing next year. They're using it for World Series by Renault this year, so there is, as you say, this big move, and it's all part of the Alonso effect, isn't it?
Yes, the number 3 car coming in. The other sad thing about this, of course, is that one section of motorsport, I still like to use that word, is more and more interested in having street races for reasons best known to himself. He will not mention the name. And at the same time, I still can't help but say that the level of safety in motor racing today has been primarily as a result of not just development of cars, but also the fact that circuits are very safe.
Yeah, I mean, how you can go to Singapore and have cars racing across a bridge over the river there, you do actually think, well, hang on, is this actually what the FIA Safety Commission is all about? But horses for courses, and I'm sure Bernie would tell us that the circuit will be approved by all the inspectors, and the Grand Prix will no doubt go ahead absolutely and wonderfully safe. Neville, there's one message for you here. This is from Kevin P. Neville, don't forget to mention the Brit Car 24-hour race in September at Silverstone. Fantastic array of cars and brilliant event. Kevin P. from Ashby de la Douche.
Well, I will mention it. I'll talk about it in a moment or two, but we're not too far away from the Brit Car.
I believe we are. We're just waiting for the number 3 car to come in.
Yep. Which is
it's just gone out. It's just gone out.
Yeah, it's just gone out.
Yes, as I'm looking at the postings, Alex got on board. There must have been such a picture perfect stop, we never even noticed it. There we are. There's Lucky Lucas Le. Done a fairly good job this evening. I won't say a perfect job, because he did have that quick spin at Mulsanne just as we went to the last break. Having another break now, and here we are. They're bedding down for the night. Well, why go back to a hotel or motorhome when you can just pull a blanket over yourself and your loved one and just have a good night's kip in the grandstand.
They wrote a song about that, you know.
Very poetic this time of night.
Yes, it was, wasn't it?
Yeah. Have you seen the Lola t-shirt yet?
No, I know you've got one.
Kink song Lola. We'll be back with that song after the break. Well, welcome back to Eurosport from the next generation of Audi drivers, if Neville Hay got his way. And here's the old generation on the way out. So.
Yeah, a bit like me, that.
Neville, James W. from Surrey. Commentators, I'm totally addicted to Le Mans every year. Would love to go trackside, but then I'd lose your commentary. Oh.
Well, that's very sad.
He's got a question, though.
Yeah? What's his question?
For Neville, how hot do those brakes get?
Well, even if you went back to the days of the old C-type junkyards that won here, first Le Mans victory with discs on it, they would actually glow in the dark. Now it's a different material. I think it's about 6,000 or something like that. Whatever the coefficient is, but my God, they really do get hot. The thing is that discs changed everything, because in car racing before that, brake fade was one of those things that was just absolutely, it was winning or losing. When the XK120s came here in 1950, one of the reasons why the car that was lying in second place and could very well have won stripped the centre out of the clutch was they were using the gearbox to slow the car, and brakes really were the big problem with everything.
Oh well, but anyway, I think to answer his question, we're looking about 600
I can't,
centigrade.
600 degrees centigrade.
Yeah,
I couldn't think of what it was.
Of course, the carbon fibre brakes are the norm in this type of racing now. Audi had to change discs in the middle of the Sebring 12 hours this year, about the 6-hour mark. They have not changed brakes in the Le Mans 24 hours in the last 5 years, and that really took by surprise. It was a major issue. They went back to do some research on what went wrong. I asked the question at the press conference they held yesterday, but we didn't get an answer. They just said it was addressed and it was sorted out. So
the MG's in trouble.
Yeah, MG's in trouble. Back in again.
is in for what looks to be at the moment a normal stop.
Delola MG pushed back into the garage again. Andy Wallace on board that 25 cars, be in and out, in and out, and in and out. This Peugeot then, our race leader, Nick Manassian, handing over. We are assuming he's handing over, aren't we?
They've not changed the tyres. It's still running like clockwork.
That's interesting.
Away it goes.
Now, if you're changing drivers, you've got some time on your hands while you do that. So why not just change the tyres, just for safety, if anything else?
Well, yeah, but if you don't want to change them, you didn't change the driver. Get on with the job. The guy is lapping pretty quickly now, just for a moment, and that would be his last lap, and it wouldn't be the one who went into the pits. All of a sudden, McNeish has got a sort of a new lease of life, but there's a 321 in the dark, in the traffic. Montagny,
very
that car
impressive.
is really going, and it is very, very impressive.
Very, very impressive. So, waiting for the next of the Peugeots to come in, all coming in line astern. They've learned the lesson, haven't they, Neville?
Yes.
Don't bring them all in on the same lap, something that they used to do in years past. Takes a while to sort these things out. Coming into the pit lane then, just Frank Montagny. Nick Manassian incidentally stayed on the car. I think what happened, they opened the door and they just changed his bottles. That's why they didn't need to. That's why they didn't change the tyres, because they weren't actually double stinting. Otherwise, Jack Villeneuve would have taken over that car. Jack will take the car over, I should think, probably in the next 40 minutes or so, and he'll repeat, hopefully, the great job he did last year in the dark.
Yes, very impressive last year, and we've said all I think we should say or could say about Jack, who probably is enjoying his motor racing a lot more than he did at one time.
Frank Montagny then in the pits. He's 2 minutes 24 behind Alan McNish on the same lap. Manassian's just completed 180 laps. Alan McNish is on 179. Montagny the same, and Alex Premat on 178. So still very tight at the top, Neville. 2 laps separating the top 4 cars, 3 laps separating the top 5 cars. That is not a big distance, having got almost past the halfway point of the Le Mans 24 Hours.
Yeah, McNish actually, I think he's on the same lap as Manassian, but he's about half a lap or so behind.
Yeah, in fact even more probably.
They are 2:42, which is, let's face it, he is within about a minute of being...
Neville, that's put Alan McNish back onto the lead lap, by the way. That's stopped by Manassian. So Alan, he's got a stop to make still, of course. Manassian's now done, 18 stops. McNish only 14. So we're starting to see the difference between 11 and 12 laps between stops is starting to fall in favour, isn't it, of Audi. They're starting to claw back an extra pit stop now in the first half of the race.
As I said, originally we looked at it and thought, well, okay, if it gets to 3 o'clock in the morning, we can have some sort of assessment. We know that the pace car played its part in the fact that Alan McNish is further behind than he would otherwise have been. But we can now see that coming up to 3 o'clock, there is around about a difference of 6 pit stops in 12 hours.
Yep, only an hour to go, and then we'll know the answer to that, won't we?
Yep.
So, there we go. There we go.
Yep. He's going to have more, isn't he, in 12 hours. Let's try and... Let's do the math. I hate that word.
Google math. Yeah, terribly American.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
What's going to happen, he says, with confidence. Oh my goodness me, the commentators goes. I reckon that Manassian will have possibly 19 or 20 stops in 12 hours, and I reckon that the difference, McNish, will be about 5. Difference then of about 5. He says, checking the door in his mind. That's why he had the silence, because I was having to use my fingers to count. Well, difference of about 5 stops in 12 hours, 10 stops in 24.
Yeah, Barazzi Epsilon then just making their stop with the Zytek, Juan Barazzi, Michael Verges and Britton Stuart Mosley on board that car. There's 3 Zytek engine cars on the grid this year, and you remember in 2007 the first LMP2 Zytek pole here at Le Mans, and they had a Le Mans Series win. So Zytek at the moment, that 32 car, has it come up on the screen yet in the top 18? Can't quite see it, Neville, so we'll just...
No, I can't see it.
I'm just going to scroll down, and it takes a little bit of time to scroll down, but we will get there. 32 car, it's had its problems. It's running in 34th at the moment. It's just gone back out, and that's on lap 146. The top LMP2 car, lap 171, so 25 lap difference.
Yeah. Why has Carl Wendlinger's car fallen back to 19th place?
We'll have a look, see if we can see. Let's get it on the splits. He's still in 3rd place, but he's... I don't think it has, Neville. It's what?
Well, he's
on the same lap.
Yeah, he's on the same lap.
Yeah, the 3 Turner, Magnussen and Wendlinger all on the same lap. So, right, waiting for the third of the Audis to make their stop. Just checking all systems a go on Tom Christensen's helmet. Of course, familiar for the DTM as well as for Le Mans. Memphis Manassian from McNish from Christian Klein. He's taken over the number 9 Peugeot. Number 8 car is about to be called in. That is the car of Pedro Lamy. That wasn't that long ago Pedro Lamy got in that car, Neville. I don't know if they're calling a little bit earlier. Alex Wirtz handed over, didn't he? That was less than half an hour ago.
Yeah. Sarazan was quick in that car earlier on, wasn't he? Because the only one of the Audis to get under 320.
Yeah. So Tom McNish.
Tom McNish, oh,
yeah,
was brother.
Absolutely. Alan McNish strapping in his colleague Tom, and just once again, we can't stress enough that these 3 drivers, Tom, Alan and Dindo, have never ever won Le Mans together. And this is the year they want to do it. They were robbed of victory the last 2 years. All sorts of wastegate failures they had in 2006. Last year, famously, Dindo lost a rear wheel a long time into his stint as well. So it wasn't a question of a wheel that hadn't been tightened up. Anyway, we get back into racing action, and sorry, it's Dindo who's in the car, not Tom. So that was Dindo who was being strapped in. Tom was standing in the background watching. It's getting very late, Neville.
Yes, I think we'll have to let you go to bed.
Yeah, I've got another hour on duty, and I shall go and find somewhere to lie with a wet towel over my head in a dark corner.
Wow.
Yes, if I find a place like that, I'll let you know. Pedro Lamy then comes in. Seems to be routine, doesn't it? They're keeping him in the car. No tyres. Cleaning his screen up. Has he got a problem with screen getting really so dirty he cannot see where he's going? That might be why he's coming earlier. They'll, of course,
they clean it every lap, every
time, but maybe he's been following someone with oil. This is what happened, of course, to Alex Wirtz, as we know earlier on. They did fuel him up, no tyres, and just gave him his screen a really, really good cleaning. Well, we're going into that witching hour now here at Le Mans, better known as the graveyard shift. The Team Essex 31 car comes in. This is the car that has been running in second in LMP2 throughout the first 11 hours of this race, and John Nielsen bringing the car in. Good job he's done with Sasha Masson. Is Sasha going to stay on board it now? He is. They've got tyres ready down there. Are they going to put them on? We'll just have to wait and see. The tyre people will have a look at the tyres on the car. They've decided, no, we don't need them. They're going to let him go. Out he goes.
Yep.
So they're happy with the condition of the tyres that are on the car. Sasha Masson, Porsche factory driver, returns to the fray. So we're waiting for the number of the stoppers, the 40 Q4 car there in the pit lane. It's the Kiefer M team, run by Maurizio Pinheiro, running on Dunlops incidentally. On board that car, Olivier Pla, Britain's Guy Smith, who was Bentley's 2003 winner overall, and Miguel Amadal, the car owner. He's 53 years old. Olivier's 26, Guy 33. And Guy Smith actually drove this car for Chamberlain in 2006 in the Le Mans series.
Yes, Guy actually is one of those drivers who seemingly has not perhaps had as good a drive as he had. Let's be honest about it, when he was with Bentley. And as such, his career suffered a little bit from that, I think.
Anyway, he's loving his racing now. I was talking to him on the grid this morning. He's racing for Dyson in the American Le Mans Series in one of these Porsche Spiders, as we've been so impressed by here at Le Mans this year. Well, looks like it's all over. They've abandoned it, haven't they? The mechanics have gone. Yeah. Andy Wallace is out of the car, and it's just a photo opportunity for one of the marshals there. Have his picture taken with one of the last surviving MGs of all time. Be good to see that name coming back.
I hope it does come back.
Yeah.
I hope it does come back into sports car racing. It would be a great tragedy, and it would be a great missed opportunity if the Chinese do not do that.
So the number one car is in. Pirot handing over to let's see if it's Biela or Werner. Looks like Marco Werner, doesn't it?
Yeah. I think the stature would suggest that it's Marco Werner rather than Amanda de Pirot. Pirot's wife was here last year. I don't know whether she's come this year or not. I think he probably sort of left her at home.
Yeah, Pirot's just got out of the car, so getting ready then to go back into the fray. This car now in 5th place overall. It's on the same lap as its sister car in the hands of Alex Premat. Trouble getting that wheel off there.
Yes, it didn't want to come, did it?
Well stuck, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Of course, what they're confident about is they're not going to have a repeat of their Sebring brake disc problem. They're not going to have to change brake discs, they are telling us. So we should watch that space. So Marco Werner gets up to speed immediately. That's wrong, Pirot. Pirot just got out of the car. Marco Werner's got into it.
Yes, it always concerns me when they drop the car off the jack so quickly after they've put the wheel on. And that went down very quickly. And I just hope, having seen what happened, that it's secure.
Oh yeah, we had that with the Corvettes earlier. Yeah. The other thing I always think is, what if they drop the car like that? The driver goes, "Oh, I've put my back out. Oh dear, let's drag him out, undo the belts. This is going to cost us time." Any drivers out there can come and jump in the car?
I should tell you, folks, I've known Mark a long time, and I didn't know he had a bad back. I have one, and I actually, touch wood, I managed to get away with it, except for 1 year here. And you know who sorted me out? One of the girls in the Audi team.
One of the Audi osteopaths. Yeah,
terrific.
They have masseurs, osteopaths, everything. They bring virtually a whole hospital to treat the drivers.
She can treat me anytime. Oh, yeah.
Right, we're looking at the moment at the Saulnier car. This is the 35 Pescarola, which is privately owned by Saulnier Racing. Francois Sicard, and that's got on board Mathieu Lehay. It's got Pierre Ragues and Oxford-based Chinese Frankie Kung Fu Cheng, who is the first Chinese ever to race at Le Mans. That's in the 35 car. It's the 33 Speedy Racing team. Sabaka we're looking at the moment. Xavier Pompidou, Andrea Bellicci and Steve Zacchia. This is Lola's other coupe that's running at the moment, the Jump-powered LMP2 car, run by Hugh Hayden. Hugh Hayden worked in the Middle East for a long time, and Seba means 7 in Arabic.
Yeah, Ching, actually, Chinese driver, as you were saying, started off his career as far as Europe was concerned in the A1 series. And I saw him actually at that time, and I mustn't say too much about it, but I wasn't wildly impressed. However, I was advised today that he has got some very, very astute management behind him, and has made some very impressive performances recently.
Absolutely. Well, I think you're being a bit unfair to him, because you're one of the British circuit commentators, and Frankie ran in British Formula 3 in 2006, and he was the national class vice champion.
I long finished then. I only do about half dozen a year.
I still hear your voice when I go to bed in my head all the time. You know.
I wish my wife did.
But no, he did very well in A1GP. Yes, he is very well managed, and Frankie's claim to fame is that this year he carried the Olympic torch through London on behalf of the Chinese community. Well, we're going to be leaving you in a couple of minutes just to go to more Eurosport news, but we will be back on Eurosport International after a little break. We'll keep you informed on that. So just, if you're on the Sky package, just have a quick look and see exactly where we're coming back, because we are chopping and changing channels. Oops, run we go.
Now, where's he going to finish up? Well,
that was well caught, wasn't it? Oh dear. You don't do that in a Peugeot right in front of the Peugeot pits, do you? Oh,
well, if you do, you may find someone inviting you to take a position elsewhere.
That was very impressive. Well caught, and he didn't stall the engine. He got going. Okay. Oh dear, rock and roll.
Yeah, they're just sort of thinking about it. It's happened. They're thinking about it. I bet we'll get a replay of that in a minute.
Well, as we leave you,
Here we go. Look, watch. This is what happened. Look.
He gets on the curve.
Over the curve.
Yeah.
Whoops. There we go. Reverse the lock.
But
yep. Look.
He didn't even stop, did he?
No.
He was still moving. Well, we are leaving you in just a minute. We're going to be leaving you for about 10 minutes. Nick Manassian then leading from Dindo Capello and Christian Klein. That is Peugeot, Audi, Peugeot. As we look down in LMP2, it's Jeroen Blekemolen now on board the Dutch Porsche Spider, and he's ahead of Sascha Maassen in the Danish Porsche Spider, and it's Xavier Pompidou in the number 33 Lola, who at the moment is in third place. Darren Turner leads GT1 for Aston Martin, and Jimmy Brunny for Virgo Motorsport. Neville is leading that British car in GT2.
Quite amazing.
So, we'll be back with you in a while. We're going to get a coffee, we're going to get one, and we'll be back with you in about 10 minutes after Eurosport News. But check exactly which channel we're coming back on. We're not too sure here. See you soon. Welcome back to Eurosport and our live coverage here. We're just having a quick look back at what happened. Nick Manassian in the car he's showing of Marc Genet. They are leading the race now, have been leading the race for some time. In fact, Jacques Villeneuve will take this car over in a while. In second place, Dindo Capello, and in third place, Christian Klein. That's Peugeot, Audi, Peugeot, and then behind them, two Audis stacked up because of the problems that the other of the Peugeots, Pedro Lama's cars, had twice, Neville, during the race it's been in, and this is the moment that the race leader threw it all away in front of the pits.
And it was not the place to do it. Unfortunately, he got away with it very well. Controlled it, just reversing the lock at the right time. It was just a way to go.
You have to say, it was a masterful piece of catching a car, isn't it? He should play baseball. Now we're just going to update you with the current standings. Captions about to come up on the screen telling you exactly where we are at the moment, and as all the Peugeot crews look on, here they come. So the 7 Peugeot, the 2 Audi, the 9 Peugeot, the 3 Audi and the 1 Audi, and then all those petrol cars, well, 2 of them, Pescarolo and Courage, the Le Mans Garagistes, stacked up behind them. But look down the bottom there in 10th place, Neville, LMP2 leader. That is the Dutch Porsche.
Yes, well, somebody said earlier on that they don't want the Penske cars here because they want it to be basically a private owner's car rather than a Porsche team car, and you can see why when that car can go as well as that.
Yeah, and of course following it through as well is the second of the Porsche Spiders, the Danish one there. Let's have a look a bit further down. Darren Turner for Aston Martin, leading Corvette Aston Martin. That's going well, isn't it, for Aston Martin? Return of Gulf here to Le Mans.
And unless my eyes deceive me, the Lola Aston Martin is back in 14th position after a stop which would appear to have had something to do with suspension or brakes, because they didn't have the back off the car. But
look there in 25th place, leading in GT2, that is the British Virgo Ferrari F430. That's the car that Rob Bell is sharing with Tim Mullen, Tim Sugden, and that's the car, of course, that won the LMS Championship last year. They've come here to conquer Le Mans. And Neville, we have to say, as you look at the what's happened, the Porsche's all self-destructing this afternoon, even before we got to dark. So 5 Ferraris in the top 5 places.
Almost unbelievable. I have never known such a Porsche problem suffer so many cars in that particular class. I don't think since I've been coming to Le Mans.
So a lot of these cars that you're looking at here at the end are now out of the race. We've officially had 5 retirements. We can add to that, we haven't been notified by the organisation, but we've seen for ourselves that the Ray Mallet Racing MG Lola is out of the race. Andy Wallace parked that car up. Jacques Villeneuve, there he is, waiting for his chance to talk. Very noticeable for his baggy overalls. He feels much more comfortable wearing baggy overalls. Doesn't like the claustrophobic feeling he gets from tight ones, the ones that we like, Neville.
Yeah, well, indeed. Mind you, when you get to my size, everything's tight, isn't it?
But isn't this a relaxed Canadian? I mean, he has just found his niche now.
He's a different animal.
Car racing. He still wants to go racing in NASCAR.
Yeah.
Jack, don't. come and stay in this. He won in Spa 3 weeks ago on his return this year to the Peugeot team, as our cameraman just does a bit of breakdancing, show what's going on. Don't forget, we have the Eurosport yahoo.com site up and running, message board. Go to Motorsport, go to Le Mans, and you can find the messages there. Questions to the commentary team. We've got a Le Mans all-night club thread running, and when Carlton Kirby gets back at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, he'll smack all your hands for the questions you've asked, but he'll start a new thread there. Neville.
The question that was asked that I didn't answer because we were going to a break about 10 minutes ago was yes, the
answer was
24-hour race at Silverstone.
Oh, yes.
I reckon it's about the 14th of September, that weekend.
You reckon?
Yeah. It has been won so far by the same team last year and the year before in the little Z4 Coupe BMW.
Run by Dula Motorsport?
Yeah. And among the drivers last year, apart from my old chum Dieter Quester, who I've known since he's about the same age as me, so I don't think we'll go into too much about that, was another Hans Stuck, like the other Hans Stuck, if you see what I mean, the grandson of the original who drove pre-war and post-war. It was particularly interesting for me because there was a car that I was sort of on the periphery of being involved with, and I think in total it did about 9 laps. But all's well that ends well. It's had a couple of wins and second places and all that sort of thing this year, so I'm quite happy with that, and so's the driver.
And Hans Stuck himself, of course, the middle one, not the pre-war one.
No, he's not around anymore.
He's now become a consultant, hasn't he, to Volkswagen, and
he was driving in the
24 hours at
Nürburgring.
In the Scirocco. Fabulous looking cars, factory prepared Scirocco's. I think they won their class. There's 1, 2, 3 in their class. Aston Martin also 1, 2, 3 in their class with Dr. Betts driving.
Having been associated with BMW for so long, going bounding off to Volkswagen, but of course that may be the Porsche connection.
I think in the words of George Harrison, all things must pass. You know, you have to move on. We've got a Peugeot pit stop. This is routine. The 64 car, no tyres. They're very happy with that car. Max Papis stays on board. He, of course, has been one of the mainstays of the American Le Mans Series program. Corvette doesn't do the shorter races, but he's always drafted in to race with them at Sebring and at Petit Le Mans, and then normally at Laguna Seca at the end of each season. Question for you, another one, Gavin Dunbar. I think that Gavin Dunbar was from sunny Montrose.
I've got a feeling.
Won't be sunny now, will it, Montrose? But Gavin, good to hear from you. Oh, says it from a dark Montrose. How good's that? Gavin asks, Neville, how will they restrict the diesel-powered cars for next year? We have had this thread earlier in the day. Remember, we've got a different audience, different commentators now, so if you've heard this before, apologies. But Neville, give us the lowdown.
Well, obviously, it is a question that's vexing everybody. I suppose they could look at it on a weight basis, but I don't think they're going to do that. They could look at it also on a fuel consumption basis, but I don't think they're going to do that. I think they're much more likely, anyway, to look across the board at aerodynamics with a view to losing a bit of speed, losing a bit of grip, losing a little bit of GP force. That's the first thing. The second thing that they're going to do, I'm sure, is air restrictors of some sort or other. I think that's almost certain. That's the only way they can go about it. The difficult thing is that if you look here, we are looking at the first of the petrol cars lapping somewhere in the region of 10 seconds or so.
Neville, sorry to interrupt. This is our GT1 leader, Darren Turner. He stayed on board the car. I believe we didn't actually see the beginning of the stop. No, he's handed over to Brabs. So David Brabham is now on board that car. That's the Gulf Aston Martin 009 car. This is getting good, isn't it? It's looking like they're going to reprise last year, but never ever discount the Corvettes. Young Jan Magnussen is only 40 seconds behind Brabs. Carl Wendlinger is only half a lap ahead of Max Papis. So everything to play for still. That green light, incidentally, indicates they are leading the class.
Yeah, David Brabham, the youngest of Sir Jack's sons, all three raced. And Jeff, of course, came here and, if I remember rightly, won the race.
Didn't win the race. They led all through the night in 1990, and then a fuel leak developed at 6 in the morning, and that was the year that then let John Nielsen through the Silk Cut Jaguar to take that win. But good shot. Here's the Epsilon Euskadis then, great looking car. I mean, I'm still so impressed by these two cars, the 20
car,
and
very
the 21.
pretty car.
Very pretty. Don't they look great? Just being in black.
Yeah.
They don't need to do more. They don't have to have advertising plastered all over it. Carrying the Basque national colours. We've already heard Euskadi is the Basque language version of Basque.
Yeah.
What is the Basque country exactly?
Well, it's. I'm going to be very
Someone
careful
asked if it was Andorra. It's not Andorra.
No,
is it?
it is officially part of Spain. Isn't
Yeah.
it? It's the region that goes up into the mountains and borders on France. And I think I've got that right. Oh, geography was never my point.
Well, you're always driving backwards and forwards across the Pyrenees in your motorhome. I just thought you'd know.
I haven't done that in the motorhome. I've driven across most places, not the Pyrenees. And they basically are. This is an effort that I applaud wholly because we know that there have been problems there, but it's nice to see that they're joining together to try and popularise the four-wheel sport. And they are beautiful cars. They're beautifully turned out, as you say. They're nicely prepared. They bear a strong resemblance.
Well, you're back with Eurosport. Sorry about the abrupt departure. Eurosport went to a break, and because of a technical problem, we didn't get the message. So Neville and I have had the most wonderful conversation about the whole Hay family.
Yes.
And we were just talking about Richard Hay, Neville's favourite son, well, not favourite son, but one of Neville's favourite sons. Richard, of course, a mean racer himself, and great performances in all sorts of cars, but notably we always think of him here at Le Mans, Morgan and TVR, particularly TVR.
TVR, I always think of the Morgan because that was the occasion in which they said, look, we're going to do something about this, take your brain out and qualify it, will you? And he did.
And he did.
But he was going to come back about 3 or 4 years ago, and the team concerned found somebody who had another sponsor, and Richard discussed it with the guy he was driving with, and he said, look, I know they're prepared to do it, but I don't want that sort of money on my back. I do it for fun, not for money. I think he would love to have been back here. He is driving a big 7-litre, what was once a TVR, in one of the British series, and he still drives the Caterham from time to time, that he raced sort of extensively last year and won the European Championship with. And he won at Spa with both cars this year, because he won with the Caterham about 6 weeks ago, and with a big 7-litre Ford Beast about a fortnight ago, and was second to Brands today because it was stopped under the red flag, and he had done his splash and dash, and the other chap behind him didn't have to. So there you have it.
Good man. Anyway, you know, you cross the line, no one can take that away from me, can they?
No.
Well, they try not to. But yeah, as we said, Richard, TVR, and very sadly, Trevor Wilkinson, the founder of TVR, the man who gave his initials to the mark, died just a few weeks ago.
I heard
really
that.
Bringing to the end an era, but the company had already been taken over by Peter Wheeler and then sold on again to the Russians, who then just put it into a wheelie bin, basically, didn't they? And that was it. End of TVR. They said they were going to bring it back, but it's never happened. Went into receivership. Everyone was laid off, and one of the classic British names, classic British cars. Maybe we're not going to ever see it again.
Well, I think somewhere in a warehouse there are some cars that haven't been sold, I believe, and I'm told that there are negotiations going on to try and, shall we say, reconstitute and buy the TVR name again, and I really do hope they do, because you know, there was an awful lot of effort poured in by Peter Wheeler, who I know pretty well. Very nice man, and a man who actually spent a fortune, and he sold out under the mistaken impression that this was going to be a big leap forward for the company, and instead of that, they buried it.
Yeah, he got the wrong man, didn't he? Chelsea got the right man, Peter got the wrong man.
Yeah.
Neville, question for you from Aston Scott. Neville, any idea what's the lowest number of laps completed in this race?
Oh, well, you have to go right the way back to in the 1920s, wouldn't you? And I probably could tell you, but I needed notice of that question, and we'll come back to you shortly with a suitable answer.
I thought I'd just spring it on you.
Well, you did. Well and truly.
Yeah, we'll have a think about that one. We won't give you an immediate answer, Aston. We'll come back to you. Is Aston Scott any relation of Aston Martin?
I wouldn't have thought so, but you never know.
I live quite close to Aston Hill in the Chilterns, just between Tring and Wendover, and Dr. John Martin, was it Dr. John Martin, who was the undergrad, wasn't he, at Cambridge? He used to race his special car up and down Aston Hill, which is above RAF Halton. And
Lionel Martin, sorry,
yes.
Martin.
And hence his special adventure got called the Aston Martin.
Yeah.
And, so, Aston Scott, that's a good name. Obviously, you go to Scottish Hill Climbs, so let's do it. More things here. Let's go to Duncan J. What's he saying? Can someone explain to me why Formula One holds the attention of so many, yet a race such as this, with fantastic action and real racing, is generally unknown by the public in the UK, i.e. non-fanatics like us lot on here? Well, you're on here, so you must be a fanatic. So, but Formula One, let's just get this in perspective, shall we? Formula One is, well, the Le Mans, let's put it the other way around. Le Mans is the equivalent of a whole season of Formula One races in length.
Curiously enough, I have got the answer to that question. So, as the man said, "Pimba you lugos."
Right. Well, as you open your book, we've got the Flying Lizards in. Lizards who were leading this race until a very, very bizarre accident between the Lizards and the other of the factory Porsches. They took each other out. That was the IMSA Matmut car that won last year. Took each other out, and Lizards have gradually clawed their way back up. That's the 77 car we've just seen. They've now, with Alex Davison, pulled themselves back up into 6th place. So the bad news is Ferraris are only filling the top 5 places now, not the top 6.
Coming back to Mr. Davison in a minute or two. 2209 kilometres, believe it or not, it was the very first one. The very first Le Mans ever run in 1923.
It's the least number of laps.
That was the least number. It was the least distance. I can't give you the depth because
over
the circuit has changed.
Over 24 hours.
Yes, right. The circuit has changed so many times.
That's a good answer.
2,209.
Yeah.
The record, as we know, goes back to the early 70s.
Porsche 917s.
But again, we're talking about a different circuit, and it was very, very quick.
Very different circuit.
Different circuit indeed. But for all that, I think even to race here and finish, I recall very well talking to Richard about this, oddly enough, the other day, just mentioning once more, because that's all he's going to get. And I said, it's unfinished business to you, mate, isn't it? And he said, yeah, it is. Got to go back one day. But we'll see if he does. He's getting on a bit now, you know. Perhaps he'll put his brother in.
Well, Neville, here's Ryan M. we heard from earlier this evening. Wonder if it'd be possible to have a shout out to my dad, Terry McManus, saying Happy Father's Day. Well, it is. We're now 2:30 in the morning here in France. I haven't heard from my lot yet, have you?
No, well, I have, yes, because I wished my daughter a happy birthday, but I didn't do it on the radio, on television.
So Terry McManus, Happy Father's Day, not only from your boy, but from us as well.
Yeah.
Here's a question too. Surely ACO, Audi and Peugeot realise the diesels are really going to dominate, as proven with the number 8 making its way up the grid, as we've seen this evening. Will ACO place restrictions next year to give Lola and Pescola a chance of a win? Well, we've answered this in many ways tonight, but let's just reiterate once again, this is the last time I'm going to do it tonight, and Neville will probably do it several times still, but the ACO is determined to bring the speeds down in the first place, that's generally, so it wants to slow the diesels a bit if it can, but then on top of that it wants to bring the qualifying time down to no more than 3:30. They've been terrified this year by the 3:18 times we saw from the fastest two of the Peugeots. I mean, they're just blindingly quick, you know, and all sorts of safety issues start to get raised then, as we saw with Marc Genet's accident in the test day last Sunday. Very lucky to have survived that race unhurt and to be able to be racing here this weekend, and that car he's driving, of course, is leading the race at the moment as they errant wheels crash into the Peugeot mechanic. So I just think that was probably a well-aimed shot, wasn't it?
Yes, I think it was done deliberately to get somebody's attention.
So just to finish off the answer, yes, they are going to actually start looking at how to bring them down. Neville explained to us a short time ago it won't be done on fuel consumption. We're never going to go back to fuel economy formulas like Group C. It will be done on things like the air restrictors into the engines, on aerodynamic aids, and probably maybe controlled tyres.
I think controlled tyres, that's probably another very good idea that will be put forward. But I think that what one has to remember, folks, is that right now we are looking at the fact that Europe has really grasped the diesel nettle over a period of years. I remember going to the Frankfurt Motor Show in a diesel car, a little Volkswagen Golf diesel called the Rabbit in the States. I now have a diesel car, and it is terrific. I wouldn't even think of going back to a petrol car because it's so easy to drive, the torque and the speed. It's brilliant. Now, you are going to get more manufacturers tending to move down that direction. And of course, the big place that everybody wants to get to our diesel cars is the United States of America.
Well, I will never, ever, ever in my life drive a diesel car, Neville. But unfortunately, about 2 months ago, I bought an Audi A6 TDI, which I drove down here, and it's changed my life. I mean, I got from Silverstone, where I live, down to here in Le Mans, which is near enough 500 miles on a half a tank of fuel.
It does make a difference, doesn't it?
It does. I had to leave the Jaguar behind this year, my XJS B12, because last year the rain, the dirt, the shit, everything, it was so bad about Le Mans. I went back at 4 o'clock on Sunday to the Grass TV compound to get my Jaguar to drive back to the hotel. It had sunk the front up to its front axle. It took an hour and a half to get it towed out, and I thought, never again if there's going to be a risk of rain. And to be fair, we've got
a big problem here.
To be fair, there was a risk of rain for this race. It hasn't happened yet, luckily, and we're hearing from some people maybe 9 in the morning, but too late for this. A bit of rain might help this car. It looks like a big blow up, doesn't it?
Yes, I think he's really sort of it looks as if he's spun through 180 degrees at least.
Well, I don't know if he's spun or the engine's gone and he's pulled off, but
well, no,
who knows?
You'd be looking at the back of it, wouldn't you?
This is coming out of Tetra Rouge, and he's actually pulled off to the inside level, so I think he'd have gone off into the wall on the outside if he'd had a moment.
But what I'm saying is it's the wrong way round, isn't it? We're looking at the front of the car, aren't we? I think.
Let's see.
I can't tell.
44, we're told it's Portalis in the 44 Lola Mazda. This is the car that was rebuilt after Hideki Noda's horrendous crash the other night, and Lola worked so hard to get this car rebuilt. Even the tub was cracked, and laminators with portable autoclaves, little ovens, came down here, got it fixed, but it looks like that's going nowhere.
Yeah, it looks as if he's pulled it. Actually, I correct myself, he's pulled over to the right-hand side, and that's that.
Well, we're going for another break, and we'll try and find out more, let you know when we come back. Keep those messages coming on eurosportyahoo.com. You know the thread by now. Stay with the All Night Club.
This is Eurosport, this is Le Mans, and this, or that, because you can't see it now, it was right on the comeback to us, was car number 44, which has had a monumental blow-up. I think that basically that was a lot of forethought too, because the driver would appear to have got it offline on the right-hand side of the road, and the Lola Mazda is unfortunately not going to take any further part in the affair.
Yeah, it's been such an interesting program. This is the Mazda engine that AER have been developing. It's not a rotary engine, it's out and out racing engine, 6-cylinder, and they've had so much against them this weekend, haven't they? And Lola did a brilliant job in getting that car rebuilt back into the race, but it's not to be. And as you can see, that engine's exploded, and while that was going on, we had a can of Coke explode in the cabin, which has given us some fun here, Neville, as well.
Well, it has. Marcus just swum in back through the door. I didn't realise that he was Olympic standard prior to this, but
I must not throw cans of Coke around in the cabin.
100 lines, please. Yes.
Yeah.
That looks like Pasquarello, is it?
Is that 100 lines of Coke?
No.
Right, yes, it's a 16 car. That's sitting there at the moment, just being refettled. That car is at the moment
in
ninth place. Yeah, Roland Dumas, the defending American Le Mans Series champion, and Penske's Penske Porsche's winner of the Sebring 12 Hours outright this year. He beat the Audis. That was pretty impressive. Not only the Audis, the single Peugeot that was there as well. So Romain Dumas crashed this car, I remember, on Thursday night after going off on the oil from the Modena car. Wednesday night, I correct myself. That is the X-Markets car there.
Vanina Eeks showing this car.
Yep, she's showing that with...
Talking with Liz Halliday, actually, she rates her very highly as a driver, I will say. We were talking about her last night over a very fine meal that we had.
That's why we're at Le Mans.
Indeed.
Why come if you don't enjoy the local food and the what Le Mans has to offer, especially the rillettes, the pork rillettes. That's pork pate to die for, isn't it?
Oh, without a question.
So the Pescarolo then of Roll Centre, that's the 18 car, that goes back out into the fray. Juan Barbosa, Stefan Gregoire, and as you say quite rightly, Vanina X with that car. It's had its problems during the night. We're just checking to see who exactly has gone out on board it. We might get a caption from TV before we get there, but we're having a quick look. The 18 car.
They're not going to tell us, are they?
They're not going to tell us, but
No.
I'm going to tell you, Neville. I'm right on the ball here as we scroll through, and on board the 18 car now is Stefan Gregoire.
There we are.
And that car is in 12th place overall. Pretty good job, eh? So Shorty's team gradually pulling themselves up again. Someone's had a big off there. Oh dear, we got another stopper, haven't we?
Yeah.
Now could this just possibly be the car we saw pulled off at the chicane? No, it's another one, isn't it?
Yeah.
And which car is it? They've gone straight to the team looking at it. We're just trying to see who it is.
Well, we assume that that's the team that's looking at it.
Well, the directors certainly do.
Yeah.
So we're just talking about Stefan Gregoire and the Pescarolo. They finished 4th overall last year, pulled themselves up now to 12th, so it's not inconceivable they're going to be winning the petrol division the way they're going at the moment. I mean, they are only, they are 3rd in petrol class. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
And that's behind Groppi and Dumas. The Dome then comes out again. Very, very impressive programme this.
And they don't give up, do they?
No, they've been in and out of the pits, having trouble starting it. No, they've got it going now. And this car, this Dome car, running in a race for the first time ever. It only turned a competitive wheel for the first time on Wednesday night in qualifying, and then now here it is, that Dome. Okay, it's lost time, but at one stage, Neville, it was the best of the petrol runners, and it was in 7th place overall for quite a long time.
Yeah, of course, we've got the Pescarolo. Now, number 17 in 6th place.
Yeah, that's impressive, isn't it?
It is. I mean, I'm really pleased for Henri because he really does try hard, and sooner or later somebody's surely going to give him a competitive package, which on the face of it may have to be diesel unless they can come up with some sort of quality formula that is going to level the field a bit.
The one thing Henri does insist on in his factory cars are French drivers. So he's got 6 French drivers, Bouillon, Collard and Dumas in the 16 car. The 17 car we just saw going out, Christophe Tanso, Harold Primat. I said all French. Of course, Harold is Swiss, but he's a French-speaking Swiss.
Yeah.
Benoit Trillier. And Benoit Trillier, of course, the Formula Nippon champion in Japan in 2006 and a winner in the Super GT series for some years now. He had 2 wins last year, so a very, very impressive peddler. And certainly Primat and Tanso in that 17 car are the best petrol car runners in the Le Mans series this year. They're lying 6th overall in the championship. Here's the diesel runners. This is Dindo Capello coming in for a stop. Will they change tyres, or will Michelin be happy with the rubber as it is? Petrol goes in. Dindo's been wiped. I don't think they're going to bother, are they? Nope. They like it. He's got his thumbs up. This front tyres are all right. Not going to change those. And indeed, car goes back out. And you can't hear it.
A little puzzlement going on because that's better. I couldn't see Capello's car, and that's because the screen didn't say out when he'd gone out. It still said he was in, if you see what I mean.
I think we're working that one out, Neville.
Yeah. Anyway, he's gone, but I was just sort of looking down the list there. We looked at, yes, we know now that Lieke Molen is up to 10th and Sacha Masson behind him in the 2 Porsches. And then I'm looking down to see, yes, the first Aston Martin is up to 14th place.
Let's give you the...
And I'm looking to see whether the other Aston Martin appears. That must have dropped back again, but I don't know where or when.
Yeah, it's just dropped behind. So we've got Brabham leading and Wendlinger in third.
Yeah, no, I meant the lower Aston Martin.
Oh, sorry, the lower Aston Martin. My apologies.
Down.
My apologies.
And I don't know, it seems to have disappeared.
Well, it's had that
top 20.
huge accident early in the day. Stefan Looker on board. Thomas, the tank wrangler, then pulled it all the way back up into the top 10, and then it had more problems, went back into the garages. So we are looking for that car at the moment. Where is that car? As you say, I don't think it's in the top 36 at the moment.
I don't think it is. I think it sort of disappeared with the British.
No, we found it. It's 16th.
16th.
I do apologise. The Lola Charoux.
That's because they don't put... yes.
Yeah, that's what's happened. That's running
My
at the
fault,
moment.
I'm sure. Yeah.
Had 17 pit stops to date.
He's dropped a couple of places. That's
That's right.
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't think I'm right in saying that it is getting just a teensy-weensy bit misty out there. Do I?
Don't know. I would have thought that would have been more in the morning.
Yes, yes.
Dave Spike, commentary team, has an air jack ever accidentally deployed during a race? And if so, what effect did it have? If not, can you try and talk to someone? Giving it a try. No, we're not going to do that. No. But very interesting you should say that, because on Wednesday night in qualifying, one of the Pescarolas started to leave the pits, got halfway up the hill, and then ground to a halt because the air jacks had indeed deployed. They'd just come down very, very slowly. So driver luckily was still on the pit lane speed limit at 80 kilometres an hour when it happened. He ground to a halt, and the team had to get up there and take trolley jacks up and bring him back.
Yeah. It's funny actually, because we have seen air jacks now used for a very long time. And I can remember one of the first races I saw them used in was the Tourist Trophy at Goodwood in 1959. And John Wire was the man that sort of was involved in that. Well, John Wire and Reg Parnell.
But I think the answer is, Neville, they can't deploy because you need compressed air to force them down.
Normally speaking, yes.
So the default is up. The default is up, yeah. Well, in comes the number one car again then, Marco Werner in 5th place. He's staying on board. Fuel only, I would imagine, because they did tire him up at his last stop. They're still trying to triple stint these Michelins. They will go for all the night. If they're happy with them, team just looking at them, that's what the torch is for, checking the tread, checking everything's all right. But on top of that, Neville, the driver gets all sorts of indications, doesn't he, from all these safety systems. They'll tell him if the tyre's losing pressure, if there's any problem with it while he's driving around. Anyway, Neville, hey, Mark Cole here, live for Eurosport at Le Mans. We're going to take another break and we'll be back in just a moment. And we'll try this time not to spray the booth with Coke. Of Peugeot now with Henri Pescarolo. Jacques is a TV entrepreneur in Monaco, and he is a regular in the V2V historic and modern sports car series all across Europe.
I wondered what that was because I saw it on a number of information sheets, and I thought, now what's that? Right, it must be a vintage and...
Yeah, it's Pierre van der Viver. He's a guy who's arranged this series, a bit like John Mangaletzi arranged the FI Sports Car Championship, like Patrick Pater, Jürgen Barth and Stefan Rattel getting together to form the BPR series. It's a series of mainly 1,000 kilometre races at classic circuits. They go to Jarama, Dijon, they came to Britain last year. It's a very, very clever series, and the historic part of it is for Elvas and Lolas, Lola T70s, T70 Spiders, a lot of chevrons in it, particularly B16s, and they also have a modern part of it, which is for 2-litre Honda R-Type powered prototypes, little prototypes, more like the WR that we used to see at Le Mans. No WR this year.
We haven't seen. They didn't have one last year, did they? I don't seem to
there's a very good reason for that, of course, because Gerard Walter is a Peugeot aerodynamicist, and he has told by the factory, might be far-fetched, but we would prefer you didn't run your cars against us as you are working for us.
Otherwise, you may not be an heir to nemesis with the Peugeot.
Yeah, perhaps if and when Peugeot are happy with the programme, move on. Gerard may be back with those cars. His wife Rachel, she's also heavily involved in that. They've always been a mainstay of Le Mans, and real garagists, haven't they?
Well, this was, of course, always the race for that. Now, just, I think, while we were off air, somebody questioned my eyesight, and they were quite right to do so.
Oh, about the
yes,
about the number of laps in 1924. How many did they do in 1924?
In 1924, if I've got the right page, the right one, 2,077 as opposed to 2,209. I actually said 2009. I made a mistake.
Oh, right.
I made a mistake.
Don't worry. No.
Wrong.
Anyway, we're going to go to another break in a moment, and that is the point at which we're going to ask Simon Hill and his amazing dancing bear to come and join us. Simon's going to fill you in on what he's been seeing. He's been over in the paddock tonight. He's been chasing up the Hawaiian Tropic girls and seeing what's going on generally. He comes in every time, Neville, with a huge smile on his face. Here's a man who obviously is loving Le Mans.
Well, quite frankly, if you've been chasing Hawaiian Tropic girls, I think it's plain selfish not to have brought one for me.
Anyway, Neville, it's been great being here this evening. I'll be back with you all tomorrow morning, and I'm going to go and get a bit of shut-eye because I'm probably talking gibberish now.
You mean you're back with me tomorrow morning? As far as I know, I'm finishing at 9 o'clock, my boy.
So Simon's problem is he's going to have you talking gibberish for the next two hours.
Next couple of hours or so.
As you go gently into that night.
Who am I going to exhaust after him, I ask?
We shall see. We shall see. Anyway, Neville, been good being with you tonight, and we'll catch up tomorrow. We're just going for a break then as we watch Jerome Policand in the Luc Alphand Corvette going back out into the race. Jacques Villeneuve leads at Le Mans. He led at Spa just 3 weeks ago and he won it. Can he do the same here tonight? We'll be back with Simon Hill after these messages.
Welcome back to Le Mans, welcome back to Eurosport, welcome back to one of the most intriguing 24-hour races on the 76th occasion that this race has been run, which sees at the moment Peugeot looking good. The Villeneuve car, number 7 car, being driven at the moment by Villeneuve, is comfortably in the lead, but not that comfortably because the number 2 Audi is still on the same lap, somewhat chastened by the fact that it can't quite maintain the pace, but it's not all over yet. Even the shouting could go on because it's less numbers of stops that make the difference. Now at the moment it's as we come on to the hour, it is 19 stops for Peugeot, the leading Peugeot, and 16 stops for the leading Audi. Now if you want to extrapolate that, that's a new word I learned today. If you want to extrapolate that, that's 38 to 32. Now that means that if a pit stop takes approximately 4 minutes from the time you come in to the time you go out, that's 24 minutes. And 24 minutes at roughly 3.5 minutes a lap. Well, you work it out, I can't, Simon. Good evening.
Good
or
evening.
good morning.
Good morning, Neville.
Yeah.
Good morning.
Is your lad asleep still, or is he...
He's been asleep, awake, asleep all over the place. I think he's much like myself. He's a bit overawed by the whole excitement of Le Mans. It's his first time, and any of you that have been to Le Mans before will know that it's an experience that really can't be described until you actually see it for yourself. There are so many things that make this a wonderful event, and it isn't just the on-track action, it's everything around it, and not just the Hawaiian Tropic girls that we were alluding to earlier on, although they're very pleasant. But on a serious note, the racing this weekend has been something that, you know, whether you're a sports car fan or whether you're just a motorsport fan per se, it really has been second to none. And the fact that we've seen this racing going on, not just at the front, but throughout all of the classes, has been something which, as far as I'm aware, Neville, and you're far more experienced at these things than myself, I don't think there's anything been quite this close in all of the classes for many a year.
Well, I've been to a lot of Le Mans, but I don't think I can ever remember being to a Le Mans 24-hour race where, and I glanced down to see that it might be a pit stop that's done it, we have got the cars still so close together. And of course, until the unfortunate problems that number 8 Peugeot had, we've got, effectively speaking, the 3 Peugeots and the 3 Audis fighting it out. Well, that was spoiled rather when we had a bit of a problem for the Lamy-driven car at the moment. That's number 8, but it will come back, and I suspect it will probably catch and pass with a lap to do it in the Pescarolo that's in 6th place, and we should be back where we started.
Indeed. Well, again, as you quite rightly said, Neville, the thing that it is quite remarkable at this stage in the race that we still have, looking at that car in 5th place, the number 1 Audi that Marco Werner's on board at the moment, is only 3 laps away from the lead. Now, it's not been unheard of that at this stage you see the lead car perhaps have 4, 5, 6 laps ahead because of just a combination of pace, consistency, good stops, and other people's problems. And we alluded throughout this race and in qualifying and in the warm-up that, you know, is it going to be a Peugeot situation where they disappear off like a hare, they go away, and then at some point all these disasters hit them? Well, yes, they have had a few issues, mainly the biggest one, of course, being the technical problem that hit the 8 car. The 9 car, of course, with Christian Kleon on board having his little moment of madness and ending up in the gravel. But even allowing for that, it's still unbelievably close with this amount of racing done.
It really is close, and as you so rightly say, if one slight incident, one slight delay, and as we saw with the number 8 car, which had climbed up to 6th place, snap your fingers, he's lost a couple of laps and it's struggling way back again. Now, I'm not saying that isn't going to happen. I'm not saying it couldn't happen. And in fact, I would say on the question of probabilities, it probably will happen. But so far, I think one of the most remarkable things is we've done 12 hours plus now, and it hasn't happened.
Well, there's a couple of stories in here, really, Neville, I think that we all agree on, apart from the obvious one that we've been, what was your word, extrapolating? I think extrapolating was your word, Neville?
Yes, a good word.
It is a good word. It's certainly at 3:05 in the AM in France, and 2:05 for those of you in Great Britain. Is the Audi Peugeot battle as we ride on board with Alexander Premat. Now that really overall has been a good news story for Audi, because in terms of pace, the lap time that Premat did earlier on in the day of 3:23.939, the fastest lap of the Audis, still some way off of that 3:19 that Stefan Sarrazin set, as we see the 3 car come into the pits for another stop. But apart from that, there's a couple of things that have really impressed me. Is the recovery of the Charouz Lola, that car that we saw have some fairly major damage quite early on in the race, and a combination of sheer pace and excellent pit work and just very, very good, strong driving has moved it from well out into the 40-somethings. I think it was about 46 at the point he had that drama, now into a possible top 10 position. It's 13th at the moment with Jean Charouz on board. However, he's 6 laps behind the 12th place car, but as you've quite rightly said, Neville, we never say never at this stage.
No, you just can't afford to do it. Looking now at the number 3 car, Premat brought that car in now. I can't believe that 340.074 was not his in lap or something of the sort, because they're doing still around about the 2 leading cars actually lapping roughly the same time, 330.4, 330.6. The big surprise, I suppose, was that we had, during the course of Wednesday and Thursday, when practice and qualifying was taking place, we were seeing just how much faster the Peugeots were than the Audis. And we all tended to conclude that, well, this is a question of Audi's wise greying beard that says, oh no, we don't have to go out and prove anything. And I was one of those people who confidently expected that they would be lapping at around about 325 and it would all be all right. Well, putting it bluntly, ain't so. The Audis got up and ran off, and only, frankly, the Peugeot, I rather should say, got up and ran off, and only the Audi of the Capello car could stay with them, and that was by dint of driving it on its ear, and it stayed with them. But gradually, the only way we could see a real battle performing towards the end of the race was when, as we expected, the number of pit stops of the two cars started to add up and play a part in the race. And we thought we'd see that at about 12 hours, but we didn't see it because there was an incident that brought out the pace car. And as sometimes happens, and we've seen and heard so much about pace cars this year, it ain't true. This particular occurrence saw two pace cars out, and it saw a sufferer in the shape of car number 2, the Audi. So he did lose a lot of time. He is still just about on the same lap, but it's touch and go for how long. And at that point in time, it was a question then, would there be time in the remaining, well, it was about 13 hours at that time, for the pit stop situation to play a part. I have to say that we recited a few minutes ago that there would be a pit stop situation. There'd be about 4 to 5 pit stops extra that the driven car at the moment would have. But nevertheless, I don't see, providing everything stays status quo, it's going to happen. But whether it stays status quo or not, of course, only Simon knows.
Well, I wish I were that sage, Neville, but one thing for certain is that the lap times at the moment are surprisingly, well, I won't say slow, that's a bit harsh, but certainly nowhere near as competitive as sometimes we've seen at this stage in proceedings. Quite often in the cool air of the night on a reasonably nice balmy evening or morning as we are now, the lap time starts are very, very serious. At the moment, all of the top running cars are running, well, 7-8 seconds slower than they ran earlier in the day. Now, whether that's a combination of the fact that this is a stage when people are being a little bit more cautious due to fatigue setting in from the drivers around them, possibly being aware of lapping people with a little bit more care, or possibly just that they're in a situation now where they're trying to just consolidate the position they're in. That I'd be very surprised with, because it is so close as we keep going on and on. Pardon us for banging on about it, but it's very, very difficult for us to take our eyes off of any one particular area. Having said that, we really need to try and be looking about 6 different places, because the battles are just going on and on and on. 41 seconds behind the leader is the leading GT1 car, the leading GT1 car of David Brabham has a 41 second lead over the Corvette of Magnussen, for example. The RS Spider of the Verstappen and Blake Molen, the Van Merkstein car, as was saying a lap, but I think it's a bit less than that as they're going over. So it's just going on forever as we look down the list, isn't it, Neville?
Yes, the Porsches have been very surprising. They're well up, as we've said. Actually, the first of them is currently in 9th place, with the runner-up, if you like, or the second place Porsche. Still very close. I think it's about, well, it's going to tell me, actually, if I wait long enough, it is. 1.5 minutes between them. Well, you can't grumble at that, can you? And that's going to be a battle it's gone on from the start, and I suspect it's going to go on with the legendary reliability of Porsches to the finish. But it's nice to see that they've got so well up as they have. In the past, we've seen LMP2 cars, in fact, finishing behind others. But as we come up now to a little break, so we can go and have some more coffee, we'll leave you to muse about that, think about it, and we'll be back after the break. Hi from Le Mans, hi from Eurosport. We're here and we've just watched the Oreca, a Carriage LC70 Mugen engine car of the veteran, and you can't describe him as any other way. We were talking about it earlier on today. Terrada, Yoshio Terrada. He has been driving here very nearly as often as I've been coming here. You know, in fact, I think he's been as many times, and the car has not been trouble-free. It's just come out. It's about to go out into the race again, and hopefully whatever was wrong with it, because it had spent a bit of a time in the garage there, has been cured, and he will go on to finish yet another Le Mans. He's anxious to equal, I believe, if not beat, the number of drives, and I think that's held at the moment by Henri Pescarolo, who's driven him more than anybody else.
I believe so. I think it's 30 for Monsieur Pescarolo and 27 for Yohiro Terada. Has been an incredible career that he's had, and coming back year after year after year. And there's a few sextagenarians out there having a great time of it. Certainly Greg Pickett, that we spoke about earlier on this evening, was absolutely loving the experience of being at Le Mans. And we've already mentioned, of course, Yohiro Terada. So there's some interesting stories to tell, not just about the guys running at the very, very front, but throughout the field. And that's quite often what has made Le Mans special, because you can get that mixture of experience, of youth, of pace. Gets obviously some drivers are perhaps in the politest possible way, gentleman drivers, but certainly at the very, very front of each of the classes, all of those guys are top drivers. They're professional guys, and the pace doesn't vary from driver to driver. This man, though, has really been a superstar. Stéphane Sarrazin has just reminded everybody what we should be seeing him out there fighting for the World Championship, perhaps in Formula One. But it's not exactly a soft option racing for someone like Peugeot in top-line sports car racing, Neville, is it?
It's not a soft option, and you are expected to be able to do the job. And you're not only expected to be able to do the job. Let's get rid of this myth that everybody seems to think that team orders don't matter anymore. In this type of racing, team orders are, in the nicest possible way, everything. Because it is said sometimes that the onlooker sees more of the game. Well, nothing is more true than that when it comes to sports car racing, and particularly the Le Mans 24-hour race. It's also true for another form of racing with single-seaters governed by people, but they don't seem to realise that anymore, so I don't think we'll go into it. Either way, we're seeing, I think, a fascinating time coming in this race now, because, as I've been saying, we've got to the point where certain people have avoided all sorts of horrible things happening to their cars, and at the moment, let's just hope it continues on that way, because it is a fascinating race. Now, that is number 7 Peugeot. That is the leading car. He crept in, because I don't think we caught him coming in, but he's having the screen cleaned. The refueling is finished. The engine has started. He's away back into the race. It was a nice, quiet, sensible, panicless pit stop. That was a bit of alliteration, wasn't it?
It was a hell of a mouthful, wasn't it, this time of the morning for you, Neville? But again, I think we alluded to this a little bit earlier on. There's absolutely outstanding pace been set by both Stéphane Sarrazin and Franck Montagny in respectively the 8 and 9 cars. But Manassian is no slouch. Marc Genet is no slouch. Villeneuve has been quick, but has not been as quick as his team or his co-drivers. And it is now starting to look like a combination of a relatively trouble-free run, but most importantly, consistency across the board between the 3 guys. The 3 perhaps slightly more experienced, maybe slightly wiser heads in the 7 Peugeot that seem to be working into their hands. But still, let's not forget, as we've said before, it's still only a lap lead that they have over the Audi of the 2 Audi of Capello, Christensen and McNish. And speaking to some of the team a little bit earlier on, that they felt that the 323 was about the best that they could do with the Audi in a race situation without risking damaging the car or putting it off the road. That was exactly pretty much the time that Pramac did. 323.9, 324.1 for Christensen, and 325.1 for Frank Biela. So, you know, it shows you that the Audis, despite the fact that they've got the talent, they've got the kit underneath them, they just simply haven't been able to progress the development of their car, combination of chassis and engine, as the Peugeots have so far.
Well, it's the 3rd year as far as Audi are concerned, and of course it's only the 2nd year as far as Peugeot are concerned, and it does make a difference. Looking, however, at the list that's in front of me at the moment, somewhere in the midst of all this, there has been a change of place with the Corvette of Jan Magnussen. Now in 15th place, getting itself ahead of David Brabham in the 009 Aston Martin. Now, you're going to say, well, you should have spotted that, and you're absolutely quite right, I should have done. But I didn't, so there. It has quite surprised me. I'm just trying to work out that it might possibly have something to do with Magnussen having to make a pit stop, because he's only had 13 and David has had 15. So that might be the reason, and it will become clear to you in a minute what is happening. But it's not clear to me at the moment.
I think you're right, though, Neville. That's certainly so far in the race has been the story. Certainly earlier on when we saw the 4 leading cars in GT1, the 2 Corvettes and the 2 Astons. Interesting here. The 8 car's been turned around and pushed back into the garage down at Team Total Peugeot, and it's going to be a further problem for a car which has been gradually working its way back into contention. It's been a little bit up, and then down again, just as we were expecting to see Stefan Sarrazin being able to go out and sit some more blistering laps. Of course, let's not forget that Sarrazin has set the fastest lap of the race. There was a point when we were watching Franck Montagny going round doing 3-minute 20s consistently and looking pretty impressive. Then myself, Liz Halliday and Jeremy Shaw, who were in the commentary box at the time, looked at each other as Sarrazin got and went 19s, definitely. And for once, the commentators were right. For once, we actually picked up on it. And as you quite rightly supposed, the Magnussen car is in, and this is where we could see it potentially. It goes swing back towards the 009 car.
It should do. Professor Murphy, I believe, was the man who wrote Murphy's Law, and it can run a number of ways, you know, depending on how you want to interpret it. But it would seem that car number 8 has had all the trouble for all of the Peugeots.
Yeah, it certainly does look that way. And again, this has come back to the sage theories before we started this race, that Peugeot blisteringly fast, but they were going to have issues really so far. And obviously this is where the commentator's curse will kick in. Apart from the dramas that have hit car 8, the 7 and the 9 car haven't had any technical issues. No. We know that Clean made a mistake, or appeared to make a mistake. We didn't see the beginning of his incident, but there's smoke coming from the back of the 8 car. Whether that's just something like hot brakes, which is quite often the case at this stage when they've had a long run, or whether it's something that's not working properly in the engine stroke gearbox stroke drive train department, which looks possibly, oh no, back out again. So that's perhaps where we were going. It looks like a very, very hot car sitting still for a little while has produced a little bit of smoke and excitement for us.
Bit like my son's partner's TVR, which tends to brew up like a kettle if you, you know, it's running hot and you switch it off, because it all sort of, the hot water gets all funny. Anyway, it's gone back into the race, and it didn't spend much time there, and I think it did lose a bit of ground, but I don't think it lost a place. It's still in 7th place, and Sarrazin is in the car. So there you have it, or not as the case might be.
Well, just looking to see whether Sarrazin is going to be, LA Steph has got a lot of support here in this part of the world, and rightly so, because as we've said countless times this evening, this guy is a superstar. He's what the teams and managers quite often refer to as a mega, as in he's one of those guys that you can plonk in a car and he will deliver every time. And we've seen him not only fast in these prototypes, but he's been fast in when he drove with Aston Martin. He was fast when he did his F3000, he was racing F3000, F3, and of course he's even managed to be incredibly quick in WRC rallies. Now that's versatility for you, Neville.
Very versatile driver. We'll talk about versatility in a moment or two. But before we do so, we'll just note that change that we thought might occur, Corvette is still in front of the Aston, and it looks to me that the gap is around about 15 seconds.
Absolutely.
So, after the break, we will muse again about what's likely to happen here at the 76th running of the Le Mans 24 Hours. Join us again then. Back at Le Mans, it is Eurosport, and this is the 76th running of the race, a race that has been full of excitement, and almost, I think you could say, we've all been playing the waiting game, waiting for the break that's going to come in some way, shape or form that's going to settle what has been primarily a tactical battle. It's not been a wheel-to-wheel battle, it's a tactical battle between Peugeot and between Audi. Right now, as we sit here, it's Peugeot in the lead with the Villeneuve driving car number 7. Capello is driving car number 2 in second place. Then we've got the number 9 Peugeot. That, I have to say, has threatened on several occasions to make Peugeot first and second. I'm not quite sure at the moment who is driving that car. It isn't Zonta, I'm sure, so it could be Montagny is driving that car. It could be. They're not telling me, unfortunately, but that's neither here nor there. The fourth car, the number 3 Audi, and that is not that far ahead of the number 1 Audi. Then we come to the first of the petrol engine cars. It's Werner in the number 1 Audi, by the way, but there's only about 15.5 seconds between them. And then we've got the first of the Pescarades, the first of the petrol engine cars, number 17. Back in 8th place is the third Peugeot, who has got a bit to make up now. He's got to work hard again, and this is the car that if it seems to be going to happen to anybody, it always seems to happen to them. At which Simon Hill has grinned amiably and is about to tell us his fortune.
Well, it was just looking so strong early on for them. They had just this bizarre problem with the gear shift earlier on, where the thing just wouldn't shift back down again, so they had to go in and reprogram all of the electronics, and that just cost them so much time. They dropped way down, out of contention, out of the top 30 even, and at one point it was looking like an absolutely mammoth mountain to climb. Then we saw those fantastic laps from Sarrazin, amongst others, and worked themselves up to 6th place at one point before another few little issues hit them, as we see the Dindo Capello car coming in. Audi have been triple stinting their drivers pretty much all the time, and that helps to account for the fact that they've made 3 less stops than the leading Peugeot of Jacques Villeneuve at the moment, also of the Christian Klein car, the 9 car that's like the Villeneuve car, have made 20 stops against the 17 for the Audis. So all 3 Audis in fact making 17 stops. So obviously that tactic has worked for them, but it only can give them so much in terms of reducing the time deficit when you see that additional pace across the board from all 3 cars and from pretty much all 3 drivers in the Peugeots. Continuing on that thought of how close things have been, not just at the front of the LMP1 cars, as we see Capello's car hit the ground and make its way back out onto the circuit with no major dramas as we can tell of, but also the Van Merkstein and Elgaard in the 2 leading LMP2 cars running in 10th and 11th place. Only a lap between them at the moment. It really has seesawed throughout there. Great run at the moment in 14th place overall. 3rd in the LMP2 class for the Sonio Racing Pescarolo LMP2 car of Pierre Rags, Frankie Cheng and Mathieu Halliday. There's 3 young drivers with the youngest average age of any crew, all very new. Rags and Halliday have been racing in the LMES, but Frankie Cheng never sat in a prototype before this weekend. The young Chinaman really has been doing himself proud.
Yes, he has done well. I was just looking actually at the number 2 car prior to its pit stop, and I noticed they changed the tyres, which was a very good idea because it actually locked one up in the second of the Porsche curves. Now, I don't know whether I'm right about this, because sometimes the screen is a little bit behind what I think it should be, but I have a suspicion that there may have been a change, and it'll flash through perhaps in a moment or two, for 2nd place. I have a suspicion that because of the pit stop, and possibly with a Peugeot 1 to come, Capello may be back in 3rd place.
Could be, it could well be, but there's only a lap. Well, in fact, you go 206, 205, 204, 203 for the top 4 cars, with virtually half the race still to run. I mean, that's the equivalent if you were doing a Formula Ford race at Brands Hatch of only being a second or half a second behind someone in a 10-lapper. It literally is that kind of analogy that you can give. You just don't normally see that situation, and it just don't know. We really haven't had a break in terms of the closeness of the action throughout the pack. We see the Flying Lizards Porsche that had a really turmoil-ridden start to its day when it got clattered into and did a lot of damage to it. It put the other car that hit it, the Patrick Long IMSA car, out, last year's winner, but Seth Neiman managed to drag the car back and has managed to get the car out there running relatively strongly at this stage in the race.
Yes, he's got some time, far too much time to make up, and there are far too many Ferraris ahead of him I would have thought, to get anywhere near the first three in the class. But having said that, I don't think I can ever remember a Le Mans where Porsche have had that many problems in that class.
It's been a given, really, hasn't it? You see a Porsche 911 derivative of some sort, going way back when to when they very first started racing the cars in the mid-60s, up to going through the golden era of, we started to see the 911 eventually develop into the iconic 934s and 935s, and of course the 935 winning outright in 1979 with the Whittington brothers and Klaus Ludwig on board, but always an outstanding car to watch. And of course, then as we went into the more modern era of GT cars, the GT3s and GT2s, quick, you know, Porsche there, it's a works effort or a semi-works effort really, and well, there's Porsche Motorsport investment into that Flying Lizards car, so we're certain that that car has got what it takes in terms of pace, but at the moment when it's something like 21 laps behind the sixth place car, and he's really going to be hoping for other people to have problems for him to make any serious inroads.
It didn't have terms of luck. That was the problem. The luck was just not there. And sadly, Le Mans is a bit like that. It will just suddenly come around and bite you when you think you've got it. Look at last year. I sat here and waxed lyrically about the Audi situation and got up, walked downstairs. And by the time I got back to the motorhome, the leading car had careered off the road when a wheel came loose, and that was that. So you just really never can tell.
The sense of disbelief on the faces of the drivers that were sitting in the pit. I mean, Tom Christensen was just literally just looked up at the monitor at one point. He was all huddled up, all cozy and warm, waiting to think about his next stint, and suddenly Capello's car was gone, and you could see early in that race, of course, Mike Rockenfeller had retired as a result of a mistake he made in the very difficult conditions in his debut race for Audi at Le Mans. Now, it's interesting seeing the Krone Racing door on the side. Now, I was chatting to my good friend John Hindhoff, who's here in the Radio Le Mans capacity. Any of you that have been to Le Mans will know that that's one of the highlights of the weekend, is having that fantastic service looking after you spectators. But interesting, the Krone Racing guys lent the door to the Ferrari there, the 90 Ferrari, because they had damage to the mirror, and it was actually quicker to put a new door on than it was to put a new mirror on. So there says something about modern
March of progress, isn't it, really?
Well, there you go.
I'll bet you, and this is just a pure bet, that possibly the reason might have been a little bit broader than that. I'll bet almost certainly an electric mirror, and I'll bet with the different size of drivers and things like that, you need to adjust the mirror. And if you can do it very easily like that, it saves forgetting it as you've gone out of the pits and think, oh damn, I can't see what's behind me.
Yeah, it's an interesting point, actually. I was having a look around the creation yesterday, Friday. Where are we now? Sunday. I lost track of the days. Friday with Johnny Molam, who's obviously stepped in to the car this weekend, and he was showing some of his sponsors, guests around the car, and all the obvious things that they're interested in, all the controls on the steering wheel and what the drivers have to do. But then one of the guests did notice. He said, "You've got electric mirrors on this." He said, "Are you lazy or what? Doesn't it give extra weight?" He said, "Well, no. In the situation that we're in, it does make a big difference to save some time." Now, got a little bit distracted for a moment there because our colleagues from Eurosport France have just been talking to Jeroen Bleekemolen in the next booth to us, and I know you're in very well from A1GP, and I've been involved, and he's been driving for A1 Team Netherlands, and he gave me that broad smile that Jeroen does, and gave me the thumbs up, and I sort of waved at him saying, "What's it looking like?" And he just sort of winked at me as if to say, "We're okay, we're looking good." And both him and Jos Verstappen have been absolutely awesome in that car, and he's been really looking forward to this event so much. If ever there was a driver that isn't just a top-line racing driver, but is at heart a pure enthusiast, Jeroen, his brother Sebastian, of course, his father Michael, they're a fantastic motorsport family. And when Jeroen won at Monaco recently in the Porsche Super Cup race, the three of them there, Michael made his swan song in Porsche Super Cup. His brother was racing as well, Jeroen's brother. The three of them were there, all looking extremely pleased. It was quite an emotional moment, and it is great to see the young Dutchman doing so well at this stage in the race.
A Dutch dynasty.
Dutch dynasty indeed, and a worthy one. the Dutch guys are superb. They're great fun as spectators, they're great fun as drivers, and most importantly, they're so competitive. And we're going to be watching with great interest to see how that unfolds. Now, Eurosport will be back after a very short break to see how all the action continues.
Welcome back to Le Mans. Welcome back to Eurosport. And we welcome you back to tell you that Aston Martin are back in the lead of their class, with the 009 car being driven by David Brabham, now ahead of the Corvettes, which they've been battling with, I should think, since we started. Johnny O'Connell, I believe, at the wheel of the number 63 car, being sandwiched between the two Aston Martins, and still, effectively speaking, all three cars on the same lap, and all three cars fighting it out together. And as I look at it at the moment, I'll tell you what, they're up to 16th, 17th and 18th, and I reckon it might get better yet.
Well, it's quite possible, and we have seen quite often some problems with some of the non-works or certainly less established makes of cars in LMP1 and LMP2 have problems relatively late in the race. So these two brands are so well established, they're so well developed, they've got top-line drivers, top-line engineers, they know how to go about winning Le Mans, both of these organisations. And to see the top three cars running on the same lap when we've had over half the race gone is again something that everybody is pretty astonished about. But in some ways it's perhaps not that much of a surprise, because they've become absolutely entwined with one another. It really is kind of, you now can't see Aston without Corvette. It's almost a bit like when you watch DTM and you see Mercedes and Audi, you can't imagine one without the other. It's that kind of manufacturer relationship. They have huge, fierce competition and a great amount of pride in trying to win Le Mans. Of course, it is the most important race of the year for any sports car team, but consistently they've been able to deliver at every single event in every different condition. Yeah,
if you haven't beaten Corvette and you're driving for Aston, then you feel pretty sick about it, and vice versa. And each, of course, has this army of fans, because Aston Martin's involvement here goes back to the 1920s. And in those days they were taking class wins, and they've only ever actually won the race outright once, and that was in 1959 with my old friend Roy Salvatore and Carroll Shelby. But it is said, and I think said with some real chance, that there is a possibility that we will be seeing the Aston Martin team looking at an LM1 car in the not too distant future. Now comes the big $64,000 question. With what engine, I ask?
Well, that was, funnily enough, is exactly what I was thinking. We had this conversation earlier about the various different modes of power. As we see the Barazzi car in the pits, again a car that's been driven by Juan Barazzi, Stuart Mosley and by Michael Vergers, all very experienced drivers and all very quick. They clearly have got something fairly dramatic going on at the rear end of the car. But the point that you were making there, which engine, that's a very good point. Now, obviously now Aston Martin is owned by ProDrive. One would ask that perhaps, were it still a Ford company, they may have access to certain motors and certain areas that could perhaps open up those opportunities. However, if ever you can think of an engineering company that would be able to create a relationship with the manufacturer for that kind of project, then the expertise is clearly there with ProDrive. They have proved at every level that they compete in that they have the facilities, the infrastructure. And when David Richards goes out and goes motor racing, he goes motor racing with the sole purpose of trying to win. So it would be a very, very interesting project indeed, Neville, if they were able to go that route. And when we've looked at the diesel routes, it clearly being the way to go at the absolute present, everybody's talking about biofuels and energy return systems and electric motors and this kind of. You just have no idea what's going to happen next, really.
Well, you have to look first and foremost at the internal combustion engine and say, well, has this a future? Well, obviously it has, whatever the fuel system might be. Then you have to look at the numbers. Somebody said the suits are here at Peugeot earlier on today. I thought it was ever so funny, but the fact of the matter is that it does come down to, in inverted commas, the suits. Because if you are going to actually manufacture cars on the scale, and let's forget for a moment that some of the Jonas predict that we won't be able to have cars and all this sort of things. There will be a way. We've had them for so long. Nobody's going to look at the idea and just throw it away out through the window. However, going back again to the immediate premise, the original premise that we will have cars, the more engines you build with the same parts, obviously the more economic it is to do so from a purely manufacturing point of view. Now, the strength of the Ford Motor Company, within the context of the deals that they've done with both Aston Martin and with Jaguar, has been related to the power units to the cars that they produce. And this is because Cosworth, the one half of which, because it's split in two, the racing side is one side, but forget that for the moment, Cosworth have been the experts, as is the case, of course, with Audi, as is the case with BMW, in putting together modular engines. What does he mean by that, you might say? Well, they could be 4, 8, 6, 12, you name it. They have the same size pistons, that sort of thing. Lots and lots of economy of scale that you can use. Now, right now, diesel is the way to go, or so a lot of people feel, and particularly in the States, where it hasn't really caught on as well as it has in Europe, but that's another story. I think what is going to happen is we are going to see, probably over the next 10 years, a lot of development in power units, not just purely for economy and things like that, but just for a moment, let me give you a little story. About 2002, I bought a car which gave 177 brake horsepower, and I replaced it with a car that gave 204 brake horsepower. They were both diesels. They were both 3-litre engines. A manufacturer, the same manufacturer, now produces a 2-litre engine that produces 175 brake horsepower, a diesel, of course, like the one that I bought, and a 2-litre engine that produces 203 brake horsepower, which is 2-litre. Now that is sort of progress, if you see what I mean. And we're going to see a bit of that going on. One of the good engines that's around at the moment is the Ford engine. I happen to know that because I was making a study of it insofar as I had been thinking of swapping my motorhome. I'm not going to now because I can't afford it, but that's another story. But I can see that their 140 brake horsepower 2.2 litre, I think it is, diesel engine is a damn good engine. As is the engine that is used in the diesel Jaguar. And so I don't see it's going to be a terrible problem before Ford perhaps sort of say, well, look, we could help, and before we know where we are, we will have something like a 5-litre diesel V12 sitting in a chassis produced by AM or Jaguar.
Well, I mean, when you look at the statistics of the Peugeot, for example, that says we've just seen Casper Elgaard coming in and out, getting a bit animated because he needed the tear-off strip removed from the visor, still sitting in second place in class, 11th overall. Look at the Peugeot car. The technical specification of that vehicle is just absolutely astonishing. Put this in perspective, we know that more and more manufacturers have gone the diesel route and have really pushed that now. If you look on the side of the Peugeot, you'll see the initials HDI FAP. HDI, of course, is related to the diesel injection, the high-pressure diesel injection that they run. And their road car engines have been widely recognised as some of the best, certainly in things like a 308 and things like a 207 and a 407, for example. But in addition to that, the engine that they've designed is a purpose-built racing engine. It is pushing out an incredible 700 horsepower, and get this, 1,200 Newton meters of torque. Now that put that one into perspective. That's around about twice as much as something like an Audi RS6 road car, which is a 580 horsepower astonishing behemoth of a thing. And really what that tells you is that if you apply the technology correctly, it's kind of answered the problem of people were saying before, well, why would you not have a diesel? Well, it's a bit smelly and it's a bit this and it's a bit that, not that refined. Now they're quicker, they're quiet, they're refined, they're economical. There's everything every reason to have one and very few reasons not to have one. And certainly from a driver's perspective now, when you're looking at the way that the law works with your tax disc and your emissions and everything like this, it's been the choice for many people. Peugeot have taken that initiative, they've run with it, and they've made it very, very clear that this is something they do in their road cars, and by flagging this up in the world's most famous race, now people can identify with that much more clearly as a performance product, not just something that's economical and smooth to drive.
Yes, Mark and I were discussing this earlier on, and I said, well, I've had diesel cars now since about the year 2000, 2001, and I can't see me ever going away from a diesel car in a great hurry, because its economy and its performance is so equal, frankly, or better than to anything else. I like it very much. Yeah,
and interesting, there was comments coming from some of our co-commentators earlier that Audi made a big deal about the fact they're running their race cars on a part biodiesel. But the HDI FAP road cars that Peugeot run, they can run on a 30% biodiesel with no modifications on cars that have been built from 1998 onwards. So they're obviously something that they've taken on board, and across the European marketplace, they seem to have really got their heads around that. Clean now clearly not affected by that problem he had earlier on. He seems to be in the groove now. His lap times are comparable with Capello, who's immediately in front of him, and he's just over 1.5 minutes behind Capello. So he's going to have to find a little bit more time as the Bilicki Lola Judd comes out of the pit lane, Neville.
I've just looked down there and see that Sarrazin is doing 3:23s.
A la mode, as they say, a la mode. What did we come to expect? He is currently, just looking down the list, 3 seconds faster than any of the other quick guys. We're going to be very interesting to watch. Join us after the break here on Eurosport. Let's see how much progress he can make in the 76th running of the Le Mans 24 Hours.
'76th Le Mans 24-hour race. This is Eurosport. This is Neville Hay. I've got Simon Hill with me. We're looking at the screen that tells us that still with 211 laps on the board here, or rather on the television set, it's still number 7. Peugeot, driven currently by Gilles Villeneuve, who is the Jacques Villeneuve of your pod.
Gilles Villeneuve was my hero.
Yep. Never mind. I just said that for you.
I know. I actually managed to get a photo. My son's with me this weekend, as you may have picked up on, and a photo of my son with Jacques Villeneuve, and I was this close to saying to Jacques in a very, very stupid and schoolboyish way, "Your dad was my hero," and I thought I'd sound a right idiot, so I stopped from doing that, but it meant a lot to me because he really was my absolute hero in my childhood. He was a superstar.
My younger son actually feels exactly the same way, and you know, there are still posters around when you go into his house now. I mean, he's actually got them there, and you know, and oh well, I can't get over the whole thing. He's got a painting at home too, but that's another story. Capello in the leading Audi number 2, 2 minutes 49.598 seconds behind. He's just done a 3:30.4, which funnily enough is quicker than Villeneuve's 3:33. Traffic plays its part. Klein in Audi number 9. That rhymes as well, doesn't it? And he's there in 3rd place. And then we've got Primat with the number 3 Audi. That's 4 cars. We've got the first 4 places. The number 1 Audi, currently driven by Werner. That one is in 5th place. And then we come to the first petrol car. All those are in LMP1. And the first petrol car, as we've said, as I watch the Mazda being pushed away into its garage again for further treatment, it goes a bit and then it stops a bit. Or the dome, actually, the dome with Mazda engine. That's where we are with LP1. Now, the Porsche battle is still joined between 34 and 31. These cars have now climbed up to 10th and 11th places, and they are 1st and 2nd in their class, and there's absolutely no problem about that. They've got that sorted out nicely. That's the LMP2 class, and David Brabham is currently at the wheel of the Aston Martin DBR9, and he has got quite a respectable lead on Johnny O'Connell, who's at the wheel of the leading Chevrolet. And between them, actually, believe it or not, is the third of the LMP2 cars. That's the little Lola number 40, which is going well, I have to say. I mean, I think they must be feeling fairly pleased with the way that that's held itself together. The 007 Aston Martin is third in his class, and that's Piccini at the moment driving that car. And that's really given you the class positions and told you who's in the lead. And I think I'll have a little seat now for 5 minutes and let time to talk.
Very neatly done, Neville. Well, again, we see these clouds of some kind of either steam or smoke coming from the back of one of the Peugeots. You saw it earlier on.
Did it come in? Is it the same car?
No, I don't know whether they.
I'd never looked to see because it climbed in without me seeing.
Yeah,
it.
well, it's a driver change that we've seen. Cleon is out of the car, and now it's Ricardo Zonta back on board. The Brazilian, of course, former world sports car champion back in 1999 with 1999 I think it was. I lost myself there for a moment. He drove for Mercedes. He won that championship with Klaus Ludwig. So we know that Zonta can drive sports cars. He's been away from that kind of motorsport for a while. Obviously, he was pursuing an F1 career with great effort for some time. Didn't quite work out the way he would have liked, but we know that Zonta has the pace. He made a very, very uncharacteristic mistake in qualifying. He did some pretty heavy damage to that car. In fact, the Peugeot drivers across the board, we've seen some things happen which perhaps you wouldn't expect as the throng of photographers and cameramen move out of the way as the 9 car is now wheeled back into position with these wonderful ramps that they put underneath, little jacks that they put underneath that move the car around so quickly, drops to the floor, instantly fires up. Well, hard to tell really with these diesels. They're so quiet you can't tell when they're fired up, even when they come past. Well, if you go outside of our commentary position here and we overlook the start-finish straight, we can see directly down into the pit lane, and you can hear them come past, but you have to really look down and listen, whereas Corvettes, you can feel them even from up here, can't you?
Listen here, my dear. That were car number 9 what were in trouble there, and it is still looking steamy at the back. Now that may be because cars, when you switch them off and they're fairly hot because they've been going around the racing circuit, the water will sometimes heat up as it hasn't got any cooling or anything like that. I won't go into it all, but anyway, it will tend to boil, tends to get hotter until you start it and run it. But that car is in 3rd place. And because the screen here has to have a little fit all of its own, if you see what I mean, it doesn't catch up for a bit, but I'm damn sure it isn't as close to the Capella Audi as it was. That's in itself not perhaps as important, but what might be a little bit important is to say that this is the 2nd Peugeot that has shown signs of having a little problem.
Well, again, as you quite rightly said, it could be a problem, or it would appear that either all of the cars are developing a similar sort of issue, which could be anything. Well, obviously, none of us can really tell from here. All we can see is the evidence, not the cause. Or is it just something that they're expecting, and they're trying to just make sure they stay on top of it when they bring the car to halt, to make sure that if it potentially could develop into something worse, so they need to maybe cool the car down or whatever they may have to do. But it didn't seem to be causing an awful lot of alarm. There wasn't a massive amount of panic going on down there. The Dome car, though, had been so impressive in the early part of the race. We really were very, very surprised by how quickly and reliably the car had been running, and then it's now had a various number of stops and various ins and outs. Not really surprising considering this is its debut race, and it's the 3 Toyota drivers that run it in Japan. It's their first experience at Le Mans. The team are relatively new to this environment as well, so it's obviously not the manufacturer. They've been around for a long time in Le Mans, but the team, as in the guys on board, so they've done pretty well to get this far, I think.
Yeah, it looked to me as if it was going to sleep. I'm not sure, but I think it's having a little rest anyway. No, I rather hope that our idea is correct, and I think also that the other thing, if you are changing tyres, if you are refueling, if you are changing driver, obviously it makes common sense to do this out on the pit apron, as it were. But if you have something else you want to do, it's equally good common sense to put it on the trolley and wheel it in the garage. Why, you might say? Well, I'll tell you why. It means more people can work on it.
Yeah.
And if you are perhaps trying to do something relative to overheating, something like that, well, this is a very good time to actually do it.
There we saw the drama earlier on this evening when one of the Corvettes, due to a miscommunication between a couple of the crew, was dropped to the floor before the rear wheel was put on. And that was Alex Wirtz earlier on in the race. And well, if ever you've driven on a foggy day and you've wondered how you know, how the hell did you get home in one piece? Driving around Le Mans in the dark with oil on your windscreen at 210 miles an hour. So it's a challenge, to say the least.
Well, he literally had to come in. He just could not see. And I think he was a very brave man to drive as far and as fast as he did with it like that.
Certainly was. But that car now, the dome that we saw once again, just looks like, I think they're using this now as an extended test session. I think they've achieved what they wanted to achieve. They've got through pretty much half of the race without causing themselves to retire from some sort of silly problem. It would appear now that it's maybe a recurring problem. That's the Virgo Ferrari that's being shared by Rob Bell, Tim Mullen and Tim Sugden. There we see Jacques Villeneuve from an onboard shot. He's been interesting that he didn't seem to be able to maybe have the pace that his co-drivers had so far, Neville.
Yes, but we were talking about this earlier on. I think in Jack's case, what we have seen here is a little bit of a rebirth, because I suspect he was very put off by what was happening in Formula One when things weren't going well for him, and he is still in the pit.
Sorry, Neville. When we were seeing those little highlights there for a moment, it was a bit of a highlights package.
Yeah.
It then cut to Villeneuve, and initially assumed that was another highlight, but it does appear that this is actually happening as we speak. I'm looking down into the pit lane, and if the car has been, yes, the car has been there. Again, we've got that problem now on the 7 car. So all 3 Peugeots have had this smoky situation at the rear of the car. And I think
steam, isn't it?
Yeah, I think that there is, maybe it's something to do with intercore or something like that. I wonder if that's perhaps been an issue that they were concerned about, and that's why they pushed the car in. You made a very good point there, Neville, that because of the rules of the amount of team that can actually work on the car in the pit lane, pushing it into the box or the garage, whichever you want to call it, or the stand as the French call it, I believe. Either way, it's going to be give them the opportunity to really collectively get on top of what that problem potentially could be.
So with just coming up to 4 o'clock, some 13 hours after this race started, all 3 Peugeots would seem to have been stricken with a problem that is apparently soluble, but nevertheless, from the pure spectacle point of view, is quite frightening, because it looks to me as if one way or another they have got some sort of airlock or something of the sort that is creating a problem for them in the cooling system. Now, time alone will tell whether these 2 calls of the pits, or 3 calls of the pits that we have seen, are in any way interconnected. We don't have someone telling us from the pits exactly what is happening, but we will try and find out for you. I can assure you of that. But it is exciting. Did it make a change to the leadership? Well, it certainly closed the gap a bit, you can say that. It closed the gap to 2 minutes 20 according to what I've got here. And the car is out, so it's a question of wait and see. When you come back, I've got the feeling that we might know a little bit more. We'll certainly go and try to, but as back into the race goes, and it wasn't what I thought it was. No, he's having to wait. He's being stopped here. Now, why is he being stopped? It looks as if we've got some problem here, which is a rule problem of some sort. I think it might be a light, but we'll find out what that is. We'll find out what the problems with the Peugeot is. We've got the number 8 car coming in now. So with Peugeot with problems, join us after the break and hopefully we'll find out what they are. It's number 1 car. Yeah. There's something going on here that I don't really understand at all. I wish we could. Hang on. We badly need a pit lane authority.
Oh, excuse me.
Told us how long the break was.
Well, welcome back again to Le Mans and welcome back to Eurosport coverage of the 76th Le Mans 24-hour race. And I have to admit that we haven't succeeded in unravelling the puzzlement that has provided us with renewed interest. We think that the overall classification has seen a change, and we believe, and it is confirmed now, that car number 2, the Audi, currently driven by Capello, is in the lead. And he's in the lead by about 5 seconds. And I suspect that that's running a little bit sort of back on itself, because I think that lead may have changed and we may have seen that previously. Villeneuve had a pit stop. There was quite a long stop. But seemingly the car has returned and is certainly running well. Zonta in the second of the Peugeots, number 9, is still there on our board in third place, and Prima with the second of the Audis, number 3, and Michael Werner with his Audi number 1 are in the next 2 places. But we've still got, as far as I can see on the, well, I can see quite well on the chart here, that it's the Audi that is shown in the lead, but I don't believe it.
Well, it certainly was a long enough stop, and they were close enough that it's quite likely it could have happened. We're going to wait for the next lap to unfold, as we've just been watching the 009 car make a stop and a driver change. Antonio Garcia, the Spaniard, on board now, taking over from David Brabham, and they were leading by around about 40 seconds before that, so it's highly likely that will have changed now, as we also see the roll centre Pescarolo. It looks like the very familiar crash helmet of Vanina X in the car there. And she's been enjoying being back in a prototype. Of course, she had a year in the DTM last year. Didn't really work out for her the way she would have hoped, but sports car racing and the name X, well, really, there isn't a better link.
Yes, there isn't a better link, and we saw her father earlier on today up here, and he escaped.
He did. He got away from us.
I grabbed him if I could go home.
There's been a few famous names either side of us in our colleagues from Eurosport France and Eurosport Germany, and we've been frantically waving to try and get them in, but I think they've been very selfish with them. But most importantly, we've been able to still understand that this battle between the leading cars in each of the classes is going to be something that we're going to have to try as much as we can to keep our eyes on all 4 classes consecutively, because clearly the overall lead is looking like it's going to run a run. That looks to me, right, that is Capello. No, I don't think it's Capello, actually. Sorry, just saw yellow. That's not Capello at all. No, that's I saw a bit of yellow, that's why, and that confused me slightly, which is not that difficult to do at the best of times, but certainly at 4 in the morning in French time, it's very easy to confuse me. So it was clearly one of the Peugeots. We think the Villeneuve car lapping now, just as it looked like possibly there might have been a change at the front. In fact, the 64 car is the car that's in, that's already lost a fair chunk of time earlier on in the race, and Oliver Gavin was on board that car. Can't see if there's been a driver change. It's still showing Ollie on board, of course, a former winner here at Le Mans a couple of times in his class in that Corvette. The Ollies have produced a fantastic partnership, Ollie Gavin and Ollie Beretta. They seem to be very, very intuitive to the way that they drive together, especially having someone of the experience of Johnny O'Connell in the team, but then Jan Magnussen as well. You know, all these guys seem to really bounce off each other in terms of developing the car. It's
choice of teammates, choice of team, isn't it? And it would suggest that here these people really know what they're doing. They're an international lineup in these cars, but it's one that's been a credit to them and has won them a lot of places.
It's always interesting, isn't it, when you look at the choice of drivers. You can see that whereby back in the day there used to be a situation where you'd almost certainly see them going the very nationalistic route. Still, of course, the case. There's still commercial issues as to why certain nationalities of drivers would be chosen. Some drivers are chosen for their background. Some drivers are chosen because they appear to have all the requisites to potentially be a real top-line driver. But when you're racing in endurance racing in the modern era of 2008, you really can't afford to take any chances if you're going to be competitive in any of the classes. Look at for example, the lineup in the Virgo Ferrari that's looking strong in second place in its class at the moment, a couple of laps behind the leading Ferrari. Rob Bell, Tim Sugden and Tim Mullen, all very, very strong drivers, and that's what you're going to need to be competitive.
Well, that's as far as I can ascertain, the number 3 Pescarolo, what am I talking about? Peugeot.
It's Villeneuve. Just saw a flash of the when he went under the lights. We saw a flash of the name, the Peugeot logo on the dashboard, and the number 7, which tells us it would be Jacques Villeneuve that's in the car. I think it's obviously at this stage in the evening, it's very, very hard to see too much detail on the cars, and that looks like the Van Merchstein Porsche RS Spider that Villeneuve's come across. And I think that is still Peter Van Merchstein on board. Well, not that long ago, probably only 10-15 minutes ago, we saw Jeroen Bleekemolen up here, so it's reasonably likely it won't be him up there.
Well, what I was looking at really was this sort of gap, and I'm still somewhat mystified as to whether or not Capello still holds this lead. I rather think he doesn't. I think this thing's got to catch up a little bit.
Well, let's look as they cross the line, because obviously this time we're going to see visually, I would imagine, I'm going to even aid the cause by peering sagely out of the window of our commentary box to see the respective positions as we see the one car go through. I think, yeah, seen them both cross the line now, and in fact now into the pits is the 2 car is in. The 2 car is in, so if he was in the lead, it's just swapped back. It has swapped back, so we think it was Capello, in fact, in the lead, and now Jacques Villeneuve has just headed back in front, and the last lap that Villeneuve did was 6 seconds faster than Capello, 3:30.9 for Jacques Villeneuve and 3:36.2 for Dindo Capello. So whether that was just traffic, whether he was just being overly cautious, or whether that is genuinely the pace difference at this stage.
I think we're agreed, Simon. I think that just about sums the whole thing up, and I think we've got it. I think we are round about right now. Capello now is back in second place. He's back in second place, but I can't see that quite works out for me that he should be 1.22 minutes behind.
1.2, I don't know, 1.22 seconds perhaps was the gap when they crossed the line before they came in, so maybe the transponders haven't registered the way that we thought. One of the Courage, the remaining Courage, the car that the 5 car that's being driven by Soyo Hayari, Loic Duval and Luc Groppe have been pretty strong in terms of pace. Loic Duval, a driver that I know well from A1GP, is incredibly quick. I think possibly one of the quickest French drivers around at the moment, along with Sarrazin and Montagny. Those guys are absolute superstars. And Ayari has been in prototypes and sports car racing for some time. Has raced Celine's as well in the past, and he's no slouch at all. But it looks like whether this is just routine, whether they pushed it into the garage for the same reason you mentioned with the Peugeot, they just need to get more bodies on the car, whether there's something a little bit more dramatic, it wouldn't seem to be the case. I spoke to someone I know at the Creation team and asked about things like pads and disc changes that always seem to be an issue in endurance racing of years gone by. And she smiled, Tina, who's one of the engineers there. She said, well, no, pads, discs, just chuck them in there. They'll last the distance, not a problem. It's remarkable,
yes,
isn't it?
It's always been a good circuit, actually, latterly, for brakes. It wasn't one time, because we were saying this earlier on in the days of drum brakes. It was the big problem here at Le Mans, because stopping a car that was sailing down the Mulsanne Straight in those days, sort of 150 miles an hour, was reckoned something that would wreck your brakes in no time at all. However, discs could and did cope quite adequately. And now there doesn't seem to be too much of a problem in getting the discs to last a race distance, particularly with modern pads and modern discs.
Yeah, obviously the different approaches to that technology. Some of the manufacturers looking at the ceramic disc option, some looking at the carbon disc. We saw this wonderful shot, the evocative shots you see at night time of something like the Peugeot braking hard into a corner like Arnage, when you see the glowing brake discs as we've come to expect. But yeah, just interesting the fact that they don't see a need to change discs and pads on a 24-hour race. It was always one of those shots I could always remember in watching the Group C era. You see these very tentative job being done by Porsche and Jaguar and Sauber and all these people of trying to take these boiling hot brake discs and pads off. And hell of a job. I wouldn't want to be a mechanic doing that.
I can remember, same subject, different discipline, but still motorsport, watching the late Tony Fall in a Nissan on the RSC rally, and the cherry red glow of the discs you could see. We saw them today on cars. We're wondering just what else is going to give trouble, but whatever it is, we've got an Audi making a pit stop. Join us again after the break and we'll tell you what's happening. Well, that wasn't very long, was it? You're back again at Le Mans, you're back again with Eurosport, and Simon just said to me, how long's the break? And the man said, back in 10, and so we were back on again. So here we are looking and telling you that the overall classification, it's 10 minutes past, sorry, 13 hours and 10 minutes, 218 laps completed by the Peugeot number 7, and in the second place is the Audi number 2. The gap is given as 54.407 seconds, which I believe to be about right. Number 9, Zonta with the Peugeot in third place. Number 3, driven by Premat at the moment, on 216 as opposed to 217 laps, but that might sort itself out in a minute. We'll have to wait and see. In fifth place, Werner's Audi number 1, and then the first of the petrol engine cars, Sarrazin's, that's the other Peugeot. Now that's amazing. He has come back so rapidly.
Well, let's look at the lap times, tell the story, Neville. 3:21.7 for Stefan Sarrazin. We surmise that this may well have been the case. Currently, he is lapping on the last lap. He was some 16 seconds faster than the Audi of Marco Werner. Now, clearly that would have been either a traffic-laden lap or some sort of issue in terms of ins and out laps and what have you. Nevertheless, it means that 6 laps behind, if that kind of pace continues, even if you look at the fastest lap that the Werner Audi, the number 1 car, has done, is a 3:25.166. And at the moment, Sarrazin is 3:21.7, as we said on the previous lap. He is just absolutely monstering the competition. He is not just a little bit quicker, he is embarrassing everybody else around him. Now, we've talked a bit about this clouds of steam or smoke or whatever it may be coming from the backs of the Peugeots on some of the stops, assuming that hadn't been something they were overly worried about. Clearly, from the pace that Sarrazin's demonstrating, whatever it was cosmetic as opposed to a serious problem. Otherwise, wouldn't be expecting to see those sort of times.
Yes, I think they'd be very, very worried by now if they had need to be. There's a problem there, and that's Van der Merwe's Porsche number 34, and that's been pushed back in the garage as well, and that's got an examination going on. I'm not sure who was driving that.
It is Van Merkstein in the car. Jos Verstappen, we saw the very familiar colours of his crash helmet, looking anxious in the back. He's been the fastest man in that category, in that car, and overall in the race. At the moment, the Van Merkstein car has a lead of, let's have a look, 4 laps over the Essex Porsche RS Spider of Kasper Elgar, John Nielsen, yeah, he's basically looking that could potentially be wound back in again as Sasha Massa, of course, the third driver in that, the 97 car, coming in for a stop from third position. That's the car that currently is being driven by Paolo Roberti. He's also sharing it with Matteo Malucci. I'll get the words right at this time of the night is what I was trying to say. Neville, give my mouth a break for a moment as Frankie Cheng is on board the 35 car.
He's happening to both of us at the moment. What I was going to say was that don't forget that for several years we didn't see the name Ferrari at all at Le Mans, and now we're seeing them dominating a class that used to be dominated, and I say used to be dominated, by Porsche. And it's really rather nice. Is this Plus?
Plus, yeah, il fait pluie. Or, as one of my heroes, Del Boy, would say, après la deluge, Rodney. If we have a deluge, it could be very interesting.
Oh, yes.
As opposed to a delage, of course.
Yes,
which
a delage, yes.
Which is,
but look, out are the rain tyres already in front of that pit. Now, this is about the worst time you could pick if you're going to have your first rainstorm in a Le Mans 24-hour race, when the race has been running for the better part of 14 hours, because you have by now got an awful lot of rubbish and bits and pieces of tyre, a gentle dusting of hot oil that has spotted out of this, that or the other, and it can become very, very slippery in a very short time indeed. After it's rained for a while, it's usually not quite so bad, but it's when it first comes down that you have this emulsion. And when you do, it is very, very easy to get into deep, deep trouble.
One of the problems you can see looking through the screen of Jacques Villeneuve's car is that you've got a very greasy and dirty screen as it goes past the 5 Courage. That obviously is going to not be an easy situation resolved by popping the wiper on. That's just going to smear it and make things worse. And the rain is genuinely coming down now. I was going to say, at this stage, with just the lightest drizzle of rain, the tyres for most of the drivers are very hot. There's a huge amount of downforce being generated by the prototypes especially. So initially, the tyres will stay hot enough and there won't be standing water, so they can run still on slicks without a major issue. As soon as the water starts to settle, as soon as the tyres cool down, any kind of standing water, even the downforce of the prototypes, there's a concerned Tom Christensen looks on. That's still going to be something that necessitates a stop. Right, who's going to jump first, Neville?
Let's face it, the careful people are Audi, aren't they? They can't afford not to be, and Tom looks a bit pensive, doesn't he? I think the one thing he's thinking to himself, is it going to be me? But no, theoretically, I don't think you'll see a change of driver.
Is it Courage? Oh, the next car through! Well, that could have been incredibly nasty. Thank goodness for that the driver on board we didn't see. We just saw a flash of headlights, and I think we're all wincing, Neville, at the possibility of one of the cars coming out, losing it, and maybe taking out that Soyal Ayari car.
Yeah. I can see a yellow flag sort of this side it, but I can't see one that side it.
Oh, that one was a bit close,
very, very close indeed. That's about the closest we've had. So we've got a car stationary on the track.
Oh.
Its lights are not flashing properly. It won't restart. It's partially blocking the outline of the track, and the marshals have come to its aid.
Very bravely, I might say.
Very bravely. I wouldn't have pushed it in that direction, chaps. If I'd have been you, I'd have pushed it the other way.
Well, it's a French car with a French driver, and they're trying to get it back in the race. We've had this conversation already. I'm sure that they're doing the best for safety reasons, for no other reason than that. My concern would be a situation where potentially 2 cars came through their nose to tail. Let's say, for example, LMP1 or LMP2 car was up behind a GT car.
And he wouldn't see it.
Pulled out to overtake.
Yeah.
Got on the loud pedal, and then suddenly, bang, there's a sideways prototype. Thank goodness for that, both for the Orica Matmut team. Well, they've had their fair share of damage in the last few months with Stefan Ortelli's absolutely monumental accident at Monza, and of course the accident at Westfalen. Intermediate tyres going on there.
Intermediate tyres going on to car number 9. This is Zonta.
This is a possible thought here for you, Neville, and for those of you at home, Stefan Sarazan has been absolutely monstrously fast. That 9 car is...
Eighth car is in as well.
8th car is in.
He's coming out at the same time.
We didn't see which tyres he put on. Now, we are assuming, because it looked like both cars made a tyre stop, that they've put the same intermediate Michelin tyres on both cars. Now, Sarazan has been absolutely monstering everyone in terms of lap times. You can see the rain on the screen there. Well, the problem with this race, of course, so far, Neville, is there hasn't been any close racing or excitement. So we've obviously needed something, he said sarcastically, because this has been, of all the races that I've ever seen at Le Mans, and although I've not commentated on one, and it's been an absolute honour to be part of the team, especially with legendary commentators such as yourself and Mark Cole, and Carlton Kirby, it's been absolutely thrilling from start to finish, and we just haven't known where to look in any class, and this could create a problem. But Frankie Cheng sitting in the first one of those Saunier cars there. This is his first Le Mans, as we said before. He's never driven a prototype before, he's never driven at Le Mans before, and he's a very, very talented, but he admitted to me, he said, I really don't want to bin the car, whatever I do, Simon, I just want to keep it on the road. What a difficult situation for a driver like this.
Very, very difficult, and as I've said, if you're going to pick a time to have a rainstorm, this is really the one that you don't want, because you've got a lot of rubbish on the track. And if I were Audi, I'm surprised that we have seen into the pit come the Peugeots.
Well, 2 of them I'm surprised with, to be honest, Neville, because one of them maybe, one of the key things, obviously, when you've got the 007 car, the 3rd position car with Andrea Piccini on board in as well, but when you've got 3 cars in the same class all running with a potential victory, maybe you would think, and far be it from me to be a team manager of the ilk of the guys that are running the Peugeot and the Porsche teams, you maybe think, well, let's pit one, let's leave one out and see what happens, and then make the call on the second one either way, either or. Yeah,
now what's going on the Audi, if anything, here? Because we didn't see them change the tyres, did we?
No, well, that's Alexander Pramac out of the car, and it looks to me like, is that Lucas Luhr? I can't really see the crash on it from this point, but we might well see in just a moment. I think it may be Luhr that's in the car from there.
I'm pretty sure that was a drive he's just put on. I wouldn't like to... He's certainly taking slicks off. I'm pretty sure that was a dry he's just put on.
Well, it was a tyre change clearly anyway. Right, 7, the leading car is in. What are they looking at now? The engineers are looking around the brake area and the ducts and possibly the wheel bearings as maybe as a precaution. Out comes a tyre of some sort. It looks to me like...
That's a full wet, isn't it?
It is a full wet. It was definitely an Inter that went on the 9 car, the Zonta car. That is a full wet. Now, Michelin bring several choices of tyres for the top teams, and they work very closely with the leading manufacturers, Peugeot and Audi, to provide a number of choices for them. And I wonder, Jacques Villeneuve seems to have been the most cautious of the top 3 drivers in that car, and I wonder if that's perhaps a choice borne out by his comfort zone. I want wets because that's what I know I can drive on confidently.
Yeah, well, that's a full wet going on both front and rear, and of course don't forget that while we sit here in the comfort of a nice warm dry studio, these teams are pretty adept at picking up the telephone and having a chat with some chap 5 miles up the road and saying, I say, George, is it raining with you? And if so, how fast and how hard? No, seriously, they do have a pretty accurate forecast as to what's happening, when it's happening, and what the duration is likely to be if it's going to rain. And if they put real wets on, then they must think we're going to have a little bit more than a gentle shower.
Well, the 63 car of O'Connell has come in and put what looked like full wets on as well. It was certainly the Frankie Cheng Saunier Pescarolo had full wets on it, as we saw earlier. So perhaps just in the short period of time that the first 2 Peugeots came in, as that now is Tom Christensen getting on board.
And he's got a full wet there, I saw it.
Well, I'm guessing, and unfortunately we can't see much of the circuit from our commentary position. I'm guessing that it must be much wetter in certain places than it is in front of us here.
Now, the other interesting thing is that whether this is an intentional stop for tyres or whether they hung on and came in a little bit later, because what they had in their mind was if we can actually refuel at the same time and not destroy the balance of our race, it might just be worth tippy-toeing around for a couple of 3 laps. We will only get to know, and if we learn any more, as in comes the number 1 car, I think he'll go on wets as well. Join us after the break. Eurosport at Le Mans, the 76th running of this famous and exciting 24-hour race, because now the excitement has really started to rise. We have seen the Peugeot, the leading car, number 7, in and put on full wets. We glanced up the road and there we could see, with wets going on to that, Christensen's Audi as well, number 2 car in second place. We can see now that the number 9 car, I think, has also now gone on from intermediates to full wets.
Yeah, well, that's definitely, as we thought, an intermediate that's just come off the car.
Yep.
And a full wet that's gone on. So clearly the conditions are much worse around the back part of the circuit from where we sit here than we've at first thought. The Essex Porsche in as well. We're guessing that most of these stops are purely for condition changes, i.e. to change the car just to wets. Interestingly, you don't see really any kind of setup change that's obvious to these cars. I suppose because the instance of the conditions changing from one situation to the other and the time that you'd lose from a setup change, I think the emphasis is really on the fact that if you've got a team of top-line professional drivers, job is, okay, top-line professional driver, we pay you money to do a job. Your job is drive round the problem of a car that's not set up for these conditions.
Sorry, I know it's a bit hard. I know it's a bit hard, but you're going to have to deal with it.
It is, and that's really what I think is happening. You can see the amount of water there in the pit apron as these cars start to come out, as the Corvette makes its way back into the fray. Now this is going to create all kinds of interesting scenarios. Who's got a car that works best in the wet? That is the 33 car. We just caught a shot of it before we went to a break there. The 33 car that has had a very dramatic weekend already. That is the car that was running 5th in class and 21st overall, the speedy racing car of Xavier Pompidou, Andrea Bilicki and Steve Zacchio, and I think it's Pompidou that was on board. We saw him out of the car and sort of gesturing. He's back in. You can see.
I think he knocked his nose off.
He did.
You can see he's knocked his nose off, and there it is on the grass on the left-hand side of your picture. We didn't see what happened and when it happened, and whether, of course, he might have involved with somebody else.
It just looks from the evidence, and obviously we didn't see the incident itself, the evidence of potentially him just going in a bit quick, bouncing across the gravel, knocking the nose off, and why the car won't run up is difficult to say from there, whether there's something else. The 009 car that was leading in now, again, what looks like, yeah, well, Garcia is very, very quick. He's really one of the most underrated drivers. He's a bit like Sarrazin in a way that everybody who works with him and knows the guy knows that he's an absolute superstar. Quick, sensible, solid, sets the car up well, and maybe he was able to deal with those difficult conditions for a little bit longer than some of the other drivers.
It's quite amazed me, actually, that I thought that he went on to intermediates. I don't think he went on to full wets. We didn't really get a chance to have a look at the tyres. That's the point, a proper look at the tyres. I just thought that doesn't look to me as if it's got a full tread on it. That has on the floor, as you can see, on the Lerner Aston Martin. The Charoux car, this car actually has gone quite well. It had a fairly big accident early in the race, and it's worked its way back. It's in 13th place, and I think if you said, do you think that car will last for 13 hours, they'd have laughed at you.
Yeah, I think you're right. I mean, the guys at Lola, we were lucky enough to be joined by Martin Bahrain up here in the commentary box early on today, and he was saying that it was a very late project. It all came together just after Christmas, and the guys at ProDrive, who have worked in conjunction with Lola to adapt the all-new Lola chassis to the existing DBR9 engine to provide a car which is light, strong, handles well, reliable, etc., etc. But by putting a road-derived engine, something that's come from the DBR9 race car, road car, albeit obviously the race version of the road engine, if that makes sense, it allows them to run a different restrictor, a slightly bigger air restrictor, gives them more power, helps to explain why they qualified 6th. But perhaps it also explains why having an established product in a Lola chassis and an established product in an Aston Martin engine is done a little bit better than it thought.
The front wheel of that car, I'll just for argument's sake, the one on my right, i.e. the one on your left, what you or I, if we were at home in UK, would call the near side front wheel,
doesn't look too healthy to me, does it to you?
That's got either broken steering, or I think the bottom wishbone is broken from that shot that we see there.
That's what I think.
And I wonder, cause or effect, could it have been contact? Could it have been bouncing across the gravel at high speed, broke something, or was there some sort of contact that ripped the nose off and damaged the wheel? We've seen it happen already at that part of the circuit this weekend, so it's quite likely. Steve Zacchio had two fairly significant offs on his out laps in qualifying in both of the sessions. And that really put them behind the ball, but these boys have worked so hard to get it back into shape, and it was looking pretty strong for a decent finishing class, but that does look like it's going to hurt their position.
And they're going to be extremely popular with everybody else, because they haven't actually stopped in the ideal position, have they? If you could see a yellow line on the right-hand side of your picture, they ought to be behind that yellow line, and they're not behind that. Well, they're just about to get behind the yellow line. And I think the reason why they decided not to do it was that he wanted to get the car into the garage if he possibly could. And he's now waiting, presumably, to put the trolley jacks underneath it, whirl it round through. Oh dear, that looks a bit uncomfortable.
I don't know, that's almost certainly something. Well, look, I think the top rockers are bent. There's obviously damage around the suspension, possibly the uprights, steering. Maybe even the chassis looks a little bit. I don't think the chassis would be damaged. That's a crash structure on the front part of the Lola there. That wouldn't be damaged. No, looking at that angle, it was just the angle we were looking at. But there's a significant amount of damage, something which will put the car way down the order as a result of the efforts that the boys are going to have to put in. Of course, ProDrive are working in conjunction now. We're starting to see what the problem is on the back of the circuit here, Neville.
Yes. The wiper isn't going on the car, you'll notice. So either aerodynamically it is clearing itself, or perhaps it was, as they said it would be.
That would explain why. So couldn't really work out why that was, because we looked like we were looking from on board and looking at the wiper. In fact, it's the Audi and it's the aerials that we were seeing, the radio aerials on the front of the chassis. I must admit, I totally thought exactly the same thing as you, Neville. And then we saw that angle where some light was blown into the car, or shone onto the car even, and we could see that it was in fact an open-topped Audi, not a closed-top coupe Peugeot. Avec le windscreen wiper. I don't know what it is in French. Windscreen wiper. A wiper, the windscreen.
Yeah, well, I think what we are actually seeing now is possibly the difference between driving a car on a wet and sticky circuit and driving a car on a dry circuit in the hands of a man who is as knowledgeable about Le Mans as Tom Christensen.
Yeah, well, there's Alexander Wurz looking very pensive. We heard him interviewed earlier, and he was very confident their car had the pace to win. Now sitting there in third position. Looking at the lap times on the previous lap, the fastest of the top 4 or 5 cars was in fact the second position car of Tom Christensen, a 408.383 as opposed to a 408.660 from Rockenfeller. Well, that perhaps would explain that the Audis are better suited for these conditions, or as you quite rightly surmised, Neville, that they maybe are.
That is Rockenfeller we're sitting with.
It is Rockenfeller. Yeah, maybe they're able to use their experience to great advantage. Now, Rockenfeller had an accident last year in slippery conditions and was absolutely devastated to make that sort of mistake. He's, generally speaking, has learned from that, but he did have some contact over the weekend in qualifying with the Barapsi car of Michael Vergers. So, got to be careful to keep his nose clean, not do anything silly with all of that power going through the rear wheels. Even though it's very tractable and very torquey, these diesel engines, it's still a prototype car and it still has to be driven properly.
Well, we are going to be off in a moment or two briefly, so let's just look at number 7 in the lead. Villeneuve with Christensen second, 46.172 it said, but it was lapping 4 seconds a lap faster than Villeneuve on the last lap that we have record of. Then Rockenfeller, who is now seen in third place. So we have Audi second and third, and we haven't had that before. Ricardo Zonta in number 9. He's very little further back.
And then the Audi of Frank Biela is in 5th place, and the Peugeot of Sarrazin, which has made a miraculous recovery, but even he has slowed down in this situation, makes the top 6. And the top 6 is what counts as far as MP1 is concerned. We'll be telling you about the next classes when we come back again, but we're off very shortly for that short break that I promised you was going to happen, with excitement really, I think, beginning to catch on in quite a big way. Whether it's going to rain, whether it's going to get dry, whether they're going to have to change tyres again, only the future is going to tell us. And that future on wet tyres, full wets, could be as short a time as about 20 minutes, because you can wear them out very, very quickly on a drying track if you're trying to go quickly. Join us after this break. Well, I must say that they do keep you going a bit here, because we're looking at the situation on the board here, and we've got Villeneuve back in the lead with number 7, Christensen with number 2 in the 2nd place, Rockefeller in number 3 in 3rd place, Zonta in number 9 in 4th place, and Biela in number 5 in 5th, and Sarrazin in number 8 in 6th. That's the LMP1. LMP2, Verstappen is leading that, and leading it very comfortably now, with Cheng with 35 back there in 2nd place in the class, but in 14th position, so he's 2 or 3 positions back. And also the Smithsdale, the number 40, number 15 is in there. Now, what the situation with the Aston Martin's class, I'll call it that for what it's worth, is that Garcia in 009 is your man, ahead of Johnny O'Connell, and ahead of 007 Piccini with the other Aston Martin. Ollie Gavin with 64 is in 4th place. They're all pretty close. There's not an awful lot to play with there. They've been close from the start. Nobody has had anything disastrous happen, and it's been a fascinating battle, that one all on its own. The Ferrari of Jamie Mello, number 82, leads his class from 96. Stanley Sugden, a very, very adept peddler. Stanley Sugden with a lot of experience behind him.
Tim Sugden.
Tim Sugden, I beg your pardon. I don't know why I've got Tony on the mind, but Tim Sugden, I know why I've got him. He used to be a saloon car driver called Tony Sugden.
Special saloon.
Tim Sugden, that's right. But Tim Sugden, in fact, drove here in the TVR team a year or 2 ago, and it was sort of the one thing that you do have to be careful of, and I'll just tell you this, right, is you can have a little bit of a clash of egos if you're not careful, and everybody in that particular one car thought he should be the quickest driver. The result of it was the car didn't go very far.
It happens, unfortunately. Of course, Tim having had a spectacular result with Steve O'Rourke, the late Steve O'Rourke, of course, driving the MK McLaren, finishing 4th. I think it was 97, I seem to remember. Yeah. So that was a pretty awesome result.
It's a very fine peddler, actually, is Tim, and gets on with the job very well.
59 car in, but looks relatively routine. It's a strong driver lineup, and they have just been blighted this weekend by just about every problem you can think of. Had engine failures, wheels fall off, punctures, all kinds of things. So good team, good drivers, very, very bad luck, basically.
Yeah. Christian Fittipaldi is the son of Wilson, the elder of the Fittipaldi brothers, and of course had a very successful career out in the States. Prior to that, he had a brief Grand Prix career, and rather like all the Fittipaldis, he's a nice bloke.
I think probably the most charming people you could ever meet. I've been honoured is the only word to have dealt with Emerson Fittipaldi in his capacity as seat holder of A1 Team Brazil and A1GP Team Brazil, and probably the most polite and gentlemanly person I've ever met. I had the pleasure to meet. And what says it all, this will tell you a little story about Emerson Fittipaldi. Emerson Fittipaldi's birthday is the 12th of December 1946, My birthday's the 7th of December 1966, so 20 years between us and 5 days. And we were at a race at A1GP just before that December 06 period, so his 60th, my 40th, and I know it's hard to believe, but it's true. We had a brief chat about it. I was interviewing him in my capacity there as pit reporter. And just after the birthday came and gone, we had another race, and he said, "Did you have a nice birthday? How's this? And how's your children, Jake and Ellie?" And this is Emerson Fittipaldi, twice world champion, twice IndyCar racing race champion, Indy 500 winner, IndyCar champion, and most importantly in my mind, an absolute gentleman. So an honour, I would say.
Really is, actually. I mean, that describes him. We have a sort of theatrical expression that I learned in my youth. Father William, he said as a child, he's got no side on him at all.
None whatsoever.
What makes a person like that is that they don't feel that, you know, they've got to show off. They don't have to dye their hair green or prance about like a 5-year-old. And he's a lovely man. And he can still drive a car. I will never forget watching him in that very short series that we had of the Masters series, trying to stay with dear Nigel. Deciding it wasn't a good idea. Really.
Yeah, I remember it well, actually. The opening race at Kyalami, he ran him pretty close. I think there was pretty impressive stuff. And, you know, 61 years old as Emerson is now. Recently, again, talking about A1GP, he demonstrated his McLaren M23 the year when he won the World Championship in '74. Out in New Zealand at Taupo, and the owner of the car was just looking at him going, "Do you know, this guy, he's jumped in it, he's not seen the circuit before, he's not driven that particular car." I don't think it was his actual chassis, but it's the same type, not that particular car ever before, and he was absolutely on it. He was just drifting the car beautifully around and just looked like a total class act, as you've come to expect. Modding a car back out on circuit, perhaps a problem maybe restarting the car. Well, this has been a really dramatic Le Mans for these guys. The Epsilon Iscardi cars have had problem after problem after problem, but hopefully the Spanish team, the first Spanish manufacturer, I believe, to have raced at Le Mans. I wonder if did Hispano Suizo ever count as a Spanish manufacturer back in the day, Neville?
No, but I'll tell you who did come. Pegaso.
Pegaso, exactly.
Yeah. Designed by the one-time Alfa Romeo designer, Ricard.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and actually there were 2 cars entered for one race, and I think, if I remember rightly, a man called Juca had a huge accident in practice, so they didn't start. But there you are.
There we go. Let's dusted off some history for us. A few little stories that keep everybody on top of how much this has been a pleasurable experience for us. It looks like Valles in the car, I think. Adrian Valles, the former GP2 driver, has been very, very quick. Can't really tell.
Valles is coming.
Exactly. And coming back in now is the 23 car. And, well, it says Rain Dance on the rear wing. Never a more appropriate sponsor, I would think, for a strange car.
Yeah. Strange thing is, getting up, looking down there on the pit road, it's not, you would say, here on this side of the circuit, wet enough to say, well, you know, why did they go on to full wets? But there must have been a very good reason, and it must be very wet somewhere else. Let's have a look at the lap time, shall we? Christensen is doing about 2 seconds a lap faster than Villeneuve at the moment, and that gap's come down to 33.5 seconds. It was 40, you remember. Rockefeller, well, he's doing 4:01, and in fact, that's brave, isn't it? You know, 5 seconds under Tom's time. But obviously it's a good time to catch up as far as he's concerned, and he's taking out on the one lap some 15 seconds on Ricardo Zonta. So that's a fair indication that he's giving it a bit of welly. And so is Frank Bieler in the fifth place car with a 4:09 to Zonta's 4:17. So it's all sort of happening, isn't it? Now, what have we got here?
Well, we've got that 23 car, the Creation, that's still in. having a driver change, it looks like, and possibly some other problems. But talking about lap times there, interesting that Zonta 4:17.3 on the last lap, and Sarazan, a man who was absolutely flying, the fastest lap of the race when it was dry earlier on in the daylight hours, 4:28.4. Now that smacks of a spin possibly, or an excursion of some sort.
That smacks of a spin or an excursion. It also smacks of the fact that perhaps for whatever reason I can't tell you, because I don't know, the Peugeots don't handle as nicely in the wet.
That, I think, is the most telling thing, but because now Christensen and Rockenfeller are both lapping in the 4:01s, Villeneuve still 4:08s, and the gap is now only 27 seconds between the leader, Jacques Villeneuve, and Tom Christensen in the number 2 car. And on the current gap in lap times, there's 7 seconds a lap. Well, it's only going to take them 3 laps, if that, before Christensen will be, certainly with Villeneuve, and likely be passed and gone and into the lead again.
Yes, I'm just looking down towards the Audi pit to see if I can see anybody in feathers doing a rain dance. But it does seem to have worked out for them a bit well, doesn't it?
And the Peugeot guys looking on, understandably quite anxious. They can see that lead being eroded rapidly. Rockenfeller also, as you quite rightly said, has edged away massively now from Zonta. Zonta, of course, was sitting comfortably in third, well, relatively comfortably in third. Had to have an extra stop to go from dries or slick tyres to intermediates, and then almost immediately back in again to put the car on full wet. So going to have lost out twice. Firstly, obviously, by having to make an extra stop. And secondly, because clearly on that lap that he ran on the intermediates, the car was woefully slow, and he was just merely hanging on in there and bringing the car back to base. The 64 car in, Oliver Gavin. What's happening in the other classes now? Well, let's have a quick look down. Well, that battle for the lead of LMP2, Verstappen still leading in the Van Merkstein car, the purple and white Porsche RS Spider. He has now got a lead of, let's have a look, well, some 5 laps, 6 laps even, over the Kasper Elgaard Essex Porsche RS Spider. And sitting in a very impressive third position is the 35 car, the Saunier Pescarolo of Frankie Cheng on board that car at the moment in his first ever run. 16th, 17th and 18th there, the top 3, 16th, 17th and 18th overall, top 3 of the GT1 class, and it is still the 009 Antonio Garcia car that is leading by 11 seconds from the leading Corvette, the 63 car of Johnny O'Connell, Oliver Gavin and Olivier Beretta. And in third, it is the other of the Astons, the 007 car of Pacini at the moment. And then in the GT2 class, as you see the Modena car back in once again, Jamie Mello leads by a lap from Tim Sugden and Fabio Babini, all in Ferrari F430s.
Well, there you go. But I'll tell you one thing. There's one man who likes this very much indeed, and that's Thomas Enger, who is at the wheel of the Lola Aston Martin, who's turning in 4:14s, which is pretty quick. Also, there's a 4:14 from Jos the Boss there. Verstappen really showing that there's class there, and a very sad end to a career which could have been magnificent had he stayed with Formula One. But more of that, more of Le Mans. We'll be back. Just a few minutes break now for us to go and draw breath. Join us afterwards. You're back again at Le Mans with Eurosport and Neville Hay and Simon Hill. And Simon, it's interesting that there's times between the leading car still taking off him 5 seconds a lap, Tom Christensen. I assume that what has happened is that we've had one car go across the line. We're going to get a time, because they are on the same lap. They are on lap 227. Rockenfeller actually was quicker than both of them, and he's in third place. And here is number 8. Now, let's have a look at that tyre. This is the Sarazan car. This is the car that can go indecently quickly, but unfortunately has had a number of comparatively minor problems. Now, I'm looking to see what they're putting on. It's still a full wet.
Going back, well, it was an Inter, wasn't it? But it's gone on to a full wet. That perhaps would explain why Sarazan was struggling relative to even his colleagues in the other Peugeots. The quickest of the Peugeot at the moment is the Jacques Villeneuve car, 06641. That was the leading car, but still being reeled in by 5 seconds a lap by Christensen and Rockenfeller. But interesting, they were appearing to be on the same lap and closing down on each other, but now seems like the lap position has edged back up again. So it's still Villeneuve leading by a lap from Christensen, by another lap from Rockenfeller. So 227, 226, 225. And Rockenfeller in third, just over 41 seconds ahead of Ricardo Zonta in the number 9 Peugeot. There's the 8 car that we saw just in a moment ago. 4:14.781 was his last lap, which was actually pretty competitive compared to his teammates. Problems for the 007 car, though. That was running a strong third, very, very close to the leading 2 cars. It's been in for a while. We noticed it earlier and we didn't get a chance to really look and see what the issues were. There's lots of questions seem to be asked by the team there. The ProDrive guys seem to be a little bit unsure what to do next, which is most unlike them. They seem to be going through all the various permutations, Neville.
Well, I think what happened, from the fact that I saw a slave battery there, I suspect that it didn't want to fire up, and I don't know why. Wild panic going on. Turn it off, leave it alone. And this is, just has a quick look, Nev. This was the car that was in third place in its class, and here we go. We are going to take it in the garage, because that is more than just a minor electrical problem, which they thought it was, obviously.
Well, it was, I suppose there's a degree of inevitability, isn't it? The 2 manufacturers have been pushing themselves, pushing each other even so hard, and pushing themselves for that matter, because they've both been competing against their teammates as well as against their major competition. And clearly it seems to be something that the guys at ProDrive are factoring into something a little bit more serious than just a battery, as we surmise it may have been earlier. Peugeot long faces at 4:53 in the morning in France. I think they'd have a long face even if they were absolutely disappearing up the road by 20 laps, because it's that time of the day, quite literally the graveyard shift. You can see these guys have worked so hard, not just this evening but all day yesterday, from very early in the morning, all day, because they had night qualifying Wednesday and Thursday, so some of them weren't leaving the circuit till 1:32 in the morning. We've seen a number of all-nighters to fix cars, and for these guys, they really are the superstars of the Le Mans 24 hours, because it's not 24 hours for them, it's 48, 36, whatever you want to call it.
Right, I've got an update on the gap between first and second, and at the moment it's showing Tom Christensen 20.207 seconds behind, having taken another 3 seconds off Villeneuve on that lap. Rockenfeller this time not quite as quick, a 4:07.722 for him, but that also sees Mr. Zonta's time of 4:11.129 being something to worry him. The gap there is 44.88 seconds. Frank Biela, he's doing 4:12s. He's not within striking distance. He's another lap down with 2:25 on the board, but Sarrazin had that stop, and I don't believe that's a 4:24. I believe that was put up before.
Contact there between the 2 car of Christensen and what looked like one of the Pescarolos. I didn't really say that before. Oh, sorry, the Saunier Racing Pescarolo of Jacques Nicolet, Richard Hain and Marc Fagianato. Obviously no idea what exactly the story was with that, but it looked like Christensen was relatively late down the inside, and it's going to be interesting to see if his lap times drop away, because there may have been some damage. Well, looks like he's pushing on pretty hard, so I don't think there was anything overly serious to worry about in terms of damage. Otherwise Tom would have backed off, you'd think.
Yeah, the bodywork on those Audis is remarkably strong. You know, you look at these cars today and a tap and there it is, you know, it's all lying on the floor. You seem to be able to get away with an awful lot with an Audi. If you touch it with it, you know, it's still in one piece.
Well, I suppose it's that German engineering thing, isn't it, again, that you would argue, but certainly with both manufacturers, as Marc Genet there chomps on an energy bar and listens intently to what's going on for his co-drivers out there. Well, his co-driver specifically, Jacques Villeneuve, leading the race. The 007 Aston still sitting there with Not a lot of action seems to be going on around the car. I'm sure there is stuff that they're trying to do. It looked like somebody had rushed off to get some parts. It's a tremendously impressive structure that the ProDrive team have got in the paddock there, Neville, where you've got this enormous, great big ProDrive Aston Martin banner, plus you've got the Charouz Lola Aston Martin sitting alongside it. So there's been a huge commitment, not just from a point of view of getting the cars up there and out there and running, but also to make sure that it impresses the guests of the sponsors and what have you that we've got here.
Now, they're jacking up the rear end of that car, and there's obviously concern for more than just what I would describe as plain electrical reasons or electronic reasons. And what it is, unfortunately, we are unable to tell you because we don't know.
Unfortunately, we've not been able to get info from the pit lane at this stage. Eurosport, as you can appreciate, have several different languages that we're broadcasting in, and the guys down there are trying their best to get as much info as we can, as one of the iconic sights from Le Mans is demonstrated. Oh, the 11 Dome is looking like it could be out. They had such an impressive run earlier on today. They've been in and out with some technical problems, but the relatively inexperienced at Le Mans, anyway, well, very inexperienced at Le Mans, but experienced elsewhere, Japanese drivers. It is Daisuke Ito, the current Super GT champion who won it last year with Ralph Furman. All three of them are Toyota factory drivers out there in Japan. It is him that's dropped it by the looks of things. Did he jump or was he pushed? Let's have a look.
We're going to find out. Whoops-a-daisy. Well, that's done the front not a lot of good. He did hit it square on. The windscreen wiper's not going to do much for anybody either. So it looks as if it might actually be drivable. Are they? Yes, they are pulling it out.
Well, it's rolling
to a safe place.
Well, unfortunately, this is the problem you get with gravel traps and these great big recovery vehicles, and a very light but very wide and long prototype race car with big tyres on it, is that as soon as it gets dragged anything other than relatively straight through the gravel trap, it will just act as a huge, great dustpan and brush, basically, doesn't it? It scoops up great big chunks of gravel, and it's going to be very, very difficult, even if the car gets going again, for them to immediately drop it back out onto the circuit. It's going to require a pit stop for sure, firstly to check the damage out on the front, but also to take away the aggregate. I think you could probably do a pretty good job of concreting your drive with the amount of stuff they've taken up there.
I know this sounds sexist, Tim, but you know, I think probably get one of those and give it to the wife, probably.
Well, I'm very much going to step away from that particular argument, Neville. I'm going to step away from that one with a great haste.
Just like take it back to the present, you know.
Well, whatever the Japanese are going to take back, they're going to take back a very impressive performance, that's for sure, because they came here with a totally untried car with three drivers with no experience in Le Mans, and they have been superb in terms of pace and reliability for the first half of the race. Well, certainly for the first third or more of the race. There's a big conversation going on between Genet and one of the Peugeot team members there. As we look at that gap now at the front, it's down to 17.2 seconds between Jacques Villeneuve and Tom Christensen. And that means that on the current rate of 3 seconds a lap, well, it's going to be about 5 laps, isn't it, before Christensen's in a position to challenge Villeneuve for the lead.
Yeah, my problem on this is that because of the tyre changes, I've sort of lost a little bit of knowledge of when they're going to have to come in to refuel, and whether indeed they refueled before they changed tyres, etc. et al. We're only talking about 5 or 6 laps maximum, I would have thought, but it would be nice to know, wouldn't it? And because I'm rather thick and stupid at times, I didn't take notice of whether I saw them. Well, actually, I didn't see if they changed the tyres and fueled it as well as changed the tyres, rather.
I really don't think they did. I certainly wasn't conscious of that.
No, I don't think so either, which I would have thought would have been almost normal to have done, really.
Well, it's a difficult thing, I guess, in terms of trying to make sure that they're running a consistent strategy despite the weather conditions obviously causing some problems for everybody out there in terms of which tyres will they run on. Do they need to change the car? Do they need to just stop for tyres, or are they going to do fuel as well, or driver changes, all the other conundrums that they face in this situation. But as we saw, the Ferrari down there, the JMB Racing Ferrari of Alain Ferte, Ben Orcott and Stéphane Daoudi, looking like they're going to be making a driver change. I think that is the figure of Alain Ferty. I think I seem to recognise Alain's crash helmet from his days of yore of top-line sports car racing with Mercedes, and even further back, you may remember him as an F2 driver, of course, of some note in the 80s, Neville.
Yes, he was. And there were some very, very good French talent around at that time. But one of the most impressive drivers I've seen over the course of this Le Mans is Sarrazin.
Sure, he's been a superstar, absolute superstar.
You were right about Ferté. Look, that'll help, won't it?
There you go. See, once again, yeah, my youth was misspent in terms of going and actually went to the last ever Formula 2 race at Brands Hatch in 1984 in the pouring rain, won by Philippe Streff, who tragically his career was ended by an awful accident in Brazil and testing for the 89 Brazilian Grand Prix, and he ended up with some severe neck injuries that unfortunately ended his career. But a great driver nonetheless, as was Ferté, as of course was his brother Michel.
Oh yes. I'm just watching how this car is handling, but I'm more intent on watching how wet it is.
Well, Villeneuve's just gotten a lot slower. 4:12 on his last lap. There's only 10 seconds on the last lap between the leading Peugeot and this car, the 2 car of Tom Christensen. And you can see there on our graphic that's borne that one out. It's come down by 3 seconds and then by 7 seconds. So it's more that Villeneuve has gone a lot slower as opposed to Christensen going a lot faster.
The strange thing is that there are no apparent rooster tails. It's not looking very wet. There's no sort of haze of wet over it. So it is a little bit puzzling as to A, why they went from intermediates to full wets, and B, why, if it is the wet that's causing the problem, it is causing the problem because it looks quite dry there, doesn't it?
It is, but this is a difficult thing. The worst possible conditions in terms of judging grip levels from a racing driver's perspective is when you've had a relatively wet circuit, it then starts to dry. It goes from being properly wet to greasy. The greasy conditions, see, lap times will go from very, very wet lap times where they're quite slow to getting a bit quicker and a bit quicker and a bit quicker as the track's dry. Then he kind of hit a wall, and the times almost go back up again for a moment while the drivers are trying to work out the grip level, and suddenly a dry line appears and away they go. Now this is the our university car with our university students and our young drivers on board, all the way with the YGK power that our colleague Colton Kirby was fascinated about, as their predominant business of YGK is of manufacturing turbines, which is a little bit unusual. Pretty sure it's not a turbine engine, but that's the origins of that manufacturer.
It's certainly quite fascinating at the moment, and we're going to have to wait for a few more minutes to see whether or not that rate of closure between Christensen in second place and Villeneuve in first place continues. I can't believe that they're far away from another set of pit stops, however, and that in itself might be an interesting factor, but we're going to have to wait and see. Rockefeller still the quickest of the Audis out there in these conditions. I'm looking to see whether there's been a change. Yes, we've got the other Chevrolet up into third place in the class, so there's a change there. Join us again after the break, and we'll let you know if anything else has happened on this wet and sticky circuit. Right, so back we come to Le Mans, the 76 running of this famous race, which has really lived up to its reputation of being a real teaser. There we have gone back into the pits when we thought it was more or less terminal. The dome, it is showing a bit of sign of damage up the front. It is on its way back in to try and hoover out, sorry about that, hoover out some of the pebbles and what have you that are inside it. You can see that it's going to need a new front on it. There's no question about that, because they're both sides of it. What's happened, it's hit at the front and it's gone ooh, and so it's broken off the fiberglass. I don't think you can tighten the fiberglass, and I don't think you can take that up. In has come number 73, and we've got Corvettes, I think I told you now, in second and in third place. Behind 009 Aston Martin. 9.895 with a much closer time of 4:03 for Villeneuve and 4:02 for Christensen. and also in the 403s, both Zonta and Rockefeller. So I would suggest that whatever the Plu was doing, it ain't going to be pluing it much longer.
Doesn't look like there's any evidence of rain anymore. It was the briefest of brief showers, I think, until we see Christensen making his way past some traffic as they charge down.
And this, of course, is the time when life can be really difficult, because you've got to make the decision of whether you're going over to dries or whether you're going to go over to intermediates. And if you don't do either of those things, how long these things are going to last for. Can I say, that's the second time he's done that, but obviously it's a long while. He takes it quite frightening at the time.
It does move around a lot, doesn't it? I don't know if that's just Christensen's confidence in the car, or whether that's just he's not like something going very, very slowly. The 22 car's about to make its way out and have another crack at trying to get some more laps under its belt. The Tokai University car of Toshio Suzuki, Masami Kageyama and Haruki Kurosawa. Toshio Suzuki, the most experienced of the bunch on board there, so whilst the majority of the people included in that team are university students, as the name would suggest, someone with the experience of Toshio Suzuki is going to obviously balance that out quite neatly. And I wonder if you'd have made a point earlier there that the timing of tyre stops versus fuel stop, etc. It could be the factor that these guys are maybe going to stay out longer than they would ideally like to. You can see rain once again from the angle of as the headlights catch the rain as he comes out of the pits.
Yeah.
And I wonder if maybe that's the factor that they would actually be a little bit quicker on inters once again, but it's not worth taking the risk of coming in, stopping, changing again, and getting themselves out of their sort of the rotation of their stops.
Yeah, I think you've got to hang on in there if you can, till you've got to stop. We've got, let's see, 231 laps completed. We will have we've just under 10 hours to go, 9:51 to be precise. So it's an interesting thing. I'm looking to see where we are with the pit stops. 22 to 19. That's sort of more or less staying level.
Yeah, I think they've both pretty much done the same. There's a couple of them, obviously the 8 and the 9 Peugeots both made an additional stop because we saw them come in, go to inters, then go back out. Come in, go to inters, and come back in again to go to full wet. So that's obviously hampered the progress they were making. The 11 car we see again, the Dome, it's 102 of the Works Dome, if you like. Back in the we were talking about late 70s, I suppose it was, when Dome first made their Le Mans appearance. I remember talking to a good friend of mine, Tony Trimmer, who drove for them, I think about 1981, something like that. And it was a pretty fearsome thing. They were always very distinctive, very long, thin, sort of wedge-shaped cars, weren't they?
Yeah. Yes, Tony Trimmer, of course. I don't think Tony ever drove Le Mans. A very long and very successful career.
Oh no, I'll take you to task on that one. Definitely drove the Dome a couple of times, I believe.
Did he really?
Absolutely.
Oh, well, there you are. I can't remember that.
I think he's also got the record for the most amount of Formula One cars of different sorts that anyone's driven, because of all of his testing and British F1 that he did. And we talked about lost talents for a moment. There was a man who should have really had a proper F1 break. And of course, he spent a very dangerous year driving for the Mackie concern in 1975 and being scared witless at various opportunities. His pieces flew off the car. Notably, told me a story about the rear suspension collapsing at the carousel at the Nürburgring, and that focused his attention somewhat, as you can imagine.
Yes, I'm afraid that were one or two of those cars. And I just can't remember the type of car that Howden Ganley was driving, and I've got a feeling that might have been a Mackie as well.
I think he did, yeah. I think when Tony basically ran out of underpants, I think he handed the baton over to dear Howden at that point.
Yeah, a funny story to go alongside that was that we were talking and fooling about here, and he said, "Oh, I've done my back in." I did my back in the Nürburgring, and I actually ended up in a 3-bedded room with Mike Hellwood, Howden Ganley and I for a day, and it was an extremely funny experience. It made me forget all about paying me back.
Mike Howard now there was a legend, wasn't he? Absolutely. Right, we're going to get off the beaten track too much, I think, Neville, if we go reminiscing too much.
6.4 seconds now separates Villeneuve from Christensen. In car number 7, we've got the Peugeot which is undoubtedly, when it's dry, has got the legs of the Audis. And the Audis, when it's wet, definitely appears to have the legs of the Peugeots. So it really is a fascinating battle and has proved itself to be so. Still Rockefeller in third place, still driving faster than anybody else in this situation. Looking to see where Mr. Zonta is. Yes, he's in fourth place, but once again he lost a few seconds there to third place man.
Interesting one, sorry to interrupt there, Neville. Look at the seventh place. The Piscarolo Judd now is only one lap behind the last of the Peugeots there. That's a very strong run there from Christophe Tasso in the car at this stage. And that's really shaken things up a little bit. Look, you can still see the closeness of in 13th overall, the Porsche RS Spider, the Jos Menton, not Jos Menton, I'm getting it right, Van Merkstein, another Dutchman car, and the second position car in that one has dropped way down in terms of positions. But the GT1 battle still continues with the 009 Aston ahead of the 63 Corvette. And then now the 64 Corvette as a result of that 007 car being in the pits for an awfully long time. GT2, all Ferrari at the moment. Porsches were pretty much ruined from the beginning as a result of contact between the two leading cars when Patrick Long's car was put to the back of the grid as a result of an infringement on the grid. He was coming back through, got it wrong horribly and took out Seth Neiman in the Flying Lizards car. Neiman got running again. But that was the end of the day for last year's winner in GT2, Pat Long and his co-drivers.
I'm looking down to see what activity we've got. Anybody bringing tyres out or anything like that. The weather doesn't seem to be doing anything much either to improve or get worse or get better or anything.
It's interesting, and just noticed, looking at the lap times on the previous lap, the cars in the third, fourth, oh, they've all just changed. No, sorry, I'm looking in the wrong place. Third, fourth, fifth. Yeah, third, fourth, and fifth. Rockefeller, Zonta, Bieler all did a 404. 404.09, 7.404.004, 404.914. So the three of those guys, regardless of the manufacturer or regardless of the driver on board, have all found a similar way of driving around these very, very tricky conditions. The slowest of the top six drivers at the moment, by quite some way, is Jacques Villeneuve in the leading number 7 Peugeot. But on the last lap, we've just seen him cross the line now. And he's found a load of time again, whether he's just had a better run of traffic. He's now, in fact, slightly quicker than Christensen on that last lap by about half a second. So the gap's stabilised at just under 7 seconds, Neville.
Yeah, I think it's getting a bit drier, and I think that probably the Villeneuve car is handling a little bit better. You can see rain now as they come out. Oh yeah, the rain is on its way down again. It's on its way down again.
It is indeed. Yeah, it seems to have just suddenly picked up.
Yeah, it just sort of seems to have moved itself, doesn't it? We had it here, it's moved sort of round the corner a bit.
Yeah, so I mean, let's not forget the length of this circuit. It's not just like in the Brands Hatch Indy circuit. For those of you that are based in the UK, you'll know 1.22 miles is a little bit of a different deal to what we have here. But you mentioned a very interesting point earlier, Neville, about the teams, the top teams, especially Peugeot and Audi as works manufacturers, with all the funding and all the resources that go behind it. They would quite often have a special relationship with some sort of a specialised weather testing station that's portable that can go to races. Or obviously one of the benefits at Le Mans is there is an airfield on site.
Oh yeah, they'll talk to the airfield. They'll talk to any of the meteorological experts that are within the area, with some small meteorological laboratories and what have you that will be within a 20-mile radius and have a pretty idea what's going on. A pretty good idea what's going on, and so that will basically put it right.
Inter's going on one of the Peugeots. Question clearly, obviously, is which one, and is there going to be a driver change as well, or is it just going to be fuel and tyres? The fuel man is there, ready, and fuel hosing. It's the 9 car. We've just seen the 9 being brought out, so that is Zonta coming in first of the leading Peugeots. Well, it's going to be a difficult situation for Ricardo Zonta now. He's currently 1 lap behind, as you see the Rockefeller car just ahead of Zonta. So interesting, they're in both going to be in pretty much at the same time. There's still a lap between the two of them, 232 laps that is, for Mike Rockenfeller, Lucas Luhr and Alexander Premat. And 231 laps for the Ricardo Zonta even. Well, he's not an Italian car, it's Ricardo Zonta, Alexander Wirtz and Christian Klein car. And go the Inters. I wonder if it is exactly the same spec of tyres that Michelin provide for both Peugeot and Audi. We've heard that they both work very closely with Michelin, so I wondered if presumably it's exactly the same thing. It's just a matter of which compound they choose to use at which particular time, or how well the car makes best use of those tyres, Neville.
Yeah, that is the point. I'm just looking through the windscreen there, and you could see that the number 9 Peugeot, yes, that screen did need cleaning. You could hardly see a thing once he pulled up there, and I thought, straight away, you know, it's not much option. And of course it looks worse to us because we're looking through it like that, bang, picture through the screen. If you've been sitting behind it for the better part of 3/4 of an hour, well, as it gradually gets worse, you don't notice.
I suppose drivers, by definition, have to adapt to all sorts of scenarios. But I suppose there's only so much adapting you can do. I'd like to apologise, my mistake there. I said that Wirtz was one of the drivers in the 9 car. Of course, it's Montagny who's one of the drivers in the 9 car. Absolute star in the early part of the race. Worked his way into the lead. And we had an absolutely titanic battle going on at sort of between the hours of around about 6 to 10 p.m. And whether that just was spray coming up the back of the Peugeot, whether there was anything else, I couldn't really tell from that angle that we saw as the leader comes into the pits.
Yeah, well, the point of view of that Titanic thing, if it rains much faster, we'll be able to fetch it and sail around the circuit.
Well, interesting, on our timing screen, there's a red box that comes up alongside the number of the car when it's in the box, hence the reasoning for it. And it is car 1 and car 7 and car 2, first and second. The Villeneuve Peugeot and the Christensen Audi that are in simultaneously. So we could see an F1 style drag race, fuel done, tyres done, out the pit lane. And it's going to be a battle there. Well, by the wonders of modern television, a split screen gives us a chance to see how the respective cars are getting on, Neville.
That's the tear-off just gone. That's the Audi going out. That's the Peugeot still stationary. That's the change of lead. And that should see, if the screen is telling us the truth, that having done his coming lap a little bit quicker, Christensen, the man who holds the record for the greatest successes in the 24-hour race here at Le Mans, has taken the lead in what are still very sticky, very wet and very testing conditions for any driver.
But again, as you saw, looked like intermediates were the tyre of choice for both guys. The 63 Corvette currently in second position, just under a minute behind Antonio Garcia. They dropped a lot of time. Haven't really spoken about this battle for a little while. We saw that there was big problems for the 007 car earlier on, but the 009 Aston of Garcia and Bram Turner seems to be running pretty well at this stage in all sorts of conditions. On the last flying lap, in fact, Antonio Garcia was 11 seconds faster than the Corvette of Johnny O'Connell. That could have been traffic, could have been different tyre choice, could have been just that Antonio Garcia was as mega as everybody says he is.
Well, yeah, I don't know, I haven't noticed, and looking up there to try and see if we can see a decent time. I was looking to see if we had got a good time for the 007 car, and we haven't. So we'll have to wait a bit until it pops up.
Yeah, 007 has been in for some time now. I'm trying to think.
It is out though, isn't it?
Well, it's saying 27 minutes 35 for the last lap, which indicates that that's the time in the pits.
Yeah.
So I'm guessing that he's probably still stuck in there. There's, just for a moment there, I thought the two Audi had run out of road. And was that a big moment? They couldn't really see. Oh, that was a big moment. That was a twitch. That was the Audi putting all of that 600 and something horsepower down through the rear wheels, and Tom Christensen having to use all of the skill that helps him win 7 Le Mans 24-hour races, and to become a champion driver and to race in DTM and other things. He was having to work hard at that, as was this man, Jacques Villeneuve.
Well, he's telling everybody about it, and he's obviously sort of up there, and there's a vestige of a smile on his lips, isn't there?
Well, he can't fail to be overly pleased with the way things have gone. He kept it on the road. He did a solid job. He didn't lose as much time as he could have done by throwing the car off the road. Let's be honest, that would have been... Look at the disaster that befell Christian Klein earlier on in the race, just after 9 o'clock, when he pitched the car into the gravel. Still not quite sure, because we didn't see the beginning of it, whether it was he jumped or was he pushed type scenario. But that 908 HDI FAP, the road-derived idea behind the Peugeot road cars, has become developed into a very specific bespoke racing engine, and it's just dealing with the Audis very, very well. Even now in these difficult conditions, it still seems to be a real strong contender.
Yes, there's not very much you can say really about the fact that this is anything but a battle, and a real battle of attrition. We have had a change of leader. We're quite sure that what you see on the screen is not exactly what the position is at the moment, but that will correct itself in a moment or two. I think probably by the next time they come round, we shall know exactly where we are and what sort of lead we're looking at for what will then be the leading Christensen Audi number 2. But right now, looking down the list, the interesting thing is that Mike Rockenfeller came in, and his in-lap was pretty slow, as was Zonta's. Rockenfeller's in-lap was considerably slower than Zonta's, for what it's worth, but that's neither here nor there. And all those cars currently out of the pits and running, but of course the Villeneuve and the Christensen cars have not yet completed a full lap since they had the pit stop. Is that the Aaron 007 coming out?
No, that's the Lambo that we just saw in the pits then, the 55 car that had a few dramas in the last, well, not just in the last period, but in the period generally. That's Peter Cox, Roman Rusinoff and Mike Hetzman's a strong driver lineup. The car has been very, very quick at various different times throughout the race, and well, this car's had all kinds of dramas, ins and outs and ups and downs. Doesn't seem to have been able to really string together a significant set of laps at any major point in proceedings. But it really has been an interesting story for that car, because when it's been running at a relatively solid rate, but as the Peugeot boys take a very, very well-earned rest, they still seem to be struggling with that 24 car. And, well, there's always a photo, isn't there, for one of the racing magazines or for the local press that says, look, this is how hard these boys have to work. Now, is there a problem with the Van Merkstein Porsche? It certainly looks like there may be, because Jos Verstappen has been stationary for a while. Let's have a little look and see what's going on as Biela comes in from 5th position, Neville.
Yes. Biela comes in from 5th position. Yet again, we believe it is now telling us, and we see no reason to argue about it, that Tom Christensen is in the lead with Audi number 1, ahead of now Nicholas Banassian in Peugeot number 7. Rockenfeller, we know, also stopped at the same time, and he is now in 3rd place. Zonta five is 3.05. Yeah, that's going to work its way down a little bit, I think.
I'll tell you, hang on, what's significant, it looks from the onboard that the rain is coming down a lot more heavily, and that would perhaps be indicative of these times coming down, going up rather, I'll get it right in a moment, going up so massively. Yes, there's a lot more spray coming off those cars. Could the dome be ready to go out and have a crack? I think a finish is what they're going for at this stage, isn't it? We saw the 24 car in the Terramans car of Terada, Takahashi and Kato that we've spoken about a little bit earlier. In the dome, similar situation, lots of ins and outs in the last part of the race, but let's try and get the car to the finish. It's got to be the objective from the boys now, but we've seen a couple of really, really slow laps from, for example, Minassian in the 7 car, Zonta in the 9 car. What's the 8 car doing? Well, that's actually doing a sensible lap time. The 8 car of Sarrazin. Problems, or possibly they've gone the wrong way with the car in terms of the conditions?
Yes. that's tight if you're on the inside and he hasn't seen you, sunshine. But Christensen can't afford to take prisoners, can he?
I mean, this is an opportunity. This is the opportunity, let's be honest, for Audi. They've tried one strategy, which was let's double, treble, quadruple stint our drivers, save some time on pit stops. They've run 3 pit stops fewer than Peugeot. That could have potentially put them into a better position. However, the lap times of the Peugeot have still been too strong. Even in these conditions where clearly it favours the Audi, the Peugeot's been too competitive for them to be able to, turn the situation around.
Totally. I mean, there was no question you could have got out and thrown your helmet at it. It wouldn't make the slightest bit of difference.
But now we're in a situation where Tom Christensen is using all of that experience. He's dealing with very, very demanding conditions. An awful part of the equation in terms of the time of day that this is going on for these guys there. Everybody's getting relatively tired. Obviously, the drivers have had some rests, but even so, the level of adrenaline, the level of mental effort that has to be put in to these cars is so draining that with these conditions added into the mix, it's going to make it unbelievably tough for these guys.
Yeah. Whoops. Christensen, occasionally you'll see the back move out and those arms will cross just like that. He had, of course, last year a pretty awful time in the early part of the season when he actually hurt himself quite badly in one of the rounds of the German Touring Car Championship.
He did. It was the opening round at Hockenheim, wasn't it? In fact, ironically, he was hit midships by one of his now teammates here, Alexander Pramac. Absolutely destroyed the car, and he was out cold for some time. In fact, Le Mans 07 was his first race back, Neville, wasn't it?
It was, yeah. And it's interesting because it's not a fact that perhaps is regularly known by a great deal of people, but you have an accident like that, you have an accident where you lose consciousness, not necessarily for very long, but it can affect your performance and it can affect your driving and it can affect your behaviour and everything else that goes with it for several months afterwards. And I know this from personal experience of somebody very close to me who had a pretty big accident, and it was 6 months or so before they were behaving and or driving normally.
Yeah, it can be a pretty serious thing, can't it? But coming back to the lap times now, 4:04 for Christensen, 4:10 for Genet, who's now on board that 7 car, that number 7 Peugeot LMP1 car. I was also just looking down to see what was happening in terms of the times that the Verstappen Porsche that was leading LMP2 done. It's in 11th overall. It's been overtaken now by the Pescarolo of Vanina X. But whether that's a stop thing or not, yes, she's only made 19 stops against Verstappen's 21, or the team's 21. I'll get it round the right way in a minute. She's made 21 against Verstappen's 19, as we saw there, the very lanky frame and a very distinctive crash helmet design of Alexander Wirtz getting ready for action.
Yeah, we've got a Peugeot pit stop coming up very shortly, and that's probably what he's preparing himself for. I'm just looking up to see that there is now a gap of 38.86 seconds after a lap of 4:04, as opposed to a lap 4:10 between Christensen and Marc Genet. Rockenfeller, who lapped quicker than both of them, with a 4:556, is looking as if he's increased a little bit his lead, a couple of seconds quicker than Zonta, and there's 58 seconds in that one. And Biela is the man who's bringing up the rearwards because he has got enough room between himself and Sarrazin to feel reasonably comfortable, and I don't think that 5 minutes .879 is a fair way of looking at his lap. We'll have to wait and see there, but I think there's probably a pit stop in the middle of all that.
It's getting close now to the cars going back, but to a sub 4 minute time. That's quite likely going to be happening in the next few laps if the conditions continue to change as the way they are. We see right on board now with Ron Fellows in the number 63 GT1 car, the Corvette C6R, currently second in class, and sitting actually 16th overall, 14th overall for the leading car in that category, and that is the Aston Antonio Garcia Aston, but that's just come into the pits. We're seeing a red square on our timing screens, which means he's come into the box, into the pits, into the stands, call it what you will, but one thing or another, it means that it's likely that lead will be eroded and possibly even handed back to the 63 Corvette. At the front of the GT2 class, it's still 82, 96, 97. It's Jaime Mello, Tim Sugden and Fabio Babini, all in Ferraris.
Just having a look at the Aston pit stop down there on the pit apron. You can see it on below your picture there. And everything seems right. Yes, wind it up. And that's exactly what is done. And out goes Garcia. Still that pit road very, very wet on the concrete there. Looks damp elsewhere now. That's the flag, basically, to tell the driver that it is clear to come out of the pits.
Yep, sorry, yeah.
You may wonder why he waves it. Well, that's why, because we don't want people leaping out of the pits in front of traffic that's going by quite quickly. Yeah,
well, daft way to end your race. They've been taken out by someone coming out the pit lane. Happened before, and it'll happen again, I'm sure, but it'll feel pretty silly. But anyway, just was going to say that you were summarising about how wet things were, and then just as you said that, the spray was lofted into the air from one of the cars going past, and you can see now from the angles that we see where there's a little bit more illumination on certain parts of the circuit that it is properly full wet now, and that's why the times have sort of stabilised a little bit. And if anything, are probably going to sort of go down, and then sort of whack up, and then eventually go down a little bit more if the conditions dry at all.
Yes, they seemingly now they're all on full wets, so there's no advantage to be gained by pussyfooting around. It's not going to get dry just like that, but of course the next thing that will happen is that if it does, and when it does, and I'm sure it will dry out, what will happen then is that the decision will have to be taken: when do we go on to intermediates or dries? And that can make and break the whole thing just as easily as we've seen the lead change on this occasion. That's going to happen, however, perhaps not immediately, a good half hour away, I would think. And that's when we'll probably have some more interest coming into this fascinating race. Led at the moment by Tom Christensen with the Audi from the Peugeot of Marc Genet and Rockefeller's Audi. So you leave us for a while, you'll be back, and we'll be waiting. Well, I don't know about the rain in Spain falling mainly in the plain, but as the little bit of light starts to creep into the sky here at the 76th running of the Le Mans 24-hour race, you're back with Eurosport, you're back with our coverage, you're back with what I have to say is a really fascinating situation. There's absolutely no doubt in my mind that we're in for a very, very exciting 9 hours and 25 minutes and 8 seconds. That's caught him out. He's got his mouth full of a chocolate biscuit.
Yeah, it was interesting that we see that these conditions now are consistently wet everywhere. Earlier it looked like it was wet in certain parts of the circuit and dry elsewhere, or so less wet elsewhere. But now they've got this really difficult conundrum. We've got the dawn coming very, very quickly now at 5:35 in French time. For those of you that are in Central Europe, it'll be the same, but obviously for those of you in the UK, if you're still up at 4:35, then you're either very, very keen and got up nice and early, or you're hardy souls that have done an all-nighter, or if you're like most of my friends who've probably just come in from the pub or some nightclub somewhere. So either way, you've come out and woken up at a perfect time to see the sun coming up eventually. Hopefully it'll dry the circuit out, and we might then get some a little bit more even racing, because at the moment really hard to tell where the pace is, whether it's the drivers, the tyres, the cars, or whatever it may be.
Well, part of the pace is unquestionably down to Tom Christensen, who's throwing that car around there. He's pulled out a 50-second lead. Now that is pretty good in a comparatively short space of time, and that, I think, is what is going to make the difference while it stays wet like this between win, lose or draw. Lots of work still going on one of the Ferraris, and something else coming up, I think, for us to have a look at.
Yeah, well, the Dome, the guys have been working hard. The mechanics of all the teams have worked incredibly hard. And it's been a demanding time for every single member of the organisation here. We see the drivers having to work incredibly hard on their fitness, but also Sarrazin is saying that, you know, the thing that we have to do here is keep ourselves, we're awake, sorry, Jean-Pierre Buisson is a trainer there, keep the guys awake, make sure that they're focused, and they use the equipment, the exercise equipment, to get all the juices flowing, metaphorically speaking, to get their blood pumping, to focus them and allow them to focus on getting themselves properly awake before they get themselves back into the car. It's always been a problem, Neville, hasn't it, for drivers having to focus on getting bleary-eyed out of bed, not really wanting to do anything other than have another 6 or 7 hours sleep, but ending up having to put themselves back in a race car.
I tell you what's made it magic for me, and that's a shower. A quick shower, I reckon, as quick as anything to get you pretty awake. Does the job, doesn't it? So it's interesting that now, as the sports performance trainers work so much more in conjunction with these guys, they're using a lot of techniques that pilots and the military and so on have used to get them focused very quickly, and that's perhaps indicative of the level of preparation that's going into all the various teams as we look through the gloom at Marc Genet. And I'll tell you where I think the time's coming from. I've thought about this, I've watched it a bit, and I think the time is coming, the Christensen time is coming, and the Rockefeller time is coming from the fact that with this circuit now in the state that it's in, the windscreen on the closed cars is quite difficult, and I think that actually the open cars, they can see better.
Could well be something like that. You're absolutely right. I mean, it does look like, because there's been such a massive reversal of fortune between the Peugeot and the Audis, that there isn't an obvious thing in terms of the balance of the car, because clearly the Peugeot has been the quickest car by far over the weekend in terms of pure pace. Whoever's been driving it, it's really been consistently quicker than the Audis. But this conditions, well, wiper's not even working at this stage. I wonder why that is. Is that a choice thing, or is that a problem, I wonder, Neville?
I suspect it's a choice thing. I suspect that aerodynamically it's cleaning the screen a lot better than putting the wiper on, which will smear the screen. That's my guess.
Yeah, it could be. Well, we saw that the Peugeot guys were removing this sort of a cling film tear-off type thing from the screen earlier, a bit like the tear-offs that the drivers put on their helmets normally to allow them to keep the screen clean. But I wonder if there's only so many of those that they can, you know, realistically fit to the car. And now they've maybe got one of the rain repellent substances, the Rain-X kind of material, or a product that lots of people use. Maybe they've got something like that on there, and that's allowing the water to disperse without needing the wiper on.
Quite possible. I think that's quite a fascinating modification that they have there on the Audi, where they put this little tiny screen up and take the air from forcing your head and your helmet back.
Yeah, we've seen it on single-seaters for a number of years, especially on the obviously the quickest of single-seaters, the F1 and the Indy cars and so on and so forth. Driver change, John Nielsen climbing on board of the Essex Porsche RS Spider. Where are they relative to the lead? Well, they're still second in class, 13th overall, and they're a lap and just over a minute behind the leading Verstappen, Van Merkstein and Bleekemolen Porsche.
They were on close terms, weren't they, for a long, long time, and then I think there was a sort of a bit of a minor upset, and they lost a little bit of time, and it's, I won't say it's all over Red Rover, but I would think that they're going to have an awful job to scrap back, because the cars are so evenly matched. And so unless there is a problem, it's rather similar to the situation with the Aston Martin. Garcia's there, he's got a bit of time, he's got a bit of a lead, but on the other hand, not very far behind him is the Fellows Corvette number 63 and the Gavin Corvette number 64. And if I look across to the other screen over there, because we have the wonderful opportunity to have a look at two at the same time, it's going to make me diverted squinting in a minute. Look like Monty whatever his name was, but anyway, it looks to me as if that's, you know, how it's going to settle for itself, but it's still close.
Very slow moving car there. Is that, I'm trying to see that, is that the Essex Porsche that's just come out? I think it may well be. Look like,
yes, I think it probably is.
Is he just finding his feet? I wonder if maybe he's been brave and gone for intermediates instead of full wets, or is there some sort of a bigger problem that we can't work out?
Well, I think one problem that he had was that I didn't think, as he went away from me the previous time, he had an awful lot in the way of rear lights. Well, let's have a look. No, they're there. They're there. He seems to be getting up to a nearer to race pace, doesn't he? But he was very hesitant for that first sort of mile or so, mile and a half or so.
It was indeed very delicate for a driver of Thomas, let's get it right in a minute, John Nielsen's experience, and very unlike him to be overly cautious. I think everything he's ever raced, he's been an attacker, hasn't he? He's always been very, very spectacular to watch.
Yeah, but I think the other thing is that, you know, he's careful, but he's team manager as well. He really probably hasn't had time to think. You know, you're sitting there and you're thinking about the track, you're thinking it's wet, you're thinking, but in the middle of all this, somebody said, well, you know, are we going to put full wets on or not? Now, can you make your mind up? Tell us, you know. Yeah, we'll put full wets on. And about 3 or 4 things are going on. And all of a sudden, you find it's you that's getting in the car. And you come out and you think, God, this is worse than I thought it was.
Yeah.
So you're being very, very careful. And I think that's probably what it was.
But again, there's that whole thing of that, you know, these guys as a team, driver, engineers, mechanics, every single person that's involved with the team, have been working their socks off literally over the past 36, 38 hours maybe, almost non-stop for a lot of the guys, especially those who've had to go through some fairly major rebuilds after accidents that have befallen them or problems along those lines. That was interesting there. Alex Wirtz there on board the Peugeot just wiped his visor as if he was getting some moisture on it. I wonder if that's just stuff that was left from when water that was left on his visor before he actually jumped in the car.
I'm wondering whether some of that is on the inside. I suspect it is.
Well, that's going to cause a real big problem. I'm pretty sure that the Peugeots and the Audis have a fairly efficient demisting or heating system there, as we see Luc Enfant deep in conversation with one of his team members.
Was it you who said earlier on he's not done the stupid thing of putting on the windscreen wiper and smearing it? He just has.
He just did, didn't he?
Yes.
And
I can understand it. It's almost a reaction, isn't it, that we all go, I can't see it. I press the, oh gosh, I wish I hadn't done that.
Yeah, you kind of in a vain hope, well, maybe it'll help.
Yeah.
You know, probably it won't. Is it? But I think it was more that at the point that we were discussing that, it was very, very clear that it was oil as much as water on the screen. So needless to say, that's obviously what the result would be. But we're certainly now with full wets, it's a fuller, wetter set of conditions, and it seems to be more likely that the guys are going to be able to pop the wipers on and get some benefit from them this time.
Yes, I'm glancing down, and it doesn't seem to be raining quite as quickly here as it was. Funnily enough, whatever angle you look at on the pit road here, you can't see whether it's raining or not, can you?
No, it is a very obtuse angle we have for something like that at the moment, but the onboard tells it a story much more clearly. You can clearly see that these guys are having to fight with lots of... Oh, was that a little bit of a moment there from the Corvette? Couldn't really tell if he just had a bit of a lock-up or maybe just couldn't get the car turned in because of the conditions.
Yep. That's telling us on the bottom of your screen the classification of the Aston Martin number 009, 63 Corvette, 64 Corvette, 72 Corvette, and then the 007 Aston, which was of course backing up its sister car but which had a long delay, and it's out there, and that gives me a good chance to have a quick look and see what sort of time that car is turning in now. It would appear to be fully recovered, and because it's turning in 4:30s, which is about the time, isn't it?
Yeah, it's not a brilliant time in relative to the quickest guys out there at the moment. The fastest cars that we can see is Garcia in the 009 car is 4:26.3. Gavin in the Corvette 4:25.4, and then he's got 27s and so on from the other cars. But and Moreau even is a 32, but at this stage they're lapping around what 4:30.082.
Verstappen, a fine drive, leading his class and showing his class. Joss seemingly had a pretty awful time in Formula One. He never actually got his act together properly, did he?
I mean, I think one podium in all those races, pretty much he says it all. Getting on the podium in the 1994 Hungarian Grand Prix when Schumacher was victorious and was split by Damon Hill, I think. But, you know, the talent was clearly there. Had so much bad luck. Sadly, I think the thing that he's probably most remembered for was being caught in that awful inferno when he was driving for Benetton at Hockenheim in 94 when a tiny fuel spillage ended up with the whole car going bang. And he was a very, very lucky boy that day, I think.
He certainly was. See, another driver just happens to be sitting behind him there, Thomas Enger, with the Lola Aston Martin. I've known Thomas since he first appeared upon the scene, and I know he knew his father before him, you know. Seriously, because his father was a very fine driver in the European Touring Car Championship in the 1980s. And I've always rated him very highly. I'm not sure that he was ever temperamentally suited to Formula One. I rather feel he's much happier doing what he's doing now. He's got a bit of a sort of, how can I put it? He's got a sense of humour.
He's got a lust for life, as Thomas, hasn't he? A lust for life.
That's the word I'd like, yes.
Yeah, he's
a real lust for life he has.
Yeah, you know, it was a great shame that he didn't get an opportunity to show his ability in Formula One in Formula 3000. He pretty much, he did win the championship in 2001, and as a result of some other issues that are non-related to the car, he ended up getting docked some points and therefore ended up finishing second to Sebastian Bourdais. And he's been fast in sports cars, he's been fast in A1GP, he's been fast. He was a mainstay of the Aston Martin squad for a long time, hence the link with the Lola Aston Martin. And he's even done virtually a full season of rallying in the Czech Republic Rally Championship, which he was telling me all about once, really enthusiastically. I was telling him about some commentary I'd done for Eurosport on the Intercontinental Rally Challenge, of which they have a round called the Barum Rally Zlin, which is actually coming up in the not too distant future for this year. And he'd say, yes, this is great, I do this, I do that, I do this, and that. He's fantastic, absolutely great bloke.
Indy
really
racing
good fun
as well.
Yeah, Indy racing as well. Really good fun, like the guy a lot, you know, can drive the wheels off of pretty much anything. And you know, we always take great pleasure in hyping up the characters in motorsport as drivers, because a lot of them have become very anaesthetised, and I think the only thing that really matters in their life is going to the gym and eating muesli and never actually talking about anything other than setup. Well,
I can't imagine with a bowl of muesli, can you?
I can't imagine. I think he'd use a bowl of muesli to probably put on his flowers or something. He certainly wouldn't eat it, Thomas.
Absolutely. He also is a hard one too, because he really had a very, very big accident last year.
Yeah.
And that accident would have kept many a driver out of the cockpit for 4 or 5 months. Not Thomas. He was back.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think the most painful injury that he sustained in it, I mean, he broke his ankle and he got some other breaks. He broke his elbow quite.
Yeah, I know. I've done it.
Oh my goodness me, poor Thomas. He was in absolute agony. And I was seeing him again. I've mentioned A1GP a few times because I've been involved with that. But he was driving for A1GP. Yeah. In fact, he won a race for A1GP Team Czech Republic in Malaysia in season 1 and finished on the podium second in his home race in Brno. But he was running and with a huge great padding, and he just sort of shrugged his shoulders and said, really hot. Very bad impression of Thomas. Sounds a bit more like someone from Finland, but that's the best I can do.
Yeah. Well, it's a good impersonation, because I can tell you, I had the misfortune, nothing so dramatic as Thomas, who had got his racing actually in America on a street circuit. I fell in the bath, and I didn't know what I'd done, and I got this huge bump here. And it wasn't I couldn't bend it, it was that if you touched it, if I banged it, it was absolutely agony.
Yeah, I think that was Thomas's big problem, especially jumping into an A1GP car with obviously a single seater, very little room to move in there, and he was catching his elbows on the carbon tub, as we see Oliver Gavin coming in from now what is third position. Was it second position now? I think it's second position now, isn't it? No, that's still third. Sorry, my mistake. Was reading the screen wrong. Third position to hand over to his colleague Olivier Beretta, who's been taking over the driving duties of this CompuAir Corvette 64 car.
Yes, Ollie's long, tall figure gets out.
Yeah, I think he's certainly more suited for sports cars than he was for single-seaters, even though he was very successful Uli was, of course, British Formula 3 champion back in 1995, and I actually raced against Uli when he very first started in Formula First.
Very competent.
Anybody remember Formula First that's out there? Well, no, it was actually provided quite a crop of talent. Certainly not counting myself in there, but guys like Robbie Kerr and Danny Watts came out of Formula First of a certain period, and there's a lot of other guys from going way back in the day, that guys like James Rhodes, who was a real top-line driver, and he actually really could have gone a long, long way. He won the championship in 1989. And it was a great initiative, Formula First, because it gave lots of drivers that could no way afford to go racing an opportunity to race in equal cars. It didn't cost a lot to buy or to run, and it did produce some really, really decent drivers out of it.
Yes, it was another creation of John Webb, who for many years headed up the group of circuits, which now, of course, are in the hands of Jonathan Palmer and his partners, who I honestly have to say are doing a pretty good job. One particular area that I would suggest that you should examine if you decide you're going to go and watch a race at their circuits is the way in which they turn them out.
Yeah, it is incredibly well presented now. All of the MSV Motorsport Vision circuits are very, very smartly turned out now, as we see once again into the Team Modena Aston Martin garage. Well, these boys, I don't know if this doesn't look like a full-on attempt to try and get the car back out, more just trying, let's get it tidied up, and then let's either go for a beer or go to bed or both. I think that looks, the body language is all over them, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely, completely. And I don't know, there's a little bit of sort of hard work going, hello, what we got there? No, it's all right.
Epsilon Escudi, sorry. Could it be coming back out? Could we be... Wow. Could have these boys, well, they've clearly worked their socks off to get this car ready. It looks like it may well be going out there. Even, I think they've been working so long, they're going, oh, well, bloody hell, it's raining. Oh, excuse my French there, must apologise for my language there. But then they looked out the window there and said, oh, goodness me, it's raining. Maybe we put some wets on it, might be a good idea. Otherwise, it'd be a great shame for Adrian Valles to go out and then end up binning the car after the boys have done so much work to get it fixed.
Number 2, Christensen's Audi, is in the lead by over a minute. And then we've got Genet there in the second place, and looking at the times, he's still lapping faster. Rockenfeller is still lapping faster than the other Peugeot number 9, and Bela is still on the pace as well. So I think we've got to admit that the Audis are quicker in the rain, and they really are pushing and trying to pull out everything they can. So let's see what the weather's going to do. Let's look at the sky. Let's welcome the light coming, and let's look forward to another, 9 hours or just about of the 76th Le Mans 24-hour race. Join us after the break. Well, it never rains, but it pours, and I was the man who said, look how much quicker the Audi is. And guess what? Christensen has done a 402.9, and Marc Genet has done a 402.2.
Well,
Rockenfeller's in the threes, in a 358. Now, that is impressive.
Yeah, well, Christensen's previous lap was a 359, so I'm guessing that must be traffic, I think, or anything else with Christensen, because now the gap between Christensen and Genet is just over a minute, 1 minute and 4 seconds to be precise. Now, I'm wondering whether that there's going to be a stop required at some point soon for, I would imagine, it's going to be Alan McNish will be getting back into the number 2 Audi, because I think it was Capello, yes, it was Capello that handed over to Christensen. So we heard from Alan McNish earlier on, he said, right, I've done my bit, I'm off for a little bit of a rest, go and have a bit of kip and have some porridge and what have you, and I'm sure he'll come back for...
Toss a few cabers.
Possibly, you never know. There's a huge amount of support. Interesting, noticed opposite our position here, we can see the tribunes that are above the pit boxes, and there's an array of flags along there, all the various different nationalities, and indicating perhaps the competing nations here. And we have a union flag, we have various other flags of nations, as you'd expect, Switzerland, Germany, etc., etc. And we also have the Saltire hanging there in addition to. So that's interesting, because obviously Normally we see either the Union flag or a combination of the Saltire and the George flag and what have you else. So really the Scots have been in here and made sure that their presence is quite literally felt.
He's a great little driver, is Alan, and immensely popular. You know, he does bother in the nicest possible way. He bothers about the enthusiasts. He's happy to talk to you. He's a genuinely nice bloke. He's a determined little bloke, but he's a determined or not, he is a really nice guy, and he's really what a racing driver should be about when he's dealing with the public. He's one of those people who he's always got a kind word, even for the most oafish commentator, such as myself. And you know, this is it, and he can cut it. I think where they've been very, very clever here at Audi is that they've let Christensen go on through the night. They've let him use the night eyes and let him get on with the job, and without swapping about, let somebody else work out where the bits are that you can't see, where there's a bit of water or something like that. He's very conversant with the state of the circuit. Give or take another couple of 3 laps, give or take another 5, 6, 7 minutes, that won't matter so much. You can put Alan in the car and say, come on, sunshine, get on with it. Let's get some of these times down.
Well, it's a crucial relationship that the team and their engineers have to have with the driver in these sort of conditions, where they have to be able to give information to them that they know that they can absorb and act on. But, oh, no, not the 5 car. Is that the 5? Oh, no, 45. It's the 45 car. Sorry. Oh, even so, yeah. We don't want that. That is the...
No, that's the
Joey
Embassy
Foster,
Zydeck.
Yeah, Joey Foster, Warren Hughes and Johnny Kane. 3 top British drivers, all got a great chance to shine here at Le Mans. The car's relatively new. Joey Foster on board, who it's great to see him get a chance at Top Line Motorsport in this kind of arena. He had his career going on the up and up. Had a terrible accident in Formula 3 at the Lausitzring and ended up very seriously damaging his back. Didn't look like he was going to be back out for some time. Did a race in the Porsche Carrera Cup and got himself back into the mind's eye of people. And then the Embassy Racing guys were looking for some drivers, and his name was put forward from various different angles. And here we see Joey in there, but it's obviously been a difficult time for him.
Well, it has, but I tell you what, I didn't know the full story, but I'm very much in admiration of him. Warren Hughes, I like very much. He's a very pleasant man, a very underrated driver. Another of those British drivers who somehow or other, I don't know why it is. I suppose it's because we no longer actually have a motor industry of any size in the United Kingdom. But the net result of it is that there is nowhere for a driver to go. And unless he's fortunate enough to be picked up, as 1 or 2 have been by Mercedes-Benz and others, then basically he's up the proverbial street without the proverbial paddle.
It's interesting you link those 2 situations together, Neville, because obviously Warren Hughes had a great opportunity back at I think it was 2001 when MG came to Le Mans with the Lola car, which of course we've seen Tommy Otis and Mike Newton racing, and Andy Wallace of course racing, winning twice here. And that car was a works car when MG still were around as a manufacturer, as part of the Rover Group with the various different incarnations that we saw them in. As guys like Warren Hughes, Anthony Reid,
saw Anthony today.
Yeah, Kevin McGarrity, another very underrated young. Some of these boys aren't quite as young now, but still relatively young driver there. And Mark Blundell, he was in as part of the crew as well. So all these guys were out there and really pushing hard. Didn't quite have the luck they deserved and the reliability, but really was a great chance to see a very strong manufacturing image and branding and bit of investment into some of these young guys.
Yeah, Anthony told me he was 17, but I think he's 3 times that.
Yeah, 17 with a fair amount of tax and interest on there, I think, is probably a fair assessment, bless him. And another, well, there you go. We could go on all day about this, which we won't bore you silly about all the racing drivers that should have and could have and would have, because the list, sadly, is very long and very distinguished. And what is going to be interesting is one of the more distinguished drives has been from the car that we're about to see, by the looks of things, come in for a stop. The Lola Aston Martin, the ProDrive Lola Aston Martin, that's run by Charouz Racing Systems of Thomas Enger, Jan Charouz, and also of Stefan Mucker.
Yeah, it's in 14th place. When was the last an X in the top 10 at Le Mans? Huh?
That's a good question. I don't know what, off the top of my head, what...
Got to be the 80s, huh?
Yeah, well, I think so. It was Jackie's last.
That's a very, very good and a very credible performance, that.
Oh, for sure.
And I'm delighted to see it because it's all in the same class as all the toughies, and Vanina Inks has taken care of herself very well indeed.
Yeah, she's now she's relatively experienced. I mean, she's 33 now, so she's been around. As you see, Franck Montagny in that very distinctive crash helmet, looking ready to go. She raced at Le Mans 3 times and was really kind of mixture of LMP cars. She drove the Roll Centre car last year with João Barbosa and Martin Short, and finished 16th overall, 8th in the LMP1 class before that, having raced to 27th overall and 9th in LMGT in a GT3 RS, and raced one of the Belmondo Vipers with Rosenblad and Voss before that. So she knows the circuit well. I mean, how could you not do it with your dad, I suppose? With your dad, I mean, with her dad even. But she's clearly a very, very talented young lady. But she's having a day of it today where it's perhaps not quite running as well as we would hope. Who is coming in? Well, I think it's going to be the 9 car.
Looking at the times again, Christensen dropped a couple of 3 seconds that time. So did the Audi. Genet was quick, and Zonta was quick, and Biela was the quickest of the Audis. So I think you could say with a degree of certainty that the pendulum has begun to swing back.
Well, this is going to be the crucial point now for Peugeot to be able to re-establish themselves now, as we are now almost 9 hours into the race. In fact, just over 9 hours into the race. A minute behind. Genet is 1 minute, almost exactly behind Christensen, but those lap times pretty much identical, 4 seconds quicker than
Right, I've
Rockefeller.
made you team manager. What are you going to do now?
Well, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to make sure that Marc Genet doesn't make any mistakes. He keeps his head down. He just drives to the best of the car, what it will allow him to do. And then they're going to have to make a bold call on tactics at some point soon. What I'll also do is that when Franck Montagny gets in the car, I'm going to make the decision that I'm going to make based on the information that Ricardo Zonta's given me. And then when we see what Franck Montagny can do with the car, we know he's been absolutely blisteringly fast, then I can make the call on my Marc Genet 7 car based on what I'm seeing from the number 9 car of Ricardo Zonta. So that's my thinking. It'll probably go horribly wrong, now I've said that, but you never know, it might work out for them.
Well, I'd want Genie in now, or I would probably go for Wirtz, and I'd say I want to put intermediates on now. You go try them. Let me know what they're like.
Well, I mean, from the camera angle that we're seeing here, the camera angle, from the information the camera's telling us about the circuit conditions in front of us, it's now the lights come up and the lights reflecting off the surface down in the pit lane and down on the top straight all the way up to the Dunlop curves. You can see it's very greasy, and offline it must be really tricky, because offline, you know, we know it's a situation that's difficult for any form of racing. Sports car racing with different classes, it's essential that you go offline to overtake. You've got to do it because you've got 4 different speeds of car, or you're going offline to be overtaken. So it's absolutely imperative that you do that right. So, well, we're going to have to see whether Montagny is going to go with another set of full wets or intermediates, or is he going to really, really be brave and go for slicks at this stage.
Don't know, but it's going to be interesting whatever he decides to do. We're into first gear, we're up the pit road, we're coming in.
Loosen belts, but finger on or thumb on speed limiter.
So that means we're going to change drivers.
Yep, that's Zonta there. He's starting to look for his pit box, brings the cars in neatly. Last thing he does is pop the belts. Out he comes. We're about to see mechanics backside stick up in the air as they dive into the into the passenger footwell of the 908 HDI FAP and help Franck Montagny. There we go. That's unfortunately it's a necessary evil of how they do the belts up. It was commented in one of the better known motorsport weeklies this week that perhaps the only real downside of the Peugeot is the fact that you have to look at mechanics' backside sticking up in here and they make a stop.
Well, it's the sort of the idiocy of modern regulations, isn't it? Now, either it is a 2-seater car or it isn't a 2-seater car. And if it is, you must be able to get in and out of it with a reasonable degree of alacrity. Right. So let's design it that way to start with.
I always think it's quite amusing when you see manufacturers such as Radical have been a hugely successful manufacturer of sports cars and for various different levels of motorsport, all the way up to Le Mans, of course, now with the SR9 Radical. But you can obviously take something like an SR3 or SR8 Radical, and for those of you that are real enthusiasts, you'll know the sort of thing I'm looking at. They're kind of like a motorbike engine, smaller version of a prototype Le Mans car, and you can stick some headlights and a handbrake and a tax disc on it, and you can make it look pretty much like a token effort, and some lights they come as part of it, and suddenly you've got a road legal baby prototype, which seems a very bizarre thing to be able to do.
Yes, that's true, but you know, I mean, there have always been, obviously, problems with sports cars and large people like me. I'm not talking about the fact that I weigh sort of about 15.5 stone now. I've always been the same size in height, if not in girth. But nevertheless, it does seem to me that we have got to sort of look at this thing, and this is where I get a little bit surprised by the Le Mans organisers, because to me a sports car is a sports car is a sports car. And if you're going to have a prototype, okay, so let's have a prototype sports car, but it's still got to comply with. That's what you have to decide, what it's going to comply with.
Yeah, well, this is where you look at the conundrum that's been created by the diesel cars now. At first, it was a kind of situation where the manufacturer said, look, we've done our research. Initially, obviously, it was Audi that was the first one as a works manufacturer with a purpose-built diesel engine. Before we get comments coming on the forum or via other means saying, oh, there's been other diesels in the past. Yeah, we know that, but these are the first real proper, outright, proper racing engines. Look, as a very determined entry to the pit lane, I think, from the 7 car of Genet, getting all those people out of the way. Come on, get out of my way. Has he got a problem? It looks like they're turning the car around on its little jacks as we see the 3 car coming in of Mike Rockenfeller.
Yes, the Delatrez, I was trying to think of the name of the car that ran here, the first diesel car. And the concept of running a diesel engine, the concept of developing the diesel engine is not something that is new. It just never really happened for cars, but now it has happened. There's a heck of a difference, I should tell you, particularly with the fuel at the cost that it is today.
Well, that's again one of the other benefits that a lot of the manufacturers identify with the biofuel, certainly the biodiesel situations. Not only is it more environmentally friendly because it reduces emissions and
tyres
so on.
changed, and it looks to me like intermediate that's going back on again. It's sort of fairly wise, isn't it?
Yeah, I think that's a very sensible decision, but then again, I'm not out there driving at the moment. I'm sure from what we can see it looks like a very sensible decision, but likewise you can't criticise someone who's gone the slicks route at this stage. I think that might be a bit early, frankly, but if they do, there's obviously a bit of thinking behind it, and if they can go round, keep it on the road and get themselves into a good position as the latter part of the race comes on, then it could easily work themselves massively to their advantage.
Yeah, well, that was Rockenfeller, that was. I didn't see, I know we saw the Genet car come in, but I didn't see it go out, and I don't know whether it's gone into the garage or not. And for some reason or other, they're not going to show us.
Well, we saw that scenario happen a little while ago where I think all of the Peugeots at some point had these clouds of steam or smoke or something coming out of the back of the car, and we surmise that there may be an issue then, but maybe it's just a precautionary check because they had that situation developed before.
Well, they're all looking in the pit there, so perhaps it did go in.
Yeah,
I don't know.
By the beige-suited clan that are the media down there.
Here's Christensen coming in. This is his stop, and it's a stop that's going to be very important to them. It's still a very wet pit apron, as we've said. I wouldn't like to stand there with a board, would you?
Brave souls, aren't they?
Yeah, I think so. That's it. That's little Al that's leapt up there, isn't it? Is anybody that nimble?
Yeah, it's the wee Scotsman himself.
Yeah.
One of the we talked a little bit earlier about the spectacular accident that befell Stefan Ortelli in the Monza round of the LMES a month or two ago, and he in fact virtually catapulted himself and cartwheeled over the top of Alain McNish's Audi. And there's 2 angles of it. If you get a chance to have a look on one of the well-known websites that gives you the opportunity to look at videos that have been loaded on, if you have a look on that, you'll see that firstly it appears Ortelli's car, appears just turned sharp right, like a suspension failure of some sort. And there's another angle, it actually ends up barrel rolling virtually over the top of McNish's car, and you see it from a certain wider angle, and it is the most scary thing you've seen. Think, my goodness me, that thing's coming at me. But McNish, this just says something about the level of intelligence, professionalism, calmness, whatever you want to call it, about Alan McNish. As he's avoiding this car barrel rolling over the top, he was very concerned for Stefan Ortelli's state of being. So he got on the radio and said, I think it's a good idea if you get an ambulance and a doctor down here just in case, guys. And he did need to be taken to hospital because he was concussed and damaged his ankle. So it all worked out quite well. Now, this is interesting. What's going on here in the Peugeot pit now?
They're drilling for oil.
They're going to need it to pay for this occasion, I think, probably, because it's kind of been cheap for Peugeot Sport. But it has been a great success so far, both in terms of the media attention and in terms of the results, of course, on the circuit.
Well, certainly we may find out what they're up to a little bit later, but we're not going to find out now because nobody's going to tell us. McNish back into the race then, still shown as being in the lead. Genet must have completed a lap because it says running, and that's what we find out. So when McNish comes round, we will know what the lead is that he has got. Rockefeller is in exactly the same position. Montaigne is out. He has also completed a lap, as has Biela, as has Verst. I'm not too sure that Biela's made a stop yet anyway. But either way, we'll get to know very soon. The wet weather seems to be abating a little. I hope it is. Garcia still leads his class from Fellows and Beretta. And we've got the Porsche still in charge there. So it's all happening. It's getting lighter, it's getting drier, it's getting more exciting, they're getting quicker. And join us again after the break to see where it goes. Le Mans, Eurosport, I'm Neville Hay. We're watching a fascinating race. And let us, for a moment or two, just go backwards and say that when this race started at 3 o'clock on Saturday, basically up got the Peugeots and went running off into the boonies, and nothing seemed to be able to be done about it by the Audis. They were clearly, as they had been in qualifying, much faster cars, and with the magic of McNish, there was perhaps a chance of lapping within 4 seconds of them, but nobody else was really capable of even keeping them in sight. And the only hope that we had at that time was that there would be a difference in the number of stops that each car made, and we felt that perhaps, and we believed that perhaps, the Audi was going to be the more economical of them. As the day wore on, as the evening wore on, the domination of the Peugeots, with the exception of one car which slowed a little bit, was complete, and they were still all basically dominating the race in the top 6 on the road. Then suddenly, as so often happens in the dark here at Le Mans, things began to go just a little bit wrong. And then, of course, what completed the whole thing was that we had a short, sharp shower of rain. And somehow it appears, we don't know why, that the McNish Audi number 2, the Rockefeller number 3, and the Biela number 1 are quicker in the rain. And that really did seem to make quite a difference. And the result of it has been that we have gradually seen a reversal of fortunes. McNish number 2 is now in the lead after 8 hours, 42 minutes and 53, 52, 51 seconds to go. Genet is in second place with number 7 Peugeot. Rockefeller is in third place with number 3 Audi. Frank Montagnier is in fourth place with number 9 Peugeot. The Audi of Frank Biela is in fifth place, and then the number 8 Peugeot is back where I suppose you could honestly say it belongs, in sixth place. Yes, there is a lap or two between them now where there wasn't before, but there isn't very much of a lap or so between the 3 leaders, and now we are seeing the gap come down very rapidly between McNish and Genet as the weather seems to improve. Now, in has come number 1 Biela, and I'm interested to see what tyres, if they change the tyres, go on. They've taken wets off, but I still think they're keeping wets on. I don't think they went to dries, did they? Simon?
Couldn't really see the angle properly, but I think if it certainly was not dry, it may be inters, but certainly wasn't dry weather tyres at this stage.
Well, I wish they hadn't, because it's actually raining. You can see against the dark red of the car, you can see that it's still raining, so I think there's a reasonable chance that that's going to be the case. What is quite amazing is that Genet has suddenly come down into the 355s. Montagnier hasn't. I'm looking to see 404, but that's a very, very quick lap by Genet. Very quick lap. And bear in mind that it's about 10 days ago that he crashed, absolutely wrecked one of the Peugeots, which was so bad that they just literally had to build another car.
Yep, it was an enormous impact. Marc Genet was incredibly lucky to step out of the car with a relatively minor injury. Apparently he has got some kind of pinning in his ankle.
Yes, he's broken his ankle.
Yeah, I think he's basically his feet, well, obviously were being thrown around in the impact. If you've seen the video on this particular website where you can click on them and bring up different kinds of info, you'll see that thing just absolutely took off, got some air, ended up bouncing off the wall out of sight of the shot, but then slithered to a halt. And you can see there's big old damage to it, but also it's likely that his feet will have been thrown off the pedals and perhaps just been clattered against the side of the tub, and flesh and bone and carbon fibre. Carbon fibre always seems to win for some reason.
It's terribly strong, nasty stuff to me. Right, we've looked at what the situation is in the top six. They're all in LMP1, LMP2. Jos Verstappen with the Porsche number 34 is definitely in charge of that, with at the wheel currently the ex-Le Mans winner Jean Nielsen, with a similar Porker who is in second place, and then La Haye with the Pescarello in third place. In the GT class, we have got the Aston Martin 009 of Garcia heading Ron Fallows with the Corvette number 63, and heading Olivier Barretta with his Corvette. And finally, we've got Jamie Mello in 82 Ferrari leading Sugden in 56 Ferrari, and Babini in his Ferrari. And in fact, the first Porsche in that class is down in sixth place, since they took to running into each other and putting each other out of the race, to put it in a rather unpleasant way. But it hasn't been the normal Porsche domination of that class that we had been given to expect. 404.508 for McNeish, 356.832 for Genet, lead of 27.484. Alan, I think it's time you put your foot into this a little bit, because that rate of closure is 8 seconds a lap, and that's going to take about 4 laps before he passes you.
Yeah, absolutely right. Well, as you see the Pescarello team getting ready to send out, is that Jean-Christophe Bouillon? I can't really see who that is. Jean-Christophe Bouillon in the 16 car. It certainly looks like his very distinctive crash helmet. Again, another Formula 1 driver, also very quick in sports cars and touring cars, raced in all kinds of different things at various different points in his career. Even raced in the British Touring Car Championship at one point, didn't he?
Yes, I was remembering now.
Bit of an odd move for someone of his kind of career path. I'm sure he was thoroughly enjoying some of the circuits and amenities for very diverse reasons. Like one of the current top British touring car drivers, Fabrizio Giovanardi, still trying to understand British humour and food and things like that, even though he's been over for a couple of years now.
Yes, but you should get him trained to bake an egg, one of those things, I suppose. Right, this is McNeish. It's the camera that's giving you the impression that it's misty, folks, because it is an open car. You can see just the camera lens is covered with mush and isn't looking too good. Concerned really for the pace of that car, which I had hoped would continue at a level which would allow him to build up something of a lead, because it's not enough. Even though we are looking at another 8.5 hours of racing, we would see perhaps somewhere in the region of 6 or 7 minutes gained in pit stops, but that it wouldn't be enough.
No, it still would not be enough. It's really now just a matter of whether, if the conditions continue to improve, how long does it take before the Peugeot is comfortably the quickest, and then it's just going to edge away. I talked a little bit about what else is going on in the other classes. Of course, we've mentioned some time now that the Verstappen and Van Merkstein and Bleekemolen entry is very, very strong, and is currently, let's have a look, is how many laps? Is 5 laps ahead of his nearest challenger, the LMP2, which is that John Nielsen Spider, and who in turn is 2 laps. Sorry, yes, 2 laps ahead of Pierre Lehay, Mathieu Lehay, Pierre Eggs, and Frankie Cheng. They're all in that Saunier Pescarolo.
No, it's no good trying to scratch your ear with your helmet on. That was quite funny, actually.
Yeah.
He put his hand up, he's vigorously scratching his helmet.
That's,
I thought was quite fun.
Yeah, Loic Duval on board, a very, very talented young driver. He's been flying his trade in Japan in the Nippon Super GT, the Super GT series, and in Formula Nippon. In fact, took his first win recently for the team, and driving for Nakajima team, I think it is, if my memory serves correctly, PIAA, which is the sponsor that Satoru Nakajima used to have when he was racing in Formula 1. Of course, all these second generation F1 drivers now, Nakajima and Rosberg and Piquet, all these people, but that car doesn't want to start, does it?
No. It started all right. For some reason or other, best known to themselves, they don't want him to go. And I think that's because they've got something else in mind. They've got something there with a large spike on the end of it. And no, actually, truthfully, they put him on a trolley. And I tell you why I think that is. I may be totally wrong, but I thought I saw some rather unpleasant liquid on the floor. I think you might have a problem with the gearbox.
Yeah, it's possibly a leak of some sort.
That's what I think. The back's coming off the car, so at least we're in the right direction, aren't we, as opposed to the front?
Yeah, it does help when your driver does know front from the back, really, doesn't it?
Yeah, or the commentator comes back.
Yeah. Exactly. It's a famous story about Ronnie Peterson, the fantastic Swedish driver who was probably the greatest driver of his generation in terms of sheer entertainment and car control, until his untimely death in 1978. And he was always quoted as being, or always referred to as being, a fairly naturally talented driver, well, a very naturally talented driver, but with a very limited amount of technical understanding.
That is an accurate description.
Yes, but at the point when he was asked apparently by Colin Chapman, who was running him in Lotus in 1972 and 73, that so what's it doing, Ronnie? What's the handle like? He said oversteer, and he said, well, what sort of oversteer? At the front. Which
yes, that's just about.
Which most people would refer to as probably understeer, but Ronnie's combination of Ronnie's limited English and lack of understanding just highlighted that a brilliant talent he really was, because he could just get in and drive it regardless of how it's set up, and he'd do a time.
I really don't think, you put it so well, I really don't think he knew the difference. I think he just got into it, and if it sort of started to go straight on, he'd back up a little bit, or he'd think, oh well, next one I'll give it a bit of a flick, you know?
Yeah,
and oh look, it's oversteering.
Yeah, there's drivers throughout the history of the sport, both in Formula 1 and sports car racing, that have had that uncanny ability to drive almost intuitively beyond the limit of the car. And sports car racing, probably two of the greatest ever, going back to the period in the early 70s when the 5-litre rules were in place before they changed to 3-litre F1 based rules for the engines. That was the period of Porsche 917s, and that brought us the delights of guys like Joe Siffert and Pedro Rodriguez, who would have loved a day like today, wouldn't they?
Oh,
what they
Pedro would have been off with the fairies in this. He just absolutely adored it. I went to a race at Brands Hatch many years ago where he fell, shall we say, foul of what people sometimes call chair warmers. And they had him in and sort of said, of course, by the time they let him go again, he was last. So he succeeded in passing everybody.
Yeah.
On a wet day. It was a display of wet weather driving, the like of which, because of the differences that have taken place in tyres and everything else, we could not see today.
Yep, we look at the Lola AER, Olivier Plat on board. Guy Smith, of course, Britain's Guy Smith, winner in 2003. He's part of the Bentley squad. In fact, all three of the drivers from that car are racing here this weekend. Guy Smith we see here, and we also, of course, have been seeing Tom Christensen pushing for yet another win, and his German compatriot, German teammate Marco Werner looking strong as well.
Yep, and it's interesting that I think Guy's had really not enough driving over the last couple of years or so to establish himself in the position that I think he should be in.
Well, you'd think that having been part of the Bentley program and understanding how to develop a car to a degree, but also becoming, a winner in a car which was perhaps not maybe the most PR fancied one of the lot, because Christensen at that point was still very, very well known for his wins. But the other two drivers we saw in that were Dino Capello at that stage. I don't believe he'd won Le Mans, and of course Guy Smith, who certainly hadn't won Le Mans at that point. It all turned around very quickly, didn't it? Once that car was proved to be so quick, no one could get anywhere near it.
Very true. After 15 and 28 minutes, 15 hours, 28 minutes, Audi number 2, Peugeot number 7, Audi number 3, Peugeot number 9. That's the top four. In LMP1, it's Pescarello, Judd number 18, Lola Aston Martin up to second there. That's an absolute load of rubbish, because I was looking at red and they'd changed it, and I thought we're looking at Class 2, we're not. Let's go back and look at that. In the LMP2, it's Verstappen, followed by Nielsen, and followed by LaHaye. That takes care of that. We know where we are with Garcia from Fellows and Beretta, and we know where we are with Mellows, Sugden and Babini. And the next time I make a mistake like that, I will hit myself on the nose.
Well, that you just mentioned that GT2 category. Well, that's been fairly fiercely fought. I'll get the words out. I think at this time of the morning, I'm stumbling over my words a little bit. Forcefully fed. I could probably do with some feeding of some sort at this stage. But it's been fiercely fought between those Ferraris at the very front there. Mello has completed 215 laps. Sugden 214, Babini 213, and Nielsen, a different Nielsen this time, in the number 90 car. So that, of course, this time is Lars Erik Nielsen. I'm not quite sure if there's any relationships.
No,
it sounds very Danish, doesn't it?
It does. You know the Davidson that we've had out here also, and I can't think which car he's driving now because I put the program down.
Alex Davidson has been in the Hensler car.
Yeah, that is the son of Lex Davidson, you realise.
Yes, I did because his brother Will Davidson is also a driver.
Yeah.
I know of note. So there we go.
And his mother Diana is now married to an old friend of mine, Tony Gaze, and they are very, very strong supporters of their boys in racing.
Well, and rightly so. I mean, Alex has been awesome in not just in endurance racing, but also in the Australian Super Cup and various other things. Will Gain, very strong. But you can see from that shot of McNish from that side angle that, although it might be drying a little bit, it's not drying significantly. And his last lap was a 4:03.8. Genet in the Peugeot was 4 seconds faster, 3:59.4. And then all the rest of the cars are all pretty much lapping at a similar sort of pace. But well, McNish.
It's interesting that McNish isn't as quick as we were seeing his teammate in that car. I had confidently expected that McNish would set off and be putting out the same sort of times as Christensen and set the same sort of advantage. But that has not been the case.
No, definitely on top of On top of the car was Frank Beeler. He really did seem to, it was Tom Christensen, really did to bang in some pretty impressive laps. Now, as we see this wonderful helicopter shot, I can see actually out of the window the helicopter from here, but he's filming away in the distance and getting us some great shots of the Circuit de la Sarthe here at Le Mans. We'll give you a moment to enjoy this and have a little peace and quiet as the helicopter finishes the lap.
Well, that gives us also a better idea of the state of the circuit, and you can see that although one must be honest about it and say it's wet, I think there is a degree of how wet it is. It depends just where you go. And coming down the Mulsanne, I've seen this a great deal wetter than this in the past. And that's probably what's making it so difficult to judge how you should drive. All the road available and anything you can get away with, taken by McNish as he comes through the chicanes. Still, of course, with headlights on, which they have to run with mandatorily. And Genet then closing the gap to just over 15.5 seconds from Montaigne, who is a couple of laps behind Rockefeller, Bieler, and Wirtz, who's back up to 6th again. This really has been an exciting race. They started with 3 cars each. They still have 3 cars each. And at the moment, it is not quite last man standing, but it's the survival, undoubtedly, of the fittest team. And I wouldn't like to predict that this is going to be the man in the lead at the moment who wins this race. After 15 and 28 minutes, 15 hours, 28 minutes, Audi number 2, Peugeot number 7, Audi number 3, Peugeot number 9. That's the top 4 in LMP1. It's Pescarolo, Judd number 18. Lola Aston Martin up to 2nd there. That's an absolute load of rubbish, because I was looking at red and they'd changed it, and I thought we're looking at Class 2, we're not. Let's go back and look at that. In the LMP2, it's Verstappen, followed by Nielsen, and followed by LaHaye. That takes care of that. We know where we are with Garcia from Fellows and Beretta, and we know where we are with Mellows, Sugden and Babini. And the next time I make a mistake like that, I will hit myself on the nose.
Well, that you just mentioned that GT2 category. Well, that's been fairly fiercely fought. I'll get the words out. I think at this time of the morning, I'm stumbling over my words a little bit. Forcefully fed. I could probably do with some feeding of some sort at this stage. But it's been fiercely fought between those Ferraris at the very front there. Mello has completed 215 laps. Sugden 214, Babini 213, and Nielsen, a different Nielsen this time, in the number 90 car. So that, of course, this time is Lars Erik Nielsen. I'm not quite sure if there's any relationships.
No,
it sounds very Danish, doesn't it?
It does. You know the Davidson that we've had out here also, and I can't think which car he's driving now because I put the program down now.
Alex Davidson has been in the Hensler car.
Yeah, that is the son of Lex Davidson, you realise.
Yes, he did. He did, because his brother Will Davidson is also a driver.
Yeah.
So there we go.
And his mother Diana is now married to an old friend of mine, Tony Gaze. And they are very, very strong supporters of their boys in racing.
Well, and rightly so. I mean, Alex has been awesome in not just in endurance racing, but also in the Australian Super Cup and various other things. Will Gain, very strong. But you can see from that shot of McNish from that side angle that although it might be drying a little bit, it's not drying significantly. And his last lap was a 4:03.8. Genet in the Peugeot was 4 seconds faster, 3:59.4. And then all the rest of the cars were all pretty much lapping at a similar sort of pace. But well, McNish.
It's interesting that McNish isn't as quick as we would seeing his teammate in that car. I had confidently expected that McNeish would set off and be putting out the same sort of times as Christensen and so the same sort of advantage. But that has not been the case.
No, definitely on top of the car was Frank Beeler. He really did seem to, it was Tom Christensen, really did to bang in some pretty impressive laps. Now, as we see this wonderful helicopter shot, I can see actually out of the window of the helicopter from here, but he's filming away in the distance and getting us some great shots of the Circuit de la Sarthe here at Le Mans. We'll give you a moment to enjoy this and have a little peace and quiet as the helicopter finishes the lap.
Well, that gives us also a better idea of the state of the circuit, and you can see that although one must be honest about it and say it's wet, I think there is a degree of how wet it is. It depends just where you go. And coming down the Mulsanne, I've seen this a great deal wetter than this in the past. And that's probably what's making it so difficult to judge how you should drive. All the road available and anything you can get away with, taken by Alan McNeish as he comes through the chicanes. Still, of course, with headlights on, which they have to run with mandatorily. And Genet then closing the gap to just over 15.5 seconds from Montaigne, who is a couple of laps behind Rockefeller, Bieler, and Wirtz, who's back up to 6th again. This really has been an exciting race. They started with 3 cars each. They still have 3 cars each. And at the moment, it is not quite last man standing, but it's the survival, undoubtedly, of the fittest team. And I wouldn't like to predict that this is going to be the man in the lead at the moment who wins this race. Eurosport covering the 76th Le Mans 24-hour race as it enters the hours of daylight once again, with now some 8 hours and 20 minutes approximately to go till 3 o'clock this afternoon. And the battle joined, if you are just catching up with us after shall we say, an early night's sleep and to see what's happening. The battle still joined. The Audi of Alan McNeish, which has just succeeded in lapping 2 seconds faster than Genet's Peugeot. That's number 2, number 7 there. If you're looking out for the numbers of the cars, literally holding off what has been a shrinking lead. In the wet, it seemed that the advantage lay with the Audis. Montaigne, however, is back up now to 3rd place ahead of Mike Rockefeller, who was at one time in front of him, and Rockefeller is now 50.355 behind him. Frank Bieler in the 3rd of the Audis is actually quite quick, in fact quicker than Rockefeller on that lap. I'm not quite sure why, but he is. And Wirtz with the 3rd of the Peugeots, all much of a muchness, all in the early 4s, 401, 406, this sort of thing. But it's making life pretty difficult to actually make any prediction here, because it's the weather that counts for everything, and it seems to change. We seem to think, well, we're getting rid of the rain for a bit, it's looking all right, and then all of a sudden you see a sight like perhaps you can see now, where it really is very wet again.
Well, this just highlights the fact that now we really we've had an incredibly close and exciting battle with all of the classes for the whole race, without exception, without any cessation, I'll get the words out, I'm sorry. Infestation, well, hopefully no infestations, anyway. None of that either. As we see, oh dear, is this, which car is this? That's 16 or the 17 car, I can't quite see why. Well, Monsieur Pescarolo Of course, a winner,
not a happy man, is he?
a winner here in 1972, 1973, 1974, 1984, 1985. Well, he knows what it takes to win.
It's a bouillon car.
A bouillon car, a 16 car, which had had so many dramas earlier on, and it worked its way back into contention. In fact, on the timing screens, was still shown as in 8th overall, with 238 laps completed. Now that means, with very soon, the leading LMP2 car, the Verstappen, Van Merkstein and Bleekemolen car, is only a couple of laps behind that. That's going to go ahead of him. That's going to put him 8th overall, and it's also going to potentially move, and here's the thing, potentially move the Roll Centre Pescarolo into the top 10 as well, because that's currently 11th at the moment. So that's going to be a pretty impressive run.
Yeah, they are an expensive. I'll try that again, shall I? Can I buy your teeth for a moment?
Well, I'm sorry, I've broken mine already, as we've heard, ladies and gentlemen. I must apologise for a few stumbles at this point in the morning, because without making too many excuses, we've had such an exciting race. I think perhaps, Neville, I'm sure you'll agree with me that you know, I've been involved as a fan of motorsport for my whole life, and as a driver for a little while, and as an enthusiast again and a commentator, and I know you've been involved for an awfully long time, and I don't mean that with the greatest of respect.
No, indeed.
And I think probably collectively the one thing that we both have in common, despite our very disparate backgrounds, is that we still absolutely love watching a damn good motor race. And you can't really, if you're sitting at home, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure those of you that have either just got up or are playing this back as a recording or have stayed the distance will understand that we've been putting so much energy into this because it has been so incredibly exciting. And I think that we're looking at each other going, oh my goodness me, how much longer can this go on?
Well, I believe they said to each other, you know, these chaps, what put us up here together. One said he's expendable, the old one, and the other one says he's young, you won't notice.
Well, relatively young anyway, so I suppose everything is all about enjoying the moment, and we are certainly enjoying the moment. And Alan McNish is clearly reveling in the conditions. He's been lapping now consistently in the 401s as the times have started to go back up again for across the board. But let's have a look at the lap times of the top 6. The significant thing, amazingly, after all of this time now that we've run now 16 hours, as we see the 97 car, that's the third position GT2 car of Fabio Babini. And is it Babini in the car? Let's have a look. Yes, it is. It's Fabio Babini in the car at the moment.
Got her into the first gear quick, didn't he?
He did, didn't it? Round she goes and slammed it in gear. Well, that's an enlightenment, if you pardon the pun, of exactly the dramas that the drivers are having to face, charging down the straight in these demanding conditions, and really is putting an onus on very, very difficult situations to judge braking points, judging traffic as well. Let's think about this for a moment. When you're coming up behind a car which is a ball of spray coming out the back of it, you know that he can't see you any more than you can see him very well. So it's a real challenge for lapping people.
Well, that didn't go down too well, could it? Did it? Because that was Marc Genet trying to find his way past someone, I'm not quite sure who.
It did look like the back of an Audi.
It did look like the back of an Audi to me as well, but I didn't want to say that because I looked up and I thought, no, he's not that close, but perhaps he is. I don't know. That thing runs a little bit behind sometimes.
Well, that's the visibility that Marc Genet has at the moment. That is an Audi. Which Audi is it, though? I think that was the 2 car, but I couldn't really see the number properly. Let's have a look and see. Well, showing that it was 16 seconds behind. It's quite feasible that 16 seconds could have been eaten away as a result of a mistake from McNish or traffic or anything like that. And as they charge through the spray, I think that may be the 3 car actually, because I just saw a bit of black on the top of the car, which would indicate it was the Rockenfeller car, in which case it must well have been Genet putting a lap on Rockenfeller, unless there's been some stops that we missed in the grey and the drizzle. But we'll wait to see a better angle of those cars in just a moment, and let's see what we're seeing from here. Big shunt! That's Joey Foster. Joey Foster,
and that will bring out, unless I'm very much mistaken, a course car.
The safety car has got to come out surely for that car. First of all, let's just make sure that Joey's okay. Let's see if we can see what happened here from on board of Genet's car. Well, Genet looking like he got the car stopped pretty well there as he turns into the left-hand. Now, is this the point where Joey went off? We can't really see. Was that a yellow? No.
I'm not too sure whether or not
they were going to bother to show us that. I think they just sort of picked it up and ran with it, if you see what I mean.
Well, you can see the problems we're having trying to look via the onboard camera through the screen at the car in front, and we're sitting here looking at some monitors, not travelling around the Circuit du Sarthe at over some places 200 miles an hour at 6:44 in the morning French time. So challenging to say the least. That's the understatement of the morning, I think.
Yeah.
It's challenging out there, wouldn't you say?
Well, that's the second place car. We've established that, more or less, rather more than less.
Yeah, well, coming back to the accident. Sorry, just to interrupt there, Neville. The accident that befell Boster there. Obviously, some fairly significant damage to that Embassy car. An absolute heartbreak for those boys. Not necessarily out, because we couldn't really see the angle well enough to know if all of the wheels had come off, or whether it just broken bits and pieces around the back of the car. Now, we saw a fairly hefty shunt for the number 10 car really early on in the race, and they managed to somehow dig that thing back out and get it around, drag it round and get it fixed, and it's now running 12th overall in the hands of Thomas Enger at this time of the day, which is a pretty awesome performance by those guys, both the team and by the drivers. Genet in the 7 car is 18.5 seconds behind Alan McNish. He was 1.7 seconds slower than McNish on the previous lap, and Genet has got into a situation where it seems that the fully wet conditions are perhaps less of a hindrance than the sort of damper, the dampish conditions that we saw early on. It seems that the Peugeots are perhaps working a little bit better in this scenario, but none of the Peugeot drivers seem to have really had the best of it in these conditions. And the amazing thing is that all 6 of the top cars, 6 of the diesel runners are running still in the top 6 positions, but also that there hasn't been any really significant dramas in terms of technical problems. That's
23.
Yeah, Chris McMurray, the creation Judd.
That's got a puncture at the back.
Well, interesting, I was talking to Johnny Molam earlier in the middle of the night when I was wandering down the back of the paddock, and he said at that point they'd had 2 punctures in the creation. They'd one which was a slow puncture, which was only flagged up by the fact that the creation, as a lot of these prototypes have an onboard tyre pressure sensor, which suddenly flagged up a flash warning of a very low tyre pressure reading, and Johnny had the mother and father of moments trying to bring the car under control, which he admitted very honestly that it was more by luck than judgment that it came back straight and didn't cream itself down the barriers. But they got that one sorted. He went out and then he had a blowout. It just went bang, and he managed to just drag it back in one piece. So I wonder if it was something perhaps similar that befell the other creation. As we ride now on board with Marc Genet. If you can see anything out of the front of the car, then you're probably doing a better job than Paul Marc is, as we see the back of what I think could be one of the Saunier Pescarolas.
It's a pretty fair example, however, as to the difference in the conditions around the circuit, where we've seen absolutely driving rain, and then you see sort of this area here where it's not really flinging it down in quite the same way, and so it really is making life very difficult for the drivers, because it can change from lap to lap as the rain moves on or back or
exactly
what have you.
Looking at those,
that's somebody creeping down there.
I wonder if that's the creation again.
I would think so.
But it's a great example. Any of you aspiring racing drivers that are sitting at home there and want to see the art of the racing driver in action, this is the demands of the circuit combined with the demands of the conditions, combined with the fact that these guys are mentally and physically really being tested here. But you can see that where the drivers position a car to get the optimum line, they're going to be working the car in a very, very specific part of the circuit, partly down to the quickest standard racing line, but also at this stage of the day, even with the rain that's come down, there's a lot of rubber and bits and pieces and build up offline, and that can easily catch anybody out at the last minute. As we see, I think that is the Embassy car that has extricated itself from the wall. It is, look, I thought it is actually just about drivable. It doesn't look very well bit of kit at all, does it, Neville? But
Poorly. There's only one rear wheel that actually is working. The other one's dragging along the ground.
I think if I was the team, I'd be saying to Joey, just slow it down a bit, Sunbeam, because there's a good chance if you carry on at that pace, you're going to have the wheel fall off altogether, and that would obviously really be the end of the day for them. And there's still quite a long way around the lap from where they are there, isn't it? It's got a lot of,
seem to me,
well over half the lap to do to bring the car back to the pits and to just what the boys wanted for breakfast, isn't it? A complete and utter change at the rear end of the car.
Yeah, it's going to be a full 5,000 mile service, I fear.
It's interesting though. They've managed to drag the car back, and it's obviously avoided the other scenario that we were wondering might happen, which was potentially a safety car. Which by Joey managing to get the car going, he's benefited himself, because there's still a chance that they can get it back, maybe get it fixed and get it running again. But also, it's avoided us getting a safety car. Now, we've been watching this fight for GT1, and we're going to hear from Darren Turner down in the pit lane and see what's been happening for them and the Aston Martin team.
It's a very, very close fight with the Corvettes, but you managed to be ahead.
Yeah, so far it's okay. Antonio's just done a really good job with the wet conditions, and he's built up a 2-minute lead from pretty much nothing. But now we need to just keep that going and that momentum going. The rain's coming down a bit harder, but if we can just keep out of trouble, then we should be able to keep the lead, certainly for the next couple of hours at least.
Is the car okay? You have nothing to declare about the car?
No, the car is running fantastically well. No dramas. The guys are doing a fantastic job in the pit stops, and it's all going to plan at the moment.
Well, Darren Turner, who won, of course, last year in the Aston Martin, his first victory in class at Le Mans, is, of course, for those of you British-based viewers, will recognise him not only from his exploits we see here in a sports car, but also in the British Touring Car Championship as one of the drivers of the Seats. Incidentally, yes. Also using diesel technology.
Oh yeah.
And his teammate Jason Plato. Now, what's happening at the back of, at the front of the pack? That's the 35 car that's still running third. No, in fact, he's now second in class. That's interesting. We didn't see what happened there, but the Pescarolo, the Mathieu Lahaye Pescarolo, is now up into 13th place, and the LMP2 car of John Nielsen, the Essex racing car, has now dropped down behind that. It's now in 15th, and it's still, let me have a look, it's still on the same lap. No, it's one lap behind. Yes, it's one lap behind Pierre, the Pescarolo of Lahaye. So we didn't quite see what the problem may well have been for John Nielsen. I think he's still Nielsen in the car.
Well, 45 is in for a long holiday, I think.
Yeah, great disappointment for Joey and for Johnny Kane and Warren Hughes. Three very, very talented drivers, and obviously we didn't see the causing of the accident, whether it was a simple old-fashioned hands up my fault mistake by Joey Foster, whether it was there were some other cars involved, or another car involved, who could tell, or possibly even a mechanical failure. It's not unheard of, obviously, but the net result is a huge disappointment, a lot of work, and very frustrating for the boys now at Embassy.
Very worrying, and as far as he's concerned, I'm sure not the end to a perfect day. Looking around the sky here, the cloud cover is perhaps a little bit higher than I feared it might be, and the general consensus of opinion seemed to be that it was going to be showery today. Well, it needs to be, but I wish it had done it, shall we say, before I got back to the car.
Well, I don't blame you. Yeah, exactly. I don't blame you, Neville, to be honest. It's the last thing you need is now, after a very long and demanding night of trying to analyse and understand and explain the ins and outs, is to go outside and get some much well-earned fresh air and end up like a drowned rat. Well, that's that creation still struggling back to the pit lane. He's been obviously driving at the fastest pace he can without risking damaging the suspension or the bodywork by having a flailing tyre disappear up and smack into things as we see that Nielsen car coming in again. So let's have a look. Stops wise, 22 for that car. What have they done? 20 for the Verstappen car. So that may well explain a little bit as to why they've got a nice advantage. But certainly that car was running a lot further up. Now here's a car we haven't seen much of recently, the other of the creations, and that looks to me like it could well be. It is Johnny Molam on board in his first race for creation. He hadn't driven the car before this weekend. The 38-year-old from Windsor has been racing in a Ferrari in the ALMS and has done a lot of stuff. Did a bit of prototypes before with the Zytec team, shared with Stefan Johansson in a few races over there. But Johnny's had a bit of a tough time of it this weekend. He said he had a couple of blowouts this week, in this race rather, and it was hampered by the beginning of the weekend. There was a fairly hefty accident that Stuart Hall, one of his co-drivers, had as a result of a damper problem. So the boys have been behind the game a little bit and using the AIM engine, Japanese basement, as we have a spinner once again there, Neville.
Yes, we'll tell you who he is when he gets a bit closer, hopefully. I think it's one of the Raris, 87.
No, it's 97. It's Malicelli now, who's obviously taken over from Babini and has been all he's gained in terms of advice from Fabio would appear to be the best way of spinning your car.
Yes.
Both of them have done
without
it now.
hitting the barrier.
Oh, that's the key thing, isn't it? It doesn't appear to have got any damage on it, but
very important.
Needless to say, not an ideal way to progress. Let's see what's it done to his position, really. Well, they're still pretty much as per the leading car, the 82 car, which is the Salo car. That's drawn out a little bit of a gap. Well, we'll have a little look at that class and the other classes in a couple of seconds when we come back from a short break here on Eurosport. Come back and see us soon, and let's find out what happens here at Le Mans. Welcome back to Le Mans, the 76th running of the Le Mans 24-hour race. As you see, we ride on board the 63 Corvette C6R with Ron Fellows on board, a man who's been threatening to retire from Top Line Motorsport for a couple of years now. Thankfully for us, the entertainment that Ron has provided continues, because he's been consistently a Top Line driver. The 9 Peugeot has been in. Is that the 9 still in? No, that's the 7 car which has been leading for a lot of the race, and that is one of the Saunier Pescarolos. Let's see it. Let's hope it's not the 35 car of Mathieu Lehay, Pierre Rags and Frankie Chain, because that was running a superb second in class and just outside the top 10. And at this late stage in the race, that would be a great shame. No, it's not. It's the other car. It's the 4 car now. I'm not saying that I'm pleased because I have anything against those boys, but I've been very much a supporter of the 35 car, the youngest combined age of any team or any team of drivers. That's a fairly big old whack for Richard Hayne there, and does look like the car is still rolling. We've seen some fairly big incidents in the course of the 24-hour race, but often we've seen drivers somehow manage to get them rolling again and bring it back in one piece. Well, in relatively speaking, in one piece. And I wonder if the steering's been damaged, because he might not be able to get that round. It does look like that's the problem. But 3-point turns, and the angle of that rear tyre, it's just being sort of pitched off the road a little bit as a result of the car getting a funny angle where it's gone off the side of the tarmac. Now I'm just worried here from a how is this going to affect the race point of view, that there is a chance if he doesn't get it, he seems to be getting moving. I think if he doesn't get it moving, that we may get stuck there and cause a safety car or cause someone to drive into the back of him. The big concern is that, that was one of the Peugeots as well. Didn't see which one it was, but the big concern could be that in that scenario, 2 cars coming along, let's say for example one of the leading LMP1 cars was behind a slower car, pulled out to overtake unsighted, and then would be confronted by that 4 car of Richard Hayne in a very dodgy position. So let's hope that they've been able to, or the driver more specifically has been able to work his way out of that sticky situation and start to make his way back. Now the gap there we can see between the leading GT1 car of Darren Turner, the 009 car, the DBR9, and Ron Fellows that we were riding on board with just a moment ago in the C6R. As Darren said in an interview with us a little while ago, Antonio Garcia, his co-driver, had managed to get himself a handy 2-minute lead by working the car really well in the damp and difficult conditions, and that seems to be still the case. The last lap, though, for Ron Fellows was about 4 seconds quicker than Darren Turner's, and his car's still stuck.
Whoops, who have we got off there?
Very difficult. Well, it's been there. That's the one that went off a couple of laps ago, Neville. That's the 4 car that we saw have a bit of a clatter down the barriers. And it seems like he's doing his best not to stall it, which is a good thing. He's doing his best to try to edge it gently onto the circuit without getting in too many other people's way. But because of the angle of the track versus the grass, it looks like the wheels are at a bit of an odd angle at the back, and they can't really get any traction. I don't think Pescarolo's are the best 4x4s for some reason.
That surely is a replay.
No, that's now. We're watching him trying to get a.
You mean he's come out and gone back again?
No, he's going backwards and forwards. He's been doing that for a little while, so.
It's got no lock on it, has it?
Got no lock. No. I wonder if there is some damage to steering, but.
Yeah. Well, it took me a long time to jump to that conclusion, young man.
It did, didn't it? Now, this is the Saunier pit, and Chris in the background from MRTC, one of the guys working very, very hard just to saw him walk through the shot. He's one of the guys that looks after the radio systems for a majority of the teams here.
He looks good stuff. Do you know what I think he was doing? And I'm not joking. I think he was trying to straighten the one front wheel up.
Could have been. It didn't look like it.
And I think he was sort of trying to nudge it against the barrier to move it.
Could have been. Yeah, it's very difficult
to tell.
That's
what I think he was trying to do.
Tell from that angle. It does appear that the steering seems to be working of the fashion. Well, it's hard to say, but looks like it is quite. Big lock up the 63 car. That's Fellows. Does he manage to keep it out of the gravel?
Oh yes, it's out of the kitty litter. He's all right there, but he's going to have to do a 3-point turn, which might at this point in time be worrying him. Oh, he's got reverse. It's all right.
Well, before that happened, the gap was where was it?
About
It was just over 2 minutes.
Couple of minutes.
Well, this is going to hand the initiative well and truly to the Aston, and that was a most uncharacteristic problem for Ron Fellows. It looked to me like the rears were locked up, so whether that was on a downshift, i.e. as he was blasting down the gears in the Corvette, that the rears just snatched up in these tricky conditions.
If you're tired and you go boom boom as opposed to boom boom boom, suddenly you've gone down one extra and oh dear, you're in real trouble.
It could be that. I think more likely that there's such a tight battle still going on between the top two that he was just pushing as hard as he could, and in doing that, well, like any racing driver, when you're pushing to the limit, you only have to go a tiny bit too far in these conditions and you're over the limit, and that sort of thing can catch you out. So even a man of the experience and ability of Ron Fellows, days like today, well, they really do keep you very, very busy.
Yes, I don't think he's best pleased with that.
No, he did look a little bit stressed about it, and who can blame him really? Now, we'll watch with interest when the respective leading cars, the 009 Aston Martin DBR9 in those magnificent Gulf colours of Darren Turner, Antonio Garcia and David Brabham. Well, when that gets back, we'll see, when that comes past us rather, we'll see what the gap is from him back to Ron Fellows in the 63 Corvette.
Another of the walking wounded coming down here. The other Courage, the 22, didn't seem to be going quite as quickly as one would have expected. Ooh, hold on to it, cowboy.
That was a very long, lazy spin.
Yes.
Is he going to be able to bring the front round without hitting anything?
Yeah, he's managed it. Look, he hasn't hit anything. That's quite a remarkable bit of... we're going to see, the rear wheels locked up. Rears
were locked first, then the fronts were locked, and that indicative perhaps of one of two things. Either a problem on a downshift, or perhaps he's wound the brake bias a little bit too far to the back, so you can adjust the brake bias front to rear. In the damp conditions, you tend to wind it a bit more to the back.
You'd want a bit more at the back, wouldn't you? So I think you're probably right. I think that's the more likely explanation of what was an unfortunate mistake. That could never be right. 3:59, 1:44.079. That must mean that Marc Genet must have had a pit stop.
Well, it does look likely, because on average they were about 3 or 4 pit stops a hair behind, if you see what I mean, the Peugeots were.
Yeah.
And what have we got here?
That looks like an Audi.
Does look like an Audi. That looks like an Audi that Alan Whitnish is driving, to be precise. With the
you're absolutely right. It is McNish, and McNish coming in for what we hope and fervently believe will be an ordinary straightforward stop. Now, there is no way that if I was standing there directing operations, I'd be saying, well, should we try intermediate? No, I don't. So I think it's just about as well to hang on to these at the moment. And anyone for bacon and egg?
Olivier Pla in the car at the moment, the Miguel Amaral and Guy Smith car. I think that's just basically, he's obviously had a bit of a spin and a bit of unburnt fuel that would appear to be causing that little bit of a flame out there. Well, I suppose he did the right thing in a way by letting it roll backwards to that point where it's off the circuit. However, if he'd have let it roll a little bit too far, he would have ended up beaching himself, which would have not gone down very well with anyone. But again, double stinted, triple stinted. I think this is his first stop.
Yes, this is. It's about to have the second stint, isn't it?
This is going to be second stint, yeah, so around about 45 minutes per stint. Maybe, I don't know if it's longer or shorter in these conditions, really. I suppose theoretically the lap time is longer, but the amount of fuel that you're using is less because of the way that you're driving the car. Guessing here a little bit, but that could be sort of the factor that averages things out a bit.
Yeah. Well, it's certainly not getting any easier out there, is it? The pressure's still on. We know that back into the race has gone the Audi, but here coming up towards the grandstands is the Peugeot. Just checking to make myself absolutely sure that we've got
Epsilon Ascari stopped again.
Yeah.
That must be the one that Adrian Valles was driving, but
Angel Bagueno put the lights on. I think probably dropped his teeth on the passenger seat or something of the sort. Seems to be perfectly all right. He's restarted and set off. One can only assume we may have had a moment of some sort or other and stalled it.
Maybe it was doing something funny and he decided to park it and then had another go at restarting. Or sometimes what happens is that there's all the various different switches and buttons and parameters that you can press that it stops. They've said on the radio, try this, try that, try pressing this, reset that, and all of a sudden it's actually fired up. So it could be something like as simple as that. That shows you how hard Genet is pushing by having a little trip across the painted surface there at the first part of the Dunlop. Genet still, where are we, 1 minute 43 behind Nish now. I wonder if that's going to come down as a result of the stop that McNish has just had, or whether that is after the stop. Either way, there's still not a significant gap. Let's not forget, yes, of course, the race is now starting to get further and further into its distance. However, we still have an awfully long way to go in this motor race here. There's still over 1,000 kilometres for sure.
Yeah, I mean, imagine you've gone to Silverstone and you've just sat down. Well, you might as well enjoy the warm-up race and go and have a burger or something of the sort, and you've still got 6 hours of racing ahead of you, and that's a 1,000-kilometre race.
Yep, that's absolutely right, and that's what most people will have experienced. A yellow flag being waved. There is that for the Pla car. I think that could well be still there.
Yeah, I don't know why, but I thought then that the Genet car wasn't going very quickly.
Just possibly that he'd responded as good racing drivers are supposed to the yellow flag in some more significant way than perhaps we normally would expect to see. As we saw just in that shot of the garage there, that Pedro Lamy was getting ready to take over that car, the Genet, Lamy and Villeneuve number 7 car. Still could really go anyway. How far, let's have a look, how the 9 car is. Montagny on board now. It's showing that he's 2 laps behind the leader, and Rockefeller in turn is about 18 seconds behind Montagny. And Rockefeller now, Montagny on the previous lap was the fastest of the front runners, and this lap again fastest of the front runners, with the exception of Alex Wirtz, who's down in 6th, 404.246. And no, read that one wrong completely. Frank Bieler 400.485, and then 400.559 was Montagny.
And 3.59 for Rockefeller.
I've been quite impressed with the way that this young man has got on with the job. Last year must have been a terrible disappointment to him, and also a blow to his confidence, but all seems to be well now. So there's the leading car, and